listen to what
Vishnu,
yeah, go ahead.
Congress has a habit of claiming victory even in a very straight third time defeat. The BJP is forming the next government. Even your numbers suggest that. A third time in a row. This is historic. This has not happened in half a century or maybe even longer. So what the BJP is doing today is a historic. Okay, with regard to exit polls, if the numbers turn out to be fewer than what they are, it doesn't qualitatively make any difference. But it's early trends. We certainly hope to be well past 300 mark, and we will certainly have a BJP majority government, and that's going to be a historic verdict.
Yes.
The Congress need not become
but we'll
extremely
try and break
exuberant.
that number of the NDA now and try and get details as to how many is the BJP getting, because remember in 2014 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister for the first time, the BJP's own number was 282, which became better to 303 in 2019. So we'll try and break down that number and get more details. For the moment, let's listen into what Vikramaditya is saying. He is, of course, the Congress candidate contesting from Munday. In Munday, the BJP's vote share in 2019 was 69%. But historically, if we were to look at it, the Congress has won this constituency 11 times out of 17. So this is an interesting battle that is playing out in Munday. Vikramaditya first.
क्या उम्मीद है? मैंने तो अभी तक रिजल्ट देखे ही नहीं है, आगे है कि पीछे है क्या है। अभी तो हम आशीर्वाद लेने आए हैं हनुमान जी का, और उसके बाद ही सब शुरुआत होगी। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि हमने मेहनत करी है, जनता साथ है, मुद्दे विकास पे चुनाव लड़ा है, तो अच्छा परिणाम निकलेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। और हनुमान जी का, बजरंग बली का आशीर्वाद है, तो निश्चित तौर से हर विजय प्राप्ति होगी। बनेगी क्यों नहीं बनेगी। और सभी नेताओं ने भी कहा है एग्जिट पोल जो है वो तो एक मैन्युफैक्चर्ड वो है जो मीडिया हाउसेस और कॉरपोरेट जगत द्वारा किया गया है, मगर जो असली वर्डिक्ट है वो बिल्कुल ठीक होगा। उस पर लड़ाई लड़ी है पूरे देश में, और जो मुद्दे रहे हैं वो बहुत जनता से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं। तो निश्चित तौर से उन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए परिणाम अच्छे आएंगे, सुखद आएंगे और देश की प्रगति के लिए आएंगे। आज आप, मैं तो वैसे भी हर मंगलवार आता ही हूँ, मगर आज क्योंकि विशेष दिन है, आज परिणाम निकल रहे हैं, निश्चित तौर से बजरंग बली जी का आशीर्वाद लेने हम यहाँ पर आए हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा कि आशीर्वाद ले लिया है तो पूरा दिन अच्छा रहेगा और सभी प्रदेश के लोगों की मनोकामनाएं जो है वो पूरी होगी।
All right, well, the other trend that we are monitoring, of course, is where the markets are. The Sensex down. It was down by more than 1,100 points. I believe that's gone down even further. The market sliding to 2.5% at this stage, not where what they had expected with the resounding exit poll results as they were. What this does show, Maria, if these trends do hold, is that while the NDA appears to be well set to form the next government, which is a landmark victory, of course, it's going to be, the India Alliance has put up a real fight, which is not what the exit polls had suggested as well. Professor Shastri?
Yes, Vishnu, the trends as of now seem to suggest that. It would be interesting to see whether, as is the past trends, that as the counting progresses, the one forward pushes more forward,
right,
or whether the one in second place catches up. What is also important to see that as per the leads, the BJP currently is around 29 seats short of the 272 mark, and you have around 28 seats where the trends have still to come in. So it will be interesting to see where the BJP trends move in the next half an hour to 45 minutes.
In terms of leads is at 244 down 82, 245 down 52. So the point that you're making is that the BJP, on the strength of its own cadre, may not necessarily cross the magic mark. They'd have to rely on the support of the
it's a little
allies.
early to say that, but then
if this firms up,
there is a word of caution we have to put in that the BJP's seats and trends now seem to be 52 less than last time, and the Congress is 47
okay,
up.
the Election Commission speaking, let's just listen in.
हम लोग आज यहाँ आपको पहली बार अपने कंट्रोल रूम का एक्सेस दे रहे हैं। हमारी सारी टीम्स यहाँ बैठी हुई हैं जो पूरा आईटी बैकग्राउंड से कितना बड़ा काम हो रहा है उसको देख रही हैं यहाँ पर। बहुत सारी टीम्स हमारी पुणे से, शास्त्री पार्क दिल्ली से, त्रिवेंद्रम से, बॉम्बे से, हैदराबाद से, बहुत सारे जो बैकग्राउंड लोग हैं वो जुड़े हुए हैं। और इस समय हमारी जो रिजल्ट्स की जो वेबसाइट है उस पर करीब करीब 2 लाख हिट्स पर सेकंड है। 1 सेकंड में 2 लाख लोग हमारे साथ उस पर हिट कर रहे हैं। सो ऑल ऑफ दैट वी आर मैनेजिंग एंड सीइंग फ्रॉम हियर, तो दैट जितने भी लोग जानना चाहते हैं, देखना चाहते हैं, उन्हें कोई परेशानी ना हो। और सभी आरओस को जो 542 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज में इस समय काउंटिंग करा रहे हैं, जहां करीब करीब 65,000 से ऊपर की टेबल्स लगी हुई हैं, हर जगह में उनको कहा गया है कि पोलिंग एजेंट्स को और कैंडिडेट्स को निश्चित रूप से बैठने दें, पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ काउंटिंग करें, जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन अक्षरते करें, मतलब एक भी वायलेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए, अदरवाइज खैर नहीं है। यानी जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन करें, पारदर्शिता से पालन करें, कैंडिडेट्स को और उनके एजेंट्स को हर जगह में शामिल रखें। सीसीटीवी फुटेज 24/7 लेते रहें हर प्रक्रिया का, ताकि पूरी पारदर्शिता बनी रहे। तो जैसे वोट डालने में मेहनत की, उसी तरीके से आज यहाँ भी पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ वो सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं।
सर, अगर किसी तरह की गड़बड़ी की रिपोर्ट मिलती है तो किस तरह का एक्शन आप लेते हैं?
हम लोग खुद यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे सारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स बैठे हुए हैं। हर काउंटिंग सेंटर में एक सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर है जो वहाँ बैठा हुआ है, वो सर्टिफाई करेगा रिजल्ट को हर राउंड के, उसी के बाद डिक्लेयर होगा। हमारा एजेंट है वो, हमारे मतलब आईज एंड ईयर्स वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हम उनके सबके कॉन्टैक्ट में हैं। और कहीं से भी कोई प्रॉब्लम आएगी हमारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स को बताएंगे, कैंडिडेट्स वहाँ मौजूद हैं वो लोग, और हमारे पास आएगी बात तो उसको इमीडिएट ठीक करेंगे। कोई गलती करने की संभावना नहीं है, सबको सख्त हिदायतें दी गई हैं। लेकिन अगर कोई कहीं से किसी को शक है, कोई शिकायत आती है तो बताएं हमें, एविडेंस के साथ हम लोग इमीडिएट कार्रवाई करें।
अपडेट कैसे कर रहे हैं वेबसाइट वगैरह पे जो लोग देख रहे हैं, आप बता रहे हैं?
वो कंटिन्यूस अपडेट हो रहा है, वो डायरेक्ट डाटा फीड करते हैं सेंटर्स से, हर टेबल से, और हर राउंड के बाद वो कंटिन्यूस फीड हो रहा है।
और कब तक सब तस्वीर साफ हो जाने की?
अब ये तो शुरू हो गया है, फर्स्ट राउंड के रिजल्ट आने शुरू हो गए हैं, 9 बज चुके हैं। सारी टीम हमारी रात भर 2-3 दिन से यहीं काम कर रही है, सो रही है यहीं पर, और आ जाएगा, अब धीरे धीरे खुल ही जाएगा।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू।
Okay. Uma Sudhir is joining us live. Uma, quick update from where you are. How is the counting progressing, and overall, how's Telangana looking? Because I'm still looking at the data. The early trends are giving a mixed signal. If you can give us details into how many rounds are over. Uma, we'll try and
Uma,
connect
your
with-
audio, can you write?
Okay, we'll
Just
try and
reconnecting
connect with...
Uma's audio.
Yes, Aarti, you wanted to make a point.
No, I just wanted to say I think it's very important to break up the NDA number into BJP and allies, because the whole question in this through
It's
this
246
election,
out
through
of
this election has
297, which
been
is
how many
showing.
seats will the BJP win? Will it touch? You know, there was Yogendra Yadav on one side who was saying that
250.
250, he went down to 220 at one
220,
point, yes. And then there was other people, who were saying above 300 for the BJP. So this has been the question that has been puzzling everybody. How much will the BJP drive this election? How much will the BJP drive the NDA numbers? So it would be interesting to see, if we put up that breakup so that we can see where the BJP is at this point of time.
So
Again,
245.
health warning,
If you look
it
at
may
the
all
left-hand
change.
side of your
It may all
screen,
change.
just under KK Shailaja's image over there,
Yeah.
the BJP alone at 245, that's down 244, down 53. The Congress at 99, up 49. So the Congress is going to score a century this time, it appears at this stage.
So the Congress's own tally is
99.
97
The Congress
at
is
the moment.
99.
99, yeah.
The
it has gone
Congress's
up.
own tally is 98. That's up 48. The
Yeah.
BJP alone at 240. So we are just the two parties there. And the alliance numbers we have, the NDA at 289, India at 213. The market's down more than 3%. When they started up today, they'd expected something more resounding.
Yes.
The interesting states, of course, as we've been mentioning,
Is
are
Uttar Pradesh, because if you look at
Maharashtra,
Uttar
but in a different
Maharashtra and Uttar
context.
Pradesh.
In Uttar Pradesh,
Orissa as well.
the
There's been a
Samajwadi Party,
complete
Vishnu,
swap.
is at 34. Is what the leads
Is
are
that- is
suggesting.
that what it is?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
suggesting 34 at present, and so it's looking very, very promising for them. In Bihar, RJD at 5. Let's look at the TMC number. It's showing
TMC
80.
below
Below the BJP there, because the
Slowly coming
BJP
down.
But
is
where
at-
the BJP
slowly
has
coming
gained
down.
a lot when it comes to their overall numbers is in Orissa, where the BJD at the level of the national election has been washed out. if these trends hold. Now,
So
that
they are
was
at
widely
2.
expected. Yeah, I mean, the BJD last time was, I forget the number off the top of my head, but it's 13 to 2
The
right
last
now.
time it was 10.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they're down 8. And the India Alliance has gained 2 seats. They're leading now in 3, but the BJP at 13. So the BJP have really made a huge mark in the state of
But I-
Odisha.
How's Telangana?
Yes,
And
let's-
also
let's-
Telangana. They seem to be gaining in Telangana.
Yes, and let's go to Uma Sudhir, who's joining us.
9-6 in
Uma, how
Telangana.
many rounds are over, from where you are reporting? We want to understand that are these trends that we are seeing on our television screens right now after 2 or 3 rounds of EVM counting?
Maria, let me just give you the picture in Andhra Pradesh. If there was any doubt about the exit polls showing a lead for NDA, that seems to be put at rest, I must say, because out of the 116 seats for which we have leads in the assembly election, more than 100 are going towards the NDA, with the TDP in fact leading in about 80, JSP, Janasena Party of Pawan Kalyan leading in about 16, and the BJP leading in about 5 seats out of their 10. The YSRCP is leading in just about 15 of the 115 seats for which we have leads as of now. Anakapalli Assembly, where CM Ramesh, who is a BJP leader and the BJP candidate from there, of course, originally of the TDP brand, he is leading by more than 9,000 votes. Pawan Kalyan is leading in Pitapuram. That's an assembly seat that we are talking about. In more than 85 seats now, we are seeing the lead of the TDP. And yes, in Tenali, Narendra Manohar, he's the number 2 in the Janasena Party. He is also leading in Tenali Assembly seat. Guntur, where we had reported that it is the richest candidate in this Lok Sabha election, Pemasani Chandrasekhar, he is of the TDP, the NDA candidate. He is once again leading. Then you have Kiran Kumar Reddy, Rajampet, Rayalaseema region, former Chief Minister, last Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh, now a BJP candidate. He is also leading. So the elections really seem to be going one way. Most of the ministers, in fact, are trailing. And Sujana Chaudhary, who is contesting his first election this time round from Vijayawada West, he is also leading. He is, of course, the BJP candidate from Vijayawada West. He is leading. And Purandeshwari, once again, Rajamundry, she is the BJP candidate from there. She is also leading. So the elections in Andhra Pradesh certainly going to be seeming to be going one way. Even in the Lok Sabha, you're seeing TDP 12 ahead, JSP contesting only 2 seats but 1 ahead, BJP contesting 6 seats, 5 ahead, and YSR Congress, which is contesting, of course, all the 5 seats, is leading as of now only in about 2 seats.
Okay.
Back to you, Mariam.
Uma, thank you so much for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. So exit polls certainly seem to have got Andhra Pradesh right, both in Assembly and also in the Lok Sabha results. C.R. Keswan of the BJP is joining us from the party headquarters. C.R. Keswan, it's 9:40. A word of caution still, but 293 is something that NDA wasn't really expecting. You were expecting a number upwards of 300, but more so, out of this 293, the BJP seems to be down by 51 at 247.
Good morning to Vishnu, Maria and all the NDTV viewers. I think I'm very happy to say that we're meeting on a day when hope and history will rhyme. We are very confident already. You see, when 25 seats are yet to be counted, the NDA has crossed the majority mark. And I think today, the people of India will ensure that Modi ji becomes the first Indian ever to be born in independent India and also the first Indian born after a constitution came into force to secure a historic third term. Second thing I want to say before I address your question. Now the postal ballots have come out, probably the first round of voting is coming. And now you've seen how the Congress and India Alliance have been impugning the integrity of the constitutional institutions. It's so ironic. You would remember, Vishnu, in 1986, it was Rajiv Gandhi who passed the postal amendment bill where they could intercept even individual posts of people, and these people are talking about democracy. It's very funny. But coming back to the story here, I think if you look at the exit polls in this, besides Uttar Pradesh, everything seems to be going perfectly fine. There have been enormous, surge in the east. If you see Odisha is similar to what's happening in West Bengal. It's like a landslide. And if you see the south, Karnataka, Andhra, we've gained. Telangana, we have gained. And the numbers I'm seeing in the local regional channels in Tamil Nadu, they're trickling in well. Kerala, we may make a mark. So I think if you want me to sum it up, very early trends, but I think we'll consolidate and BJP will very comfortably cross 300 and NDA will also be, have an overwhelming majority. North and west of India, the BJP and NDA will consolidate. And as you see, there has been an overwhelming support in the east, and there have been significant surge and stride and support in the south. So I think it's perfectly on track, and today history will be made when Modi ji secures a consecutive third term.
You certainly weren't expecting an election. Of course, there's a gap of 80 good seats, but you weren't expecting such a close election. Just look at Uttar Pradesh. It's presenting a completely different picture from what the BJP was expecting.
Maria, you're such a seasoned anchor. Postal ballots have come in. First round is 30,000 votes. You see the trend. You have how much? It's like 12-15 lakh votes in a constituency. It's a first round of counting. Already we have established it, and as you see, these only will consolidate. So wait till 10 o'clock, and you'll see us comfortably. We'll have a discussion and chat.
So
again.
you believe, C.R. Keshavan, that what we are seeing in terms of leads in Uttar Pradesh would likely be reversed in your favor, because you are absolutely convinced that what we are seeing is postal ballots or very early phase.
Undoubtedly, unequivocally, certainly we will be.
So that's an important point, because if what C.R. Keshavan says is correct,
and
then
Vishnu,
what we are seeing,
because we have some details coming in of seats on which the margin is less than 5% of votes, which is Bagpat. The vote margin is just 30. Uttar Pradesh, another constituency, Kairana, the vote margin between the two parties, that is the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, is just 294. Going further, Bijnor and Moradabad, again the vote margin is around 1,000. So, and Firozabad, Dhaurahar, again the vote margin is roughly around 2,683 and 2,881. So, yes, it's close. Yes, case one, you wanted to come in.
Maria,
the leads position also, C.R. Keshavan, has changed now. It's 39.
Right when I joined the show, Vishnu and Maria, the NDA was trailing behind the India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh, and the Honorable Prime Minister was said to be trailing in Varanasi. See what has happened in 5 minutes. You're all very seasoned people. The numbers and the exit poll are all the same, except, and now Uttar Pradesh is reversing its trend, going exactly back where the exit poll said. See, let me make this very clear. It is a vote for Modi ji ki guarantee. People have seen the Prime Minister perform, transform and reform the country. It is a vote for progress and development, and it's been a very, very divisive campaign by the BJP. So I think that is rejected. They have cast aspersions on every constitutional institution.
But looking at the India numbers, and that's where Adil will come in. Yes, overall India seems to be doing well, but the Congress is doing much better than expected. TMC is down. The other India partners, including, in RJD was expecting somewhere upwards of 7-8. That's not happening. Congress definitely 97 at the moment out of 206. Adil?
Well, Maria, there are 3-4 aspects which I would urge your viewers and your panel to consider. Number one, there is no rocket science that these are early trends. And the early trends may solidify or it may take a turn for the worse. The fact of the matter which is worth considering is that this is an indicator. It is a bellwether. It is something which pierces and demolishes BJP's propaganda balloon that they're coming to power with 400. Of course, we'll have a clearer picture by 12 noon. Nobody can disagree with that proposition. Point number one. Point number two, responding to your question, a safe and a plausible deduction can be that the Congress Party's consistent yatra, the Bharat Jodo Yatra, has made significant progress and significant contribution to increasing our tally. Our pro-positive and People's Manifesto, our Nyaya Patra, all these are issues which appear to have had resonance amongst the voters of this country. This is the early trend, they're an indicator. If you open the first round, if you open the second round, of course it is not final. Every constituency ranges from 10 to 15 lakhs. But it does indicate that what is the mood on the ground. It can't be very much divergent. So having said this, we are very confident because we ran a very constructive campaign, Maria. I said this to you earlier on one of your programs. We ran a constructive campaign and we fought the might of the BJP and their propaganda machinery. I have no qualms in saying that we were not allowed a level playing field. Our bank accounts were frozen days before the elections. Our chief ministers were arrested on flimsy charges. No stone was left unturned to browbeat us and arm twist us. A large
and if
section
we were to
of the
go
mainstream
statewise,
media,
let's try and put some more data on our television screens
the Congress
now.
Party, but this is notwithstanding that.
Yes, absolutely. Let's look at the numbers more. Bihar, NDA minus 10 at 947. If we were to look at Karnataka, it is minus 9. NDA is minus 9 in Karnataka. Then further, Maharashtra is minus 8 is how it's looking like. Rajasthan minus 11. Uttar Pradesh is still becoming clear. NDA at the moment minus 25.
I just wanted to, before we go across to our panelists, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the big picture which is emerging over here. In as much as what we are seeing in early trends is a fairly strong performance by the India Alliance, which was not expected to do so well, the larger picture is that it does indicate, if these trends hold, that the NDA will return to power, albeit with a fewer number of seats in the Lok Sabha. They're well above the 272 mark. So unless there are some sharp reversals, which can still take place, it appears that they would likely cross 300. They're at 296. If this is to be the case, it would still be a landmark as far as Narendra Modi is concerned. The second time in India's history that you've got a Prime Minister coming back for the third term. So at this juncture, it does appear quite clearly that it's going to be a BJP government or an NDA government at the center. But obviously, there'll be a lot of in-depth research and focus on how individual parties have done. And I say this because if you look at the BJP's own number at 249, they are down 51 themselves. Their NDA allies in many cases have done quite well. And irrespective of what the final position is in Uttar Pradesh, it is safe to say that the India Alliance would have done well in Uttar Pradesh, right? It's 39 each right now. One party would be only marginally ahead of the other when the final results actually come out.
Yes.
Where the NDA has done very well, particularly the BJP, Maria, is in Orissa. That is where the BJD has reversed completely. The BJP has reversed completely where the BJD was dominant. And in Bengal, it was 20-18 when I saw a few minutes back. It goes back and forth. It's pretty much a flip of what happened last time when it was the Trinamool, which was at 22, the BJP at 18. This time, right now, it's the BJP at 21 and the Trinamool at 19. So these are the states which are really interesting.
And if you look at the south, the expected opening of the account in Tamil Nadu and Kerala does not seem to be happening from the leads, at least, that we are showing at the moment.
So, you know, I mean, should we really wait a little bit before we jump to conclusions? Because there's a lot of flip-flop going on, you know.
Not really, Aarti. Not in the larger numbers.
Suddenly you find somebody is trailing. Supriya Sule was leading. Now she's trailing.
One or two.
So,
Aarti,
you know.
One or two. For example, it was NDA 299. It's now 298. But I'm saying in terms of a sharp reversal, nowhere in the last half an hour have we seen a sharp reversal in the overall.
Vishnu, as I said earlier, wherever the gap is narrow between the major party and the number two, there is a chance. But where that gap is big, that gap is continuing to hold the way it is.
So then the real story of these elections, of course, it's historic. It's historic that the BJP is going to come back for a third term. Narendra Modi is going to be looks like that. But I think what is also historic is that a party that was written off as dead, finished, decayed, and so on, is suddenly coming to so many adjectives. Is suddenly coming to life. So you know, and I mean, could
surprisingly, I'm looking at these
touch 3 digits.
Even the BSP seems to be getting one seat.
3 digits. I mean, this is
unbelievable. Aarti, that's the beauty of India's democracy.
Absolutely. Never write anybody off, never write a leader off, never write a party off, because, you know, things can change.
In Karnataka, the Congress is leading in double digits.
Okay, we'll try and connect with Tanishq and also Sunil Prabhu is joining us from 24 Akbar Road. Sunil, I think celebrations have already begun at 24 Akbar Road.
Where I come from, Uttar Pradesh getting 45 seats. Well, not celebrations, but they are quite elated here at the present moment because the Congress party is extremely elated. I'm waiting for Supriya Shinte to join us, who's going to give us their perspective. They feel that one way or the other, especially the trends that are coming from Uttar Pradesh, it's extremely important to see how things play out. And it's in this context that they are very, very gratified. Somebody who's read this social media campaign for the Congress party, for the India Alliance, what's your response to what's the initial trends now?
I think I'm going to still wait for these early trends to consolidate. I don't believe in premature celebration, but whatever the early trends are showing is very encouraging, especially from my home state of Uttar Pradesh. India Gadbandhan leading in 44 to 45 seats, the BJP and the NDA trailing, tells you a picture. It tells you a picture that this was considered to be a bastion of the BJP, and still the BJP seems to be trailing here. The Prime Minister himself trailing by 11,000 votes is no mean task.
So then why do you want, why are you saying no premature thing?
Because I'm by nature a little cautious. I'm by nature, I wait for trends to consolidate. I by nature believe in numbers, and let's just wait and watch. I do believe that the early trends are very encouraging. I do believe the early trends give us enough to cheer about, but by nature, I'm somebody who likes to see the trends mature, see the trends consolidate.
Supriya, what do you look if these trends do work out this way? What is this an indicator? Because we've seen...
The biggest indicator is that the people of this country are wiser than any soul around, are wiser than any political commentators, are wiser than any anchors, are wiser than the wisest souls that roam this earth, because we fought the election on the issues of people of this country. If these numbers indeed consolidate and if these margins are indeed maintained, then it's very...
Okay, let's now go to Tanishq, who's joining us from Lucknow. Tanishq, where exactly are you? Are you now planning to move towards the Samajwadi Party headquarters? Because Samajwadi Party seems to be doing well in Uttar Pradesh. The India bloc in totality.
Yes, of course. You know, but Maria, these are of course early trends.
Okay, so for the first time, the NDA has touched 300.
Yes, according to what
that is at 954. The NDA touching 300 and India at 208. Please go ahead.
Yes, so, you know, I'm right now at the BJP headquarters, and apart from the preparations, you know, the BJP of course is very confident that they are going to win this time. Apart from the preparations they have been doing for their you know, Lok Sabha win, there is also preparations of the Bada Mangal that is celebrated in Lucknow. But you know, these are, of course, what we are looking at right now is, of course, the early trends where we see Samajwadi Party or the India bloc in a stronger position than expected by many. You know, if I look right now, okay, the Congress is leading on 7 seats, the Samajwadi Party on 28. Now RLD is leading on both the seats right now, which according to EC data, RLD is currently leading on both the seats right now, on which Bijnor and Baghpat, on which they were of course contesting. But of course these are very early trends, but some of the key close contests, you know, my eyes are of course on Amethi, because of course I've been there for the longest time. Right now KL Sharma is leading by around 5,000 votes. It's against him, of course, is the giant slayer who defeated Rahul Gandhi in 2019 by a margin of 55,000 votes. So Amethi is, of course, going to be very closely watched this time. But of course, these are early trends. If I talk about
just
other
move around and show
leading,
that has the level of enthusiasm perhaps
yes,
gone down at the BJP office. Where is
yes,
Yogi Adityanath? When is he expected to arrive?
You know, there are not many party workers present, but you know, you can see over there the preparations are going on. But these are just not for the, of course, the you know, for the Lok Sabha results. But these preparations, I'm sorry, are also for the Bada Mangal Bhandara that is organized across Lucknow. You can see over there, puri is being made, sabji is being made, and of course I would like to show you the delicious laddus being prepared here at the Samajwadi Party office. If my camera person could show the delicious laddus over there being prepared at the Bharatiya Janata Party office here in Lucknow. But these are just not for the election results. These are of course also for the Bada, you know, the Bada Mangal that is celebrated here in Lucknow. But yes, early trends show a close contest. India bloc in a stronger position, but these are of course the early trends. We have to wait. We can't say anything as of now. But yes, these are.
We'll come back to you in just a few moments. But just for the benefit of our viewers, a lot of what we are discussing is being looked at in granular detail on NDTV.com. So do please log on to NDTV.com, where you can get a lot of the details which are coming in. But the overall position, as I get set to take a break, is 540 trends out of 543 seats. The NDA alliance above 300 at this stage. India at 208. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh, who's got Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore with her.
Well, yes, Vishnu, I have Rajyavardhan Singh ji with me. Now, remember, he's the person who fought the MP election, then fought the MLA election in Rajasthan. So, and he's, of course, qualified, therefore, to speak on both, if I may say so. Overall, NDA, a good trend, but in Rajasthan, the Congress is making significant dents or at least taking some leads.
No, there is a couple of constituencies where we might have a little close contest, but out of 25 seats, these are perhaps just 3 or 4 seats where there would be a close contest, mind you. So these are, you know, when the counting begins, it begins from certain villages, and therefore, these are too early trends to say anything. But we are very confident. We are a dominant party. We are forming government. Everybody knows that. So we are winning for sure.
Okay. Vishnu, anything you would like to ask Rajyavardhan ji, or should I carry on?
Harsha, please carry on.
Okay.
Let's.
Okay. So. Okay, so yeah, well, so but in Rajasthan, you see now there is an entire new leadership that has, taken over. There have been certain places, like for example, a lot of your people, in fact, the BJP has changed at least 14 MLAs, MPs they've changed. They've tried to, sort of break the anti-incumbency factor. But at the same time, in places, say like Nagaur, in the Jat heartland, where Agniveer is an issue, the farmers' protests may have been an issue. Bardmer, for example, Ravindra Bhati, the BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
The challenges here are not the issues, local issues. This is a national election, and therefore, broadly, everybody understands the development that the country has seen, and the development that is reaching the villages is only through a government that is led by Prime Minister Modi. It is well known, whether it is some of the districts that you have mentioned or otherwise. And like I said, there are certain places where it's a close contest, and even that close contest is not because of Congress. Okay, if all of you, the experts sitting there, if you just analyze, it is our own people, right? And therefore, not more than 3 or 4 seats where we are close, but this is 25 seats in Rajasthan, and we'd probably end up with 24 or 25.
Okay. I absolutely picked up on that, where you said wherever there's a close contest, it's somewhere our own people. So I think that's been a problem here in this election. Or I won't say a problem, but there have been so many crossovers, Rajyavardhan ji, that I think even the grassroots worker is confused. He says, I was with Rahul Kaswaha, now you're asking me to be with Devendra Jhajaria, Similarly, in Kota, Prahlad Gunjal, the caste factor, the caste vote is with him, the party workers are with him. I think Mr. Om Birla was confused sometimes. He didn't know whether the BJP worker who was actually coming out in his rallies was with him or not. It was a situation. Similarly with the Congress, Mahendrajit Singh Malviya, you have him, he's the Congress MLA, he becomes the MP candidate. So, and then the Congress candidate refuses to withdraw. So, there was this confusion on the ground.
Yeah, it's all right. If you look at it from a magnifying glass, you will see some of these issues that you mentioned. But how many constituencies? You just named 3 constituencies, right? That's what I'm saying. There is close contest in very few constituencies. But overall, as the day progresses, you will see that the BJP will be in majority of the constituencies in lead.
One other factor that worried the BJP, I know, because in the first phase, the voting percentage came down by 6%. The second phase, of course, I think everyone stepped up. But it was a cause of worry that the voting percentage had come down as much as 6% in the first 12 to 13 seats.
The voting percentage overall in the first phase was low, but it was also low from some of the communities, some of the segments that actually vote for Congress. So it was both ways. I do not think at all that the low percentage would have dented BJP especially. It's dented both parties. I think the overall enthusiasm wasn't there initially, where people were very sure that BJP is winning, and therefore, if I can say that, they felt that BJP will win irrespective of them going to vote or not. In the second phase onwards, everybody realized that they are voters, they need to make an effort, and therefore the percentage increased everywhere. But it's not dented BJP at all.
Okay. So very confident Colonel Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore here with us, of course. It's early trends yet, but let's wait and watch.
Yes, thank you so much for getting us that voice, Harsha Kumari Singh. Yes, it's 10 a.m. The counting is currently on. The EVM machines have opened, and after second round, this is what we are seeing on our television screens. There is not as what was being predicted.
3 so far, and the India bloc being 2 so far. So that's quite interesting. Congress not yet at that 1 so far mark, I think, which is what
if we were
was
to
being
look at
talked
it
about.
from various zone point of view, and I would ask Ashok Malik and Aarti Jairath to come in on this. You know, it's the setback for the BJP in early trends is coming from Uttar Pradesh and also from West Zone, which includes Gujarat, Maharashtra, even Rajasthan. Rajasthan minus 11.
And Rajasthan with Rajavardhan Rathore, you know, talking about something, Aarti, we talked about earlier on also after the first phase of voting about, you know, voter turnout and enthusiasm and how a lot of them weren't coming out to, you know, cast their votes given that the turnout was low and how, so Rajavardhan Rathore, they're making the point, then we realized and we pushed them. So this is something that has been a talking point and something that he spoke about as well.
So, you know, the Rajasthan and Gujarat, so far, the trends are very, very interesting because these were 2 states where we had heard about anger amongst certain communities. You know, in Gujarat, we had heard about Rajput anger. And in Rajasthan about Jat anger, which moved, you know, which moved across the border into Haryana as well, you know. So if these trends are holding, it shows that that anger has actually translated into votes against the BJP. If these trends hold. I don't know what will happen later.
If these trends hold,
we have to keep adding the health warning, you know. So this whole thing of ignoring this community anger,
Gujarat,
I think that
and again,
it's
you
at its own peril.
There were expectations from South Zone. They are making gains, and the gain is largely coming from Andhra Pradesh. It's the NDA which is gaining in Andhra Pradesh, not as much as the BJP. But Karnataka, the BJP is down -10. Again, there is a significant loss if these numbers actually hold. And let me go straight
All right, Mara,
to
we have Pratibha with us,
who's joining us live with Tejasvi Surya. Pratibha, what is Tejasvi saying particularly of the Karnataka numbers? Not very much as the BJP had expected. It's minus
or
down
as the exit
per the
polls
leads.
had predicted, yes.
Well, I'm posing the very same question to BJP's firebrand leader, Tejasvi Surya here. So the numbers do not really seem to be in line with what the BJP really projected. So what is your take on this?
Ma'am, these are still very early rounds in the counting today. In a parliamentary election, on an average, there are 18 to 20 rounds of counting. I think most of the places, it's just the completion of the second round or maximum the third round. There is still 15 to 20 rounds of counting, 15 to 18 rounds of counting left. A lot may change in that. But look at it from the perspective of a party being in power for 10 years. You have no parallel in world history where after 10 years of being in power, there has been a pro-incumbency wave and a prime minister has gotten re-elected with such a large mandate. I am very confident that the Bharatiya Janata Party will win with a big margin and Narendra Modi ji will be Prime Minister of the country with a very, very comfortable victory.
What about your prediction for Karnataka? How do you see the numbers there?
Well, the early trends are showing that we are leading in about 20 seats. I'm pretty sure that the numbers will only increase by at least 2 seats where the leads are less than 6,000 and 7,000.
He himself is a candidate.
Worst case scenario, Karnataka will give 18 seats.
How many
and
rounds
the best case scenario,
are over in
Karnataka
his
will be at
constituency?
23 or 24.
Because that will give us a fair idea of how the election or the counting is going on.
Right. The curiosity also lies in Bangalore South because that has been one of the most, that has witnessed one of the most prestige battles there. So how do you see the numbers in Bengaluru South when it comes to your own constituency?
Madam, just the numbers that I got right now after 3 rounds of counting is that we are 44,000 votes ahead. There is still 17 rounds of counting left. I am very confident that the people of Bengaluru South will bless us with a very big margin.
In fact, in 2019, Bengaluru Rural was the only constituency that was won by the Congress. And this time it seems like Dr. Manjunath of the BJP seems to be in the lead there. So how do you see this? Do you think that this is going to break the jinx with respect to Bengaluru Rural being a Congress bastion?
We are very confident, madam, because the BJP-JDS alliance has really benefited the Bharatiya Janata Party's candidate in Bengaluru rural. In about 4 to 5 assembly constituencies in Bengaluru rural, the JDS is a very formidable force. In the 3 urban areas, the BJP is a very formidable force. So it is very clear from the initial trends, Dr. Manjunath is leading by almost 58,000 votes, which is a considerable margin. It is a clear indication that vote transfer has happened from the JDS to the BJP candidate in the rural seats, and the BJP voters and the BJP support is consolidated in the 3 urban seats. So we are very confident of a victory in Bengaluru rural. It is a big stamp of approval on the BJP's pan-India vision and a vision of treating and seeing the country as one part.
Some concerns there for the BJP coming in from Karnataka. Prajwal Revanna is trailing from Hassan.
Right, that's interesting.
In fact, Basavaraj Bommai, former Chief Minister, is also trailing. So these are, when we look at these -10, which is coming essentially from Karnataka, it is actually showcasing that the BJP may not be able to retain the numbers it had in 2019. So, Aarti, you know, we have been talking about CM, PM elections, that people vote differently. The Congress seems to be holding on, if not doing very, very well. The BJP is, not as per these trends, is not making gains. In fact, it's losing in Karnataka.
And in Karnataka, it's going to have an impact as well in the internal politics, on the party politics in the state as well. So that's going to be interesting.
So, you know, this is very interesting because Karnataka is one state where there's always been a difference between the local poll results and the national poll results, you know. So if this time, the BJP is not doing so well, I would attribute it to 2 reasons. One, I think this, the Siddaramaya's guarantees, seem to have had traction with the voter. And that has helped the Congress a lot. And the second is, there's been a lot of internal trouble in the BJP, which actually nobody's talked about, nobody's focused on.
But this time, Yediyurappa was given a free hand.
Doesn't matter. There's a huge section of the BJP that is opposed to Yediyurappa. And there has been a lot of internal fighting in the BJP. It took them so long, I think almost 6 months to appoint a leader of opposition because of the fighting, in the party. And, the Lingayat community never came fully back to them after it went away in the assembly elections. So I think, these are some of the reasons why the BJP's numbers are falling in Karnataka. And, the
BJP
will have to do a lot of...
for Yediyurappa and his son, but also for DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, with the Congress doing better. Manisha Priyam, if we can bring you in here, you're joining us. All right.
Yeah, so one thing that I would like to say that on Karnataka itself, the Prajwal Revanna unfortunate event happened right after the first phase. And the Congress party, even otherwise, was quite confident. Remember, the last elections in the assembly had been won by them, as they said, on class issues, in large parts of rural issues. So class kept overwhelming rural areas. And I think some of what we see today is a persistence of class-based rural disappointment with the performance of the BJP, also the state level leadership of the BJP, although hands have changed and many have criticized the Congress party saying only family members have been given tickets. But in the BJP itself, a party that talks against Parivarvad, lots of Parivarvad, even in the BJP.
Absolutely.
Raghavendra persisting, for example, I will win only if my Shettar went here, came back through the back door. So literally, if the electorate gets a vision that the old order is going to persist, nothing much is going to change, then certainly you will see some amount of disappointment, and that's happening. Now for the BJP, the warning will be that the old style politics based on the region, the North Karnataka region, and only the bharosa on the Lingayats, that's something that's overturning. And new scripts in Karnataka being written if these trends hold.
And with that, the Congress has also, hit a century, up 48. It's 10-12. That's what the time is. The BJP is down by 54. And of course, as Tejasvi was telling, and he has details from his own constituency, which is South Bangalore, there are 17 rounds which are left. There are 3 rounds of EVM counting which has happened. Most of these constituencies are very, very large. Amitabh Tiwari is joining us. Amitabh, a word on Karnataka in particular. 25 is what the BJP won in 2019. They are minus 11 this time. The leads are showing only in 14 constituencies.
Some losses were expected. However, I think these losses are higher than what the party would have anticipated. It could be largely because of 2-3 reasons. One is that the coming together of BJP and JDS signals a coming together of 2 influential communities, Lingayat and Vokalikas. Now, if 2 influential communities, whenever they come together, there is natural anger and discontent amongst the other communities. So, this has led to perhaps a consolidation of the Ahinda bloc, which is the SC, ST, lower OBCs, Kurubas, Muslims, towards the Congress party. That's number 1. Number 2, the state government has implemented the guarantees in total, except for one scheme, which is the unemployment scheme. Largely, the schemes have been implemented well in Karnataka. The women have shown a tendency to vote for the Congress party there because of the cash doles or income support of 2,000 per month. That's a, huge number. And the ticket distribution, as Manisha ji is saying, also does not seem to have favored.
So what is the narrative which is emerging at the moment, even as we go to Saurav, who's joining us from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence?
And West Bengal is very interesting. In fact, the numbers are changing there. BJP now leading in 16, and the India, or rather the Trinamool Congress and Congress, etc., 26. So that's something to watch out for, and I'm sure being watched very closely. Yes, Saurav.
Region-wise breakdown, Saurav.
Well, obviously, in what we are seeing is in some of the seats in North Bengal, which we've considered a BJP stronghold in our sort of analysis and election coverage, there seems to be a little bit of weakening of position of the BJP. But the BJP is gaining in some other places as well. So this, of course, is something where the BJP would be happy with anything above 18. They'd be unhappy about anything below 18 because 18 is where they'd reached already. So if the BJP can cross the 18 mark, they'll be very happy with what they have in West Bengal. But the Trinamool as of now is saying that, look, we are leading in about more than 20 seats, 23 or 24 is what you said. And that is a figure that even the Trinamool would be very comfortable with, even though it expects that number to go higher as more rounds are counted. These are still early rounds of counting. These are only leads, these are not wins, so no one can be really sure unless we count them as wins. But in the early rounds of counting, the trends are something that the BJP would be a little worried about. The Trinamool also will not be very comfortable. Anything above 18 for the BJP would be a good gain on what they've built since 2019. Anything below 18 for the BJP would be, of course, going back to the drawing board. For the Trinamool, if they can better 2019, they'd be happy with that.
I think
higher
that
targets,
issue of Sandesh
so if they fall short of targets, they'll be unhappy.
Saurav, that the BJP had really nailed it in many ways. They kept on talking about it. That seems to be yielding electoral dividends if actually
and
Rekha
even if she
Patra
doesn't actually win that, it created a momentum for the BJP
Certainly
within the state, especially
Absolutely.
a big talking point. And, we saw that during the election with the Prime Minister also coming there, speaking about it and speaking to some of the women as well. Yes, Saurabh. He's greeting somebody there.
Well, Sandesh Khali was a part of the election narrative, but Sandesh Khali, one must remember, is one assembly constituency within the larger Boshirhat Lok Sabha seat. And the larger Boshirhat Lok Sabha seat is about 7 assembly constituencies. And if you look at the booth-wise numbers, yes, the BJP believe that perhaps it can turn around some seats in West Bengal with this kind of campaign. And women voters are something that is stuck by Mamata Banerjee. And the BJP's aim is to dent the women voters base of Mamata Banerjee, because they know very well that if they have to beat her, women voters have to vote for the BJP. Mamata Banerjee's Lokhir Bhandar scheme is really something that the Trinamool spoke at the grassroots level.
On
the BJP spoke of
this
women's
is a constituency,
security. So
interestingly.
which narrative wins?
which Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, it is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary versus Yusuf Pathan, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has won this constituency 5 times in a row. And
looks like
if he
he's set
manages to consolidate
win it
again,
once again, yes.
it again will be an important battle.
And I know that, you know, we said 26 for India in West Bengal, but obviously not. It's 24 for Trinamool Congress and 2
TMC
for the
has never won
Congress.
this constituency at all. Thank you so much for joining us, Saurabh. Let's bring in Ghazali, who is joining us. Ghazali, an update on Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party office, are there some signs of celebrations? Delhi, of course, 7 seats. The trends are showing a mixed reaction. In fact, the trends are showing that BJP could be -1. Which is this -1 for BJP?
See, as of now, no such celebration in Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The leaders are not around. The supporters are here. They're glued to the TV screens, Twitter, EC website, and they're just checking after every round the counting of votes. Just a few minutes ago, it was showing that from New Delhi seat, Bansuri Swaraj was trailing. Then suddenly she started leading. So that kind of mixed reaction coming from the workers here, though no top leadership is available at the headquarters right now. And also, Aam Aadmi Party is also keeping a close eye on Punjab, where they're also fighting elections, but not with Congress. Even there, they're expecting some good, healthy lead in 4 to 5 seats. The trend suggests that perhaps in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 4 to 5 seats, as well as Congress is also leading on similar number of seats. A big surprise would be the BJP in Punjab, but as far as Delhi is concerned, just a short while back, it was 7 seats. On all of those 7 seats, the BJP was leading. That one particular seat where BJP is not leading was Manoj Tiwari's seat, but it keeps changing every hour, as you know, as the rounds of counting continues. So as of now, no such celebration, but loud cheers whenever the trends or whenever the television screen shows that perhaps Aam Aadmi Party or the India bloc is leading on some of the seats in Delhi and Punjab.
So Kanhaiya Kumar trailing from Northeast Delhi, where it is a direct battle. Again, Bansuri Swaraj leading.
I think it's the Chandni Chowk seat, which
is being watched very closely. Let's shift focus now to Jammu and Kashmir, from where straight to Srinagar, where Nazir is joining us. Nazir, as of now, National Conference leading in 2, they are down -1. Which is this -1?
Well, Omar Abdullah is trailing, so is Mehbooba Mufti. So you can say leaders of both the 2 main regional parties, National Conference and PDP, are trailing. Omar Abdullah is trailing in Baramulla, where jail leader Engineer Rashid, who is in Tihar jail for last 5 years on terror funding charges. He is leading by more than 19,000 votes. These are early rounds of counting. Things can change, but this clearly shows the direction which way this election is going. And Mehbooba Mufti is trailing from Anantnag constituency, where National Conference leader Mia Altaf is leading by more than 60,000 votes. National Conference leader Aga Rahul candidate is also leading from Srinagar. So, but the big news from Kashmir is that both the former chief ministers, PDP and National Conference leaders, they are trailing in this election. And in Ladakh, independent candidate who is actually unofficial candidate of National Conference is leading from Ladakh constituency, where both the Congress official candidate and the BJP candidate election, because this is the first election post abrogation of 370. People are trying to send a message. Engineer Rashid was someone who was always talking about plebiscite. He was his politics was bordering around separatism. And that's why he was jailed in 2019. And today, when he contests election, he created sort of waves during the campaigning without spending a single penny. We have been reporting it, how whether he loses or wins, but he is redefining politics in Jammu and Kashmir, challenging the collective might of National Conference and the People's Conference, Sajjad Lone, who had backing of multiple parties, and also opposition accusing him of being the team B of the BJP. He is at number 3, Sajjad Lone. So clearly very, very interesting election from Jammu and Kashmir. Both the former chief ministers of Jammu and Kashmir are trailing.
Right, and that's
10:30.
something, yes, to have both Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti trailing on their, respective seats. So that's something that's going to be quite significant to watch in Jammu and Kashmir. But let's take a look at the numbers now, Maria. Congress down from that 100 mark, so that 100 par, not currently as trends hold. And let's get in Ashok Malik as well. And your comments on, so far what we're seeing, it's around, almost 10:30 and 200 par for India bloc, 300 par for the NDA.
To be fair, these are still early trends. While broadly this will hold, numbers keep changing here and there. Okay, and in any election, the leader tends to, the trend tends to crystallize around the leader. This is true at the constituency level, this is true overall. So I think three things to watch out for. One, NDA certainly seems above the majority mark. What people will watch out for, will the BJP cross 272? I will still stick my neck out and say that's a high likelihood because as numbers consolidate. But third, this has been a very competitive election, much more competitive than the exit poll suggested. I think Indian democracy is well and truly alive. All those who were saying this was, this election was a sham and all of that, owe everybody an apology,
right, I think
including the
we'll
election
talk
commission.
about the exit polls after this, and we'll get Amitabh on that just a minute. But yes, Shugata, Srinivas, Raju, you've just joined us, and your comments on, and what is it that you're looking at right now with these early trends, the way the fight is in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Delhi, of course, we're seeing that just one down. Yes.
First, the bigger point, I completely endorse what Ashokji just said, that Indian democracy is well and alive, and I think Modi's government, if not for the numbers, credit for the numbers they would usually take, they should go out and say that, see, we have not rigged the system. The institutional credibility was being questioned big time even yesterday. And I think that is completely evaporated with the kind of trends that you're seeing. So it's a big, big thing for Indian democracy. So that's point number one. And point number two, Karnataka...
Having a strong opposition.
Yes, there's a strong opposition and the numbers are not... it's as the opposition expected. The trends are in that direction, although they may not touch the figures that they have.
And you're referring to Mr. Bhupesh Baghel's
yes,
thing that he put out saying about the
Akhilesh
EVMs, etc.
Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav.
But Rahul Gandhi had commented on the exit polls
yes,
more
and
than
also Mallikarjun Kharge's letter to all the people saying, be brave. They were trying to create a hysteria. And also jeopardizing the kind of liberal space that existed in India by sort of reacting overboard.
But overall, if we look at it region-wise, Amitabh, what is becoming clear is that even when we were talking about BJP's forts, that seems to be dithering in a way. Look at Gujarat, -5. Look at Rajasthan, -11. So the localized anger seems to be turning into electoral numbers or seat numbers for the opposition.
Yeah, so BJP was expected to lose seats in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Bihar, and they were likely to compensate it through gains in West Bengal, Orissa and the southern part of India. Now, if you see something interesting is happening, the BJP, as of earlier trends, is down 51 seats and the Congress party is up 46. Because this election is largely a Congress versus BJP based election. Congress gains, BJP loses. That's the crux of the election. Now, as Ashokji said, the key number to watch out for is 272 for the BJP and 300 plus for the NDA bloc. We are seeing that the exit poll projections are likely to ending up as of now towards the lower end of the projections.
No, in fact,
300,
way off the mark.
300 is...
Way off the mark.
Majority of them,
One second. All those who ridiculed us as academics, we put our life's labor, and we can tell you today that our field visions are being upheld by the results thanks to the Election Commission. And let me give the health warnings that NDTV gave every day were literally such important health warnings, and discredit to a lot of the exit pollsters. I think they owe a lot to India's electorate. They were causing the hysteria because people felt that, oh, we voted this way and we are seeing the exit polls this way.
And that
so why
feeding into this doubt
why
that was
just
being
blame
created?
the political parties? We were keeping quiet because we wanted the hysteria to die down. And to everybody yesterday I said, including you, I said, let's not do the late evening shows. Let's wait for today.
Wait.
It's the day of democracy. And democracy, the numbers, the election commission.
All right, well, speaking of that, we're now joined by Gaurav Vallabh from the BJP office and Matthew Antony joining us, spokesperson, Congress Party. Gaurav Vallabh, first to you, your comments on what it's looking like right now. Yes, it's going to be another BJP-led government, the way the trends are going, but not as emphatic a victory as the exit polls would have had us believe.
See, first thing we should appreciate that till now only 2 rounds or 3 rounds or at the most 4 rounds are completed.
It's 10:30,
and there are 20 and there are something around 21 rounds on an average in a Lok Sabha constituency. This is point number 1. Point number 2, am I audible to you?
Yes,
go ahead.
Yes. And point number 2, that for last 5-7 minutes I was online and I was viewing and listening the comments of the experts. You can see when I joined, the NDA tally was 298 and then it moved to up to 305 and right now it is 300. So I think let us wait for some more time. We are expecting that we are going to outperform the 2019 numbers, first thing, as a party individually, and the NDA performance will be something similar to what exit polls had predicted 2-3 days back. So now I hope that Congress Party is now not going to say at 4 o'clock today in the evening when they are going to lose that EVMs are tempered, election commission is compromised, constitutional bodies are not functioning.
Take that. We're also joined by Manuraj Sundaram of the DMK. One moment, Gaurav. So Matthew Antony, your comments on that and the kind of questions and doubts that were raised by many of your party leaders on the eve of counting.
See, we have made our comments and our actions very clear about our concerns with the Election Commission as well as with the entire process where we have seen many compromises happen in the past. Now these are very early numbers and this is not a one-day match. The results are already there. We are just counting the numbers right now, and the trends are in favor and the trends are looking good for our performance which we've done. We expect a little bit more to happen as the day progresses, and that's where we look at it, and then we will call out the exit polls, after the results comes out in the final numbers.
Absolutely.
Then we will see what exactly it is. And the state of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra is giving the trends in a very clear manner about the dissatisfaction against the Modi regime.
Sundaram, it certainly appears that AIA-DMK maybe is leading on 5. And the DMK could be down by -4. So it is very much a Dravidian party versus a Dravidian party which is at play in Tamil Nadu. And you had built that narrative of all the push that the BJP did. It is not really translating into seats in Tamil Nadu.
I think that was always apparent from the time Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah have come into politics. From 2014, BJP has rarely won any seat in Tamil Nadu. So I think it's a rejection of the BJP brand of politics led by Amit Shah, Modi and et al. But nevertheless, this election, I think by and large, your exit polls on Tamil Nadu have held good. I'll give you that much. But really, the first story of this election is that all exit polls done have been way off the mark. And I want to make this point right at the beginning because, of course, at 4 p.m. we'll be discussing the final results or something closer to the final results. So I think we need to acknowledge that we've spent 2 days discussing numbers which haven't at all made any sense. Second point is that the real story is the rejection of the BJP brand of politics across the country. See, right, nobody has been speaking about the 400 number or the 370 or even the 350 number. It's much more sober numbers around 280, 290, 300. And the revival of the India alliance. I think this early trends indicate a general thumbs up across the country for the India alliance. All the regional parties led by the Congress, I think, have been given a general thumbs up. And my last point, based on something that earlier speakers have spoken, is that there is no more Modi magic factor. Mr. Modi himself was trailing in Varanasi just a few 10 minutes ago.
That was just one round. So I don't think we can really,
No, that's fine. But all of this is based on early leads. All of this is based on early leads. It might be.
Clearly, what is happening in Tamil Nadu is that it's a Dravidian party versus a Dravidian party which is at play. The Congress, of course, did piggy riding on you. So they have ensured that the numbers are going up.
But let's ask Gaurav Vallabh about this, there was a lot of talk and, exit polls also indicated that, with this
South
election,
can be.
BJP would be a pan-India party opening its account there in Tamil Nadu, even in, not opening its account, getting a seat again in this election and in Kerala as well. But your comments on what the numbers so far indicate?
See, as I told you that please wait for 1 more hour, 2 more hours. We are very hopeful of getting good numbers from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. We are doing well, and we are going to outperform
What is good
our
numbers for
in
you?
West Bengal.
I mean, it's great to see optimism, but yes, what are the good numbers?
Good numbers from Tamil Nadu, if we are getting something around 3 to 5, that's a good number to start with.
All right. I think what will be interesting to see is the final vote share of the BJP.
But overall, if you look at it, if we were to break down that NDA into BJP and its allies, the BJP is minus 59 from 303 it had last time around. So even NDA is not touching 303, the number that the BJP had in 2019. I think that 244 mark is something that will be seen. And just look at the swing or the growth of the Congress. Manisha Priyam, we have broken down India to Congress and its allies, NDA into BJP and its alliance partners, BJP minus 61, Congress on the upwards.
Currently, yes.
And this is only consolidating now. And it's, of course, 10:30.
So it's 10:30. Even if we were to take these as early trends, I would say the Congress doing much better than what had been expected for it. The Congress becoming the pole of the performance of the India alliance, but also the victor of this moment definitely seems to be Akhilesh Yadav. And I would say, since the NDA alliance is still ahead of the India alliance and comfortably so, I would say the opposition remains in India. In 2014, I had done an article, the title of which was Electing the Ruling Party and the Opposition. And that's what India remains today, that the Indian electorate, India's democracy, wants a ruling party
and it's
and
not
an
for surprises.
opposition.
Just look at this number now. India at 221. NDA now below 300, much below even the tally of the BJP in 2019. And in fact, Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party, which had 5 in 2019, is now leading in 34 more. So which is leading in in all 29 more seats. So Tanishq is joining us from Lucknow. Let's get a word. Third largest party. Tanishq, where is Akhilesh Yadav? Is he in Manpuri or Kannauj, or is he in Lucknow?
Ma'am, Maria, he's currently in Lucknow. He of course held a press conference yesterday, and after the press conference he seemed very confident that he's of course going to get better numbers than what was being projected in exit polls. But we must not forget that these are of course these are of course not the final result. But of course, as we see, the India bloc as of now is currently performing really better than what was expected. But apart from Samajwadi Party, I would also like to talk about the Congress here. Out of the 17 seats that Congress contested, it is currently leading on 8 seats. So, that of course seems to be a very good a sign of hope for the Congress, especially here in Uttar Pradesh, where of course it was seeking its revival. In 2019 it was last. It was only 1 seat was won by the Congress Party. That was its bastion Rae Bareli seat, and they had also lost the Amethi seat. But time and again I would like to mention, these are of course the early trends we are seeing. Each constituency has around 10 to 12 lakh voters. What we are seeing data is around of 1 lakh voters. The counting is of around 1 lakh voters in most of the constituencies, 1 to 1.5 lakh voters. So of course a lot of votes are still to be are yet to be counted. But of course very interesting results if these transfer into into the final results. The Congress Party seems to be doing better this time. Talking about the most watched, of course.
Fred, I want to get more comments on this from our panelists also on what's happening in UP, and Srinivas Raju. This UP ke ladke, that whole chemistry worked, the Khatakar promises.
Arithmetic also worked. I mean, somehow the arithmetic.
Of course, Samajwadi Party doing a lot better. But
see, if these numbers hold and if this trend holds, obviously what the BJP expected, that the BSP's collapse would help with only
so
the BJP.
it went the other way.
It probably went.
Yes, because what was completely seen on the ground is that the Jatabs were looking towards the cycle more because of the slogan of 400 par.
No,
that
PDA. You have to understand the PDA. The second
PDA
thing
combination.
is that Bahan Mayawati is not coming up and fighting the fight. She pulls down her own nephew Akash Anand, who she had nominated, because he smelt the tea leaves and he started speaking an opposition rhetoric. So I do think that the voters want their leaders to go out there and fight the elections.
And do you think that really discredited her
Yes,
whole
for the
image
Congress
totally?
party also.
Yeah.
The voters wanted them to go out there and fight the elections.
But-
if you sit in cocoon chambers surrounded by people who talk only about you.
But just look at the
While
fight that the Congress
that is
has
true,
had.
the fact
Yes,
is,
Ashok Malik.
both in Maharashtra and in UP, from the trends that were coming, the feedback that was coming even before the exit polls or these results.
Is the feedback which is actually coming true?
The feedback was coming, especially from Dalit voters. What 400 par or 400 par
that
could
fear
mean
of
for reservations.
change of constitution.
So that
did
fear
spook you.
aspect that
That
the
is actually
Congress
translated.
I
Yes,
think Mr.
Amita
Srivastava Raju wants to say
I
something.
was
Ask
just
him.
wanting to speak about
Yes.
the reservations issue which
Yes.
Ashok ji has raised. See, that is precisely the reason why I think the Modi campaign kept on clarifying. I mean, an innumerable number of
Srinivas,
times.
went on the defensive
problem
with the
was-
attack of the Congress.
when
with
the
this-
elections moved from third phase onwards,
yes.
that slogan was back in action.
Yeah.
So I think
But in the
that,
second
that
phase-
bringing back of the slogan may not have been a
No,
great
Maria,
idea.
So I think apart from Samvidhan, the other main issue was of Naujawan and Naukri. I have interviews
Yes.
where in Bihar people are voting the Prime Minister, affirm their faith in his leadership, the schemes have delivered, but point out to Agniveer as being a very important
And that is
issue.
why I'm going to Bihar now. Prabhakar Kumar is joining us. Prabhakar, look at the Bihar numbers.
quite,
JDU seems to be pulling down even the BJP. They are -8 and the BJP is -4. And if anything, Tejasvi Yadav's, those massive rallies that we saw with all the fury and sound seems to be translating into seats as well.
Yeah, exactly. That is what the RJD camp is hoping for. When we reached the BJP office here in the morning, they were all preparing for the celebration, but that has now all been put on hold because the numbers, the trends which are coming is not what they had actually expected. They were hoping to reach that figure, that exit poll figure, which had kept them, it's almost a deserted BJP office. You can see behind me, and as far the JDU is concerned, it is Maria very much on the expected lines. It was since the poll began, it was expected that JDU is the one actually the coalition partner which will pull down the number of NDA's seats in Bihar, and that is exactly what is happening. The RJD has started on the zero tally, and they were hoping to score, they were hoping to get into double digits. And if the trend continues as we are seeing on our screens, they might actually be able to do it today. So it would be a big political upset as far as the JDU's numbers coming down is concerned, and as far as RJD's upsurge in Bihar is concerned.
Yes, and if we were to break that down further in terms of the constituencies, Prabhakar, is Rohini leading? In fact, Meesa Bharti is leading against Ramkirpal Yadav. Ramkirpal Yadav trailing from Patliputra. Let's put out another placard and show what is the, battle like in Saran. Between Rajiv Pratap Rudy and another daughter of Lalu Yadav. She is trailing.
there,
Rohini Acharya
so-
trailing, and Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading. Yes, ma'am.
So, you have very important news coming out of Bihar. Jahanabad, the RJD is leading.
Hina
in
Shahab is
Begusarai,
leading.
the
No,
citadel.
this is interesting. Sivan, Hina Shahab, who's an independent.
Independent is leading. Now, in Begusarai, called the Leningrad in this thing, you have the CPI going ahead. Giriraj Singh, the tall and stalwart. In Shivhar, you had a very important young woman panchayat, Ritu Jaiswal. It may still be a tough fight. This may go anywhere. But at the moment, Ritu Jaiswal, who had given up an important career in an urban city, become a woman panchayat, did a lot of work during the COVID thing with her.
But again, this one,
leading.
Karakat, because if Upendra Kushwaha is trailing.
CPIML leading.
CPIM.
Raja Ram Kushwaha
is leading.
But Hina Shahab contesting as a independent this time around, Muhammad Shahabuddin's widow.
One common thread
between
UP and Bihar is that in UP and Bihar, the BJP has not replaced candidates. 55 out of 62 were re-nominated in UP, whereas the national average of drop is around 35 to 40%. So it seems that there is clearly natural anti-incumbency against the sitting MPs.
But if I
and the allies of BJP are still doing fairly well. 292 minus 241 is 50-ish. That is what they have got in 2019 also. The BJP is pulling down its
surprise numbers coming from
there is no automaticity to this change candidates and you will do well, because in Rajasthan, for instance, you had 11 rebel candidates because you changed candidates because you didn't, so it can work both ways, to be fair.
Yes, but if we were to look at Uttar Pradesh, and I think Uttar Pradesh story is most fascinating.
And Papu Yadav, they're leading in Purnia right now. Again, he was somebody who spoiled the India.
We have not discussed the Yogi factor at all in Uttar Pradesh.
See, because
the general talk was that it is Yogi who's pulling the engine there. It's not Modi, the brand Modi.
In fact,
it's
on
Yogi.
the ground, and of course, Maria can talk more on this.
So what happens to the Yogi thing?
And when Arvind Kejriwal made a statement that Prime Minister Modi will not remain PM because he will cross 75 years. That was countered by BJP. But he also made a statement that BJP will replace Yogi as CM after the elections. That was never countered.
Okay, we'll be going straight to Andhra Pradesh, and the only state or assembly which the pollsters seem to have got right is Andhra Pradesh. And that's where Aishwarya is joining us from. Aishwarya, you're joining us from Vijayawada. Chandrababu Naidu, man of the moment. It's a landslide for them. The alliance of the BJP, Janasena and the TDP has worked. YSRCP down to 5. Several top YSRCP leaders trailing. And in fact, you have Purandeshwari leading. From Rajampet, there is that, of course, this is an interesting
Sharmila Reddy
one.
trailing as well.
Why Sharmila is trailing? Yes, go ahead. When are the celebrations starting? And we are told that on 9th is when Chandrababu Naidu's astrologer has said that he should take oath.
Well, certainly, and celebrations are already underway here at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. If I can tell my camera person, Momin, to just show around. These are the firecrackers that are bursting at Chandrababu Naidu's residence, and this started just 30 minutes back, and since then I'm hearing these sounds of firecrackers being bursted at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. The leaders, the MLAs of the TDP are coming at Naidu's residence, and the celebrations are here. The workers are already outside, and it is just one way in Andhra Pradesh. The alliance has worked as far as TDP, Bharatiya Janata Party and Jansena is concerned. All the leaders are trailing. The ministers from the YSRCP are trailing from the TDP. There are some workers who have just celebrated and busted firecrackers. I'll go across to them as well. Is it too early to celebrate like these? The firecrackers are being busted at Chandrababu Naidu's residence, or you will wait for Chandrababu Naidu to officially announce it?
It's not too early. We already expected the TDP alliance is forming the government before the exit polls only. It's a very strong cadre for both the parties that we are very sure that YSRCP defeating in AP, and the YSRCP is it will get only 20 to 40 seats only, and the TDP magic figure is 88. We are almost more than that one, and we are celebrating landslide victory in AP. And the Chandrababu Naidu is also ready to come out from his house. Just we are waiting for the official confirmation from the election commission.
The landslide victory is something that they are calling, just not in the assembly segment, but also in the Lok Sabha segments as well.
Right,
These big posters out here at Chandrababu Naidu's residence of Mr. Pawan Kalyan and his son can be seen over here as well.
Of course, those numbers are quite emphatic, and that victory of Chandrababu Naidu and the combined in there. But Manisha Priyam has a question for you, Aishwarya. Yes, go ahead, Manisha.
I'm just wanting to ask you that is Kishtaiya's Kaja and Putreku on offer, and if it is, then I'm taking the next flight on because I'm tired of the laddus here.
In North India, yes.
Yeah.
So okay, Aishwarya, we will come back.
There are workers who have all...
But that's an interesting poster. everybody was wondering what Jan Sena is adding to this alliance.
Yes.
And you know, because it was seen that the Kapu voters have shifted clearly towards Jagan Reddy. Why will they move back?
No, I mean, it was pretty clear on the ground that this Kapu-Kama combination was working. And see, what went probably against Jagan is that he was too dependent on his welfare schemes. And he created a kind of volunteer base which upset the traditional patronage system of politics in Andhra Pradesh.
We are going
So I think that was a problem.
We have Pawan
who's joining us live. Pawan Kheda, you have reasons to say I told you so, because Congress in particular seems to be doing very, very well. A gain of 44 out of that
so
221.
Below that 100 mark right now, but yes,
better than expected, certainly.
All right, we seem to have lost the connection there with him, but yes, Manisha Prem, you are adding something to what was being said.
In the state of Andhra Pradesh, remember, this was a bifurcated state, and the Telugu linguistic sentiment therefore has gone down considerably. 2 states that speak the Telugu language, and therefore YSR pinning only on transfers to the underclass. I think the huge challenge came when the state went bankrupt, teachers' salaries could not be paid.
All right, Pawan Khera is back with us. Pawan Khera, yes, you know, so as Maria was saying, for the Congress party, you know, some sort of satisfaction given what you had commented on the exit polls. Now no questions about the EVMs?
Why? I mean, it's my right to ask questions whenever I have a question in mind. Just as a reporter, you have a right to ask questions. And nobody, including the Prime Minister, should be a छुई-मुई कि साहब मुझसे सवाल मत पूछिए. क्यों साहब? अगर EVM पे सवाल हैं तो पूछेंगे. जवाब देने का कर्तव्य इलेक्शन कमीशन का है. It is the duty of the election commission to satisfy every single voter who may have a doubt on the EVMs. So why should we not question anything? I don't understand.
All right,
and if you were to look at this number, you know, Pawan Khera, the Congress is doing well. If these numbers hold, so are your alliance partners. So for all the exit pollsters which were suggesting that the Congress may improve its tally, but the overall India bloc members will be going down, that is not happening. And there are surprise gains coming in for you from Uttar Pradesh and also from Bihar, and also Gujarat, and also Rajasthan.
या फिर गया आवाज.
Yes, if you heard. So, Pawan Khera, if you heard me, the question was.
Yes, I've heard your question.
The gains that you are seeing pan-India.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would still say that it's too premature for me to celebrate or for someone else to get depressed. Let's wait for a couple of hours. But yes, these trends are very encouraging. And we were absolutely sure about the intent and the content of the exit polls, and that has been proved right. We've been proved right. But as I said, it's too premature to celebrate. Yes, we are smiling, and we are sure that we'll only smile through the day.
Okay, Pawan Khera, you know, many would say that in these elections, the goalpost had shifted with that slogan of 400 par. At 292, it is the BJP-led NDA which is still way past the majority number of 272. But yes, below their own expectations and below what the exit pollsters had suggested. But at 224, India is still way off the 272 number. And it's 11, of course. We'll be cautious about that.
We are absolutely confident. As I said, it's too premature. We are confident as the day progresses. Our seats will go up. We are absolutely confident we will touch the 295 mark, which was our expectation, collective expectation of the India alliance. We are confident of these numbers.
All right, Pawan Khera, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue to have...
And quite a
thank you.
Measured response from Pawan Khera there, saying that yes, nobody needs to get too excited or too depressed right now. These are still, early numbers.
Ritu Raj of BJP is joining us.
BJP.
Ritu Raj, if we were to look at BJP numbers alone, that's only on the decline.
Down 65 currently, and if we look at, NDA, it's under 300.
Well, I think these are still a little too early to call the election. I think most Lok Sabha seats have 20 to 30 rounds of counting. We are barely in the 5th round of counting now. So I'd say let's wait for at least 2 hours before we call it. But let's look at the macro trend. The macro trend is that NDA and Prime Minister Modi are coming back to power for a 3rd term, which is unprecedented, and I think it's a remarkable trend as it holds today. And I'm sure it'll be very clear and certain in a matter of another 2 hours.
Right now, it's 10:52. Of course, 4 to 5 rounds of EVM counting would be over. It's 237 for the BJP, which is down 66. Yes, you have crossed the 272 mark, along with your alliance partners. But the BJP's own tally is below 2014. Would you say that after 10 years in government, you had certain issues which you perhaps overlooked? So in states such as Gujarat, where the BJP had 100% score, you're -5. In states such as Rajasthan, where it was again 100% score, you're -10.
Well, I think this election, the narrative has been about Modi ki guarantee and the trust of the people on Modi's guarantee. You will see clearly that as the results come out, a lot of these closed seats will tend to favor for the NDA, as we are getting ground reports. But I think it's too narrow a view to call, just take Gujarat or Rajasthan, for example. For that matter, if you look at Bengal, BJP is making gains. If you look at Orissa, BJP is making gains. You look at Andhra, you look at Telangana. There are several states, northeast.
Yes, so, then we will be actually making that assessment, Rituraj. And I will ask Amitabh to come in on this, that when the BJP started looking at catchment areas, it was not really holding on to states where they had maxed. So that's what will be the, assessment as of 10:53. Amitabh.
Yeah, yes, clearly. I mean, if they were to cross the earlier tally of 303, the maintain part of the Ram trilogy was very important. Regain, attain, maintain. They have to maintain, but it seems that even in their strongholds of UP, as per early trends, they are trailing. So if they are trailing in UP, UP is critical to their 272-300 number, because in UP, 1/4 to 1/5 of the seats were won in 2014 and 19. And it also seems perhaps that in direct contests with BJP versus Congress, where they had a 90% strike rate in 2019, in states like Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat also, I think one seat is there, MP, Chhattisgarh, UP, Bihar, they are losing some of the seats.
And
that's why we see a loss of 65
that we
seats.
thought they would make in Bengal, etc. But or even in the south right now, is still waiting to see that. But let's go across to Gurpreet now, who joins us from Chandigarh. And Gurpreet, tell us about how it's looking in Punjab, with the Congress leading in 6 currently, and AAP is leading in 3 right now, while the BJP if we talk about the Akali Dal, leading in 2.
Well, yes, of course, very surprising trends are coming, and Congress has already have an upper edge in Punjab. Even in Chandigarh, we have seen the continuously Congress is able to make a lead here. Manish Tiwari is able to make a lead here in Chandigarh. If we can talk about the Punjab, we have seen in the most of the seats, important seat Jalandhar, Ludhiana, from where the BJP was trying to gain something from the urban voters. It seems that they are not able to leave any impact on the urban voters, whether they have a multiple issue to tell the people of Punjab also. At the same time, we have seen some impact from the farmer side has been seen on the ground, because Faridkot seat where the BJP has pitched Hans Raj Hans, he is not able to make any mark in these constituencies. At the same time, a different trend has come up. We have seen that jailed Amritpal, he is leading from Khadur Sahib, from where we have seen even the Congress Congress is not able to make a mark in that constituency. At the same time, from Faridkot also, we have seen one independent who is son of a killer of Indira Gandhi. He is able to make a lead from Faridkot as of now. So some mixed trend is coming. So many times, so many political analysts, they are putting a question mark over Shiromani Akali Dal, and especially that traditional seat of Badal's Bastion. We have seen even from that area, from Badal's Bastion, we have seen Harsimrat Kaur Badal is also leading. As of now, what we can see from Punjab side, same thing is happening in Haryana also. We have seen in 6 out of 10, the Congress is leading. One is NDA alliance from Kurukshetra, from where we have seen that candidate is also leading from there, from 5 other constituencies. And specifically Dipinder Hooda, he has got a big margin, big lead at this point of time, more than 50,000 lead which has been achieved by Dipinder Hooda in BJP. So somewhere down the lane, it seems that despite having a ruling ruled in the state for more than 9.5 years, still they are not able to give that type of development model which they have been claiming that will be their strength. The same thing is happening with the Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Punjab, where they were selling that free electricity and other facilities which has been provided to people of Punjab. It seems that the people of Punjab, they are not impressed with the policies of the state government, and that could be possible reasons why they will not be able to touch the number which they were expecting. So let's see, once the result will be out, after that things will be more clear that which party is getting how many seats and how many leads they are getting and how many margin they are getting. But as of now, in Punjab and Haryana, if we can talk about in nutshell, Congress is leading from both the states. Back to studio.
That was very important for the Congress party, for their numbers. Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with that, and Veer Raghav also joining me here in studio. And currently, as the numbers stand, 291 there for the NDA, and we were just talking about Punjab, Veer Raghav. So it was interesting with the BJP for the first time going it alone without the Akali Dal, and we thought they'd get 1 or 2 states, but of course we'll have to wait and see. So far, it doesn't seem likely as things stand right now, but currently waiting for those numbers to firm up.
I think as we wait for the numbers to firm up, the NDA numbers that is showing on your screens below, and then on above, that BJP number, that's
very key to watch.
The other
down
number
66.
that's extremely important. No, 237. Look, that's the other number that's extremely important. We'll have to wait for these to get firmed up. But we'll keep this conversation going, and we'll go across states by state, Gargi.
Yes, we're going to take a look at all states, starting with UP. But first, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour, as it's now 11. Counting underway for the Lok Sabha polls. NDA and opposition above the 200 mark. NDA leads in, 291 seats currently, while the opposition maintaining that gap. Return of the regional parties leads to a rise of the regional parties, TDP, SP, especially the Samajwadi Party. I'd say Trinamool, Uddhav Sena performed better. So is it the local issues that dominated these polls? Okay, the Uttar Pradesh numbers, a big surprise there with a neck-and-neck fight, if we can say that. In UP, a resurgence of the Samajwadi Party, so that chemistry between the SP and Congress having worked in UP. Smriti is currently trailing, all eyes on Amethi. And the NDA stalls the juggernaut, and TDP scripts a comeback in Andhra Pradesh, and celebrations already, in fact, taking place with Chandrababu Naidu set to return at the top there. And in Bengal, it's a close contest, unlike what the exit polls would have had us believe. The Trinamool is leading, while the BJP is yet to match that number of 18 that it got in 2019. So the BJP hoping to match that number, but currently below it. All right, so an exciting fight there, not as emphatic, Viraghav, as you know the exit polls sort of had us believe, and as you can see there, the numbers currently 291 for the NDA, 230 for India, and as you were saying about the BJP, 236 is what they're at right now, down by 67. The Congress keeps touching that 100 par number, but now below at 99. But let's
it's fascinating in terms of the numbers that you're just seeing here, and this is an aggregate of states. Look, and I think the big shocker today for the BJP has come from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where I think the Samajwadi Party Congress alliance seems to have really held on. We'll have to wait for the numbers to firm up. Manisha Priyam here in the studios with us as well. Manisha, you've tracked Bihar very closely. We spoke about Karnataka. All through this election campaign, everyone was saying UP was the wild card. It does seem to have turned out to be the big wild card.
So, you know, one has to understand that there were issues of the poor. I do not think that the brand Modi was eroding in a large way, but issues of the poor were being spoken about. The inability to hear and respond to that turned out to be important, even though, remember, the BJP, to its credit, had all the parties.
Sorry, Manisha, to interrupt you. We're going to go across to Sunil Prabhu, who's joined by Pramod Tiwari. Yes, Sunil, over to you, and tell us more about what's happening there at the Congress headquarters.
Well, Gargi, as you rightly pointed out, and I was overhearing Viraghav talk about UP being the story, no better than Mr. Pramod Tiwari to talk about it. This is clearly a big, even if those trends are clear, 43 in your favor against the BJP. What happened, Mr. Pramod Tiwari? How have you all been able to do it?
देखिए, जनता ने किया जो किया, पर ये बात राहुल जी और अखिलेश जी की ज्वाइंट मीटिंग्स में, अलग-अलग मीटिंग्स में, और हम लोग जो मीटिंगें कर रहे थे, उसमें दिख रहा था कि कांग्रेस का खोया हुआ वोट बैंक, जो परंपरागत वोट बैंक था, वो वापस आया, और चूंकि सापा के साथ भी हम लोग थे, उनका वोट बैंक जुड़ा। दोनों ने मिलकर जो धोखे और जिस तरीके से कदम कदम पे वायदा खिलाफी हो रही थी, भाजपा को सजा देने का मन सेकेंड राउंड के बाद बना लिया था। और ये बात मैंने यहाँ पे जब मैं आया लौट के मैंने फीडबैक दिया और 35+ सीट बताई, तो लोगों को यकीन नहीं हो रहा था। पर मैं फिर कह दूं आपसे, परंपरागत वोटर लौट आया है और उसी ने ये सब किया है। जिस मुद्दों पे भाजपा चल रही थी, वो मुद्दा अब आखिरी बार हो गया। इसके बाद अगर कोई चुनाव होगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी वहाँ बहुत पीछे रह जाएगी।
पर how did you see that you know the BJP, because all exit polls, all opinion polls, all indicators were showing that they were going to do very well. What went wrong for them?
देखिए, मैं किसी एग्जिट पोल के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, पर इतना ज़रूर कहूँगा, इतने कम परसेंटेज पे वो लेते हैं। कब लेते हैं मुझे ये भी नहीं मालूम। ये कहानी जब चुनाव शुरू हुई उस समय हो सकता है ये एग्जिट पोल सही रहा हो, पर जैसे जैसे चुनाव बढ़ता गया, सेकेंड राउंड, थर्ड राउंड, फोर्थ और फोर्थ के बाद 5th, 6th, 7th ने पूरी कहानी लिख दी। आप जो सीटें आ रही हैं, आप इनका एक जायज़ा ले लें तो आपको लगेगा कि 5वें, 6ठे, 7वें राउंड में एक बड़ी कहानी लिख गई।
Pramod Sahab, you know the big issue that everybody has is मुद्दा क्या था? आप लोग what worked? क्यों SP और क्योंकि in 2019 this didn't work. What happened this time around that has worked for the Congress and SP, even though you don't have the BSP this time?
राहुल अखिलेश की जो गारंटी थी, ख़ास तौर से कांग्रेस ने जो 5 गारंटी 7 गारंटी दी, वो सीधे जनता के बीच में गई कि कांग्रेस ऐसी पार्टी है जिसने राज्यों में जो वादा किया था वहाँ पे पूरा किया है। तो अगर केंद्र में ये कह रहे हैं तो ज़रूर पूरा करेंगे। मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ, अगर 5 से 10 किलो का डिक्लेरेशन चुनाव के पहले हो गया होता तो ये सीटों का नंबर और बहुत पहले बढ़ गया था।
I have my colleague Viraghav who wants a question. Yeah, go ahead, Viraghav. I'll ask Mr. Pramod Tiwari.
Look, giving you just the numbers, both in Amethi and Rae Bareli, Kishori Lal in Amethi and Rahul Gandhi in Rae Bareli leading now by a clear margin. Now, this is not just about numbers, Sunil. This is also a symbolic message down there. These were and I think that's the real import as far as UP is concerned. I mean, as somebody from the Congress, isn't that the real big story as far as for the Congress is concerned? Because the numbers are the SP's story, but Amethi Rae Bareli seems to be the Congress's story today.
That's right. That's a very important point. Amethi and Rae Bareli, sir, both KL Sharma as well as Rahul Gandhi leading, and it's a clear indicator, that things worked this time round. What is your comments to that? How do you respond to the fact that Smriti Irani is trailing?
राय बरेली और राहुल गांधी या गांधी नेहरू परिवार का रिश्ता इतना गहरा है कि पिछली बार हम एक सीट जीते थे तो भी राय बरेली जीते थे। दूसरी बात, इस बार राहुल गांधी को ये नहीं देखना है कितने वोट से वो जीतेंगे या हारेंगे, उनको देखना है कितने लाख वोट से जीते। ये कंपटीशन था। राय बरेली मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी, जिससे मैं 9 बार 3 बार मेरी बेटी इलेक्ट हुई है, राय बरेली का बॉर्डर है। अमेठी में शुरुआत के 1 या 2 दिन चुनाव प्रचार के तो थोड़ा बहुत लड़ी स्मृति जी, फिर जब लोगों को लगा कि एक विकल्प आ गया, विकल्प की तलाश, तो राहुल गांधी की हार का बदला लोगों ने स्मृति ईरानी से लिया। राहुल गांधी को हरा के मैं कह सकता हूं कि अमेठी दुखी थी। उसने ये संदेश दिया कि हमसे गलती हुई थी पिछली बार, हमारा नाता बना रहना चाहिए, और जिस आदमी को खड़ा किया हम लोगों ने KL शर्मा, वो नेहरू गांधी परिवार के बहुत निकटस्थ लोगों में है, तो लोगों ने स्वीकार कर लिया।
आप यूपी का लीडर है, आपका क्या एडवाइस होगा अभी राहुल गांधी, आप जब बोल रहा है कि ही हैज डन सो वेल इन, और ये 2 सीट जीत रहा है, एक है राय बरेली और एक है वायनाड, किसको रखना चाहिए, राय बरेली या वायनाड?
ये छोड़ देना चाहिए राहुल जी पर, और राहुल जी सही मौके पर सही फैसला लेते हैं, लिया उन्होंने, जैसे उन्होंने राय बरेली। मैं मानता हूं कि इन दोनों सीटें जो 41-42 गई हैं, थैंक यू फॉर आस्किंग दिस क्वेश्चन, ये राहुल जी के राय बरेली चुनाव लड़ने से, आप देखिए अगल बगल की सारी सीटें हम लोग जीत रहे हैं। दूसरा, अखिलेश जी का भी,
पर प्रियंका गांधी भी खड़ा होना चाहिए था ना सर।
मैं फिर आपसे कह रहा हूँ, गांधी परिवार में कौन खड़ा होगा कौन नहीं खड़ा होगा, ये फैसला उस पर छोड़ देना चाहिए। हम पार्टी के लोग तो चाहते थे, पर पार्टी नहीं, निर्णय,
सुनील,
किसी को प्रचार भी करना था, अब प्रियंका जी ने बहुत सोच समझ के निर्णय लिया।
Go ahead.
Sunil, just to give you the numbers,
yeah,
in Amethi, and since you're out on the field, you may not have these numbers. In Amethi, according to the Election Commission website, Kishori Lal leading by 24,512 votes. And in Rae Bareli, Rahul Gandhi leading by over 70,000 votes. So these are concrete sort of trends at the moment that we are seeing at the moment. It is fascinating at the end of the day, Sunil. These
and the big, I think.
Right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for
I think the
joining
big
us.
question, of course, will be whether Rahul Gandhi will keep his Rae Bareli or. Yeah.
Or what was being talked about is that he would, leave the Rae Bareli seat and have his sister contest from there. But thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with that. And, I think Amethi more than Rae Bareli is the big story. I mean, given Smriti Irani, who was this giant, Rae Bareli was always, Sonia Gandhi's, it was like a family bastion. The fact that in 2019, Smriti Irani had, defeated Rahul Gandhi from Amethi, and then once again, she was looking for a big fight. She was looking for and hoping to again have a Gandhi, and then when they did not have a Gandhi,
the big question, worker trumping a big leader like Smriti Irani for
and
the
of course,
BJP.
Priyanka Gandhi stayed there. She stayed in Amethi and Rae Bareli, and she said the reason she was not contesting.
This is a symbolic message, right? This is a symbolic message for all the...
If this holds, yes.
If this holds, it's quite symbolic, but I'm really interested to sort of see how the dynasty, anti-dynasty rhetoric that was being aired all through, Parivarvad, and all that happens. I mean, what will happen to that if both Amethi and Rae Bareli sort of goes into the Congress kitty again? And I mean, I don't think that the Amethi candidate was a real worker. He was sponsored by the family, so it's still a family seat.
He was somebody who was a party worker, very close to the family. He used to manage this constituency
absolutely for them.
So
it was known that he was a proxy of the family.
No,
so
of
that's
course. And Priyanka Gandhi stayed there on the ground. She stayed on the ground.
Shugata, is the fact that you have been speaking about dynasty all throughout.
Yes.
This is not just about you know, when I say symbolic, it's not just about Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi campaigning there. I'm saying that the strategy of UP was that this time we will genuinely have a cohesive alliance with the Samajwadi Party, where both parties back each other everywhere.
No,
And Congress deferring
if they
to
win both these
Samajwadi
seats,
Party more than...
No, if they win both these seats, they have to credit Samajwadi Party for it, for the simple reason that all assembly segments, they don't have MLAs there.
Absolutely.
The men, machine, muzzle,
No, the Samajwadi
everything
Party
is...
MLA, one has crossed over, the other one voted against the... So the Samajwadi Party was left sans its own MLA.
No,
They
but
were
it
taken
still
over
had
by the
workers.
BJP.
MLAs may have
Still had
shifted.
the people on
the
the
men
ground,
and
which the
machinery was of
Congress
the
does not
SP.
have.
From the north, from UP Gargi, let's just shift to the other important state in the south, which is also an assembly election.
Veera, yes.
Andhra Pradesh. I have to bring my South Indian instincts out here.
No, Andhra
Just
Pradesh we did
shifting
talk
quick.
about. Yeah, definitely, let's
Andhra
go there.
Pradesh as an assembly election that's down there. If we can pull those numbers of Andhra Pradesh, it's a clear romping win for the TDP, BJP, JSP alliance. It's a big hit for the YSRCP there. That's again seems to be firming up into a very, very clear result, right?
Right, definitely.
Supriya Srinath of the Congress joins us on the show. Supriya, which is the state that you are smiling the most about?
My home state of Uttar Pradesh, and I will tell you why. Because all sorts of political experiments of hatred, of divisiveness, of distracting from the real issues was done both in UP and in Bihar. And at this point in time, when we're speaking at 11, 12 a.m., 20% votes counted. The NDA at 287, we are at 232. The vote share is 46% versus 41%. I think we're going to make the leads, but I am extremely excited and very, very happy about Uttar Pradesh because the state of Uttar Pradesh has sent a very, very strong message. The reality, and to me, the headline, the takeaway from this is that the BJP at about 236, 238 with a loss of 65 to 67 seats. This is a moral loss for the BJP. This is a moral loss for Mr. Modi. No amount of ring fencing can prove me otherwise today.
All right, so that's, let's get a response from your former party man now, BJP spokesperson Tom Vadakan there. Tom Vadakan, your response to where the numbers are right now, you know, what Supriya Srinath there said regarding the UP numbers and the moral victory.
Well, we stand by what we said. We are based, our reports based on the Panna Pramukhs who have given us information on the kind of seats that we would win. And this is early time. These are all leads. Just wait, have a little patience, and you will see the turnaround. And when that you've seen something in Andhra happening. Now you'll just wait. It's all leads. When we come to the original results, you'll see the difference. This excitement, you know, aag laga denge, and that impulsive mood of the Congress, have patience. The Election Commission has spoken. Everything has been transparent. Till now, they were saying everything is, you know, all institutions have been overtaken. Now, what is it? When they have a certain lead, EVM is functional and what have you. Before that, if they trail, well, EVM is not good. I mean, the EVM should be removed. Election Commission should be, it's modified by Modi. These are things in democracy. You are a party that have ruled for 70 years. And if you do not play the right tune and you send out a message, elections are won and elections are lost. But at the same time, maintain certain decency in public domain. Your General Secretary comes and says, the Home Minister has spoken.
Just get a response to that. Supriya Srinath, your response, and yes, a lot of Congress leaders did make many points. We're also joined by Salem Dharani Dharan. They're joining us from Chennai. But first, Supriya, your response to that. You know, various leaders of the Congress did raise points about the EVMs and about the counting.
I heard the question.
Yes.
I heard the question, I also heard the allegation. I will only ask Mr. Vadakkan to be gracious with your moral defeat. You are down almost 70 seats than your last tally. The country is giving you a message, and that message is that share markets where 3% people are invested don't decide the mood. Mujra nahi hai mudda. Mudda mehengai hai, mudda berozgari hai. You may want to distract from that. Doesn't matter, the people will not let you do that. I want to say one thing, and I want to say that very strongly. The BJP on its own right now is at a 236, 238. The alliances that they tried to stitch were all coaxed, were all on the basis of fear, were all on the basis of pressure. Most of these guys intimidated by agencies. You think a TDP, you think a JDU, you think a Rajbar, you think a Nishad is going to stay with you. They're all going to desert you. The reality is that the BJP does not just staring at a moral loss, you're actually going to see your numbers dip very soon as well.
I think ultimately, Supriya, we'll have to wait till, let's say, 2 or 3 o'clock for those numbers to firm up. We don't know how it's going to play. Clyde is putting his hands up. Clyde, you know, let's just shift focus from the UP to Maharashtra. The split in parties, both Sena as well as NCP, the agrarian discontent, several different factors playing out. From the trend so far, it seems to be the original Sena and the original NCP that seems to be holding out.
Well, I'm very thankful to you for mentioning original Sena and original NCP, and that's what the truth is. I mean, my current real-time data that I'm getting,
the people have proven that.
India Alliance is leading on 30 seats. And, you know, the talks were that we are going to be decimated, we are going to be finished, and we are doing much better than that. That's what is actually happening on the ground here. In fact, my party, led by Honorable Sharad Chandra Pawarji, is leading 10 out of 10 seats. You know, no, I just want to say one thing, and I agree with Mr. Tom Vadakkan, and, agree in the sense we have to wait, we have to have patience. And why I agree with him? I think he should have patience and he should wait, because BJP is going to do much worse than what it's doing right now. So wait, this time we are going to do much better than this.
Okay, we'll wait for the numbers to firm up. But I want to go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who's at the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi. Vasudha, so far it seems to be a jolt from the blue.
Absolutely, Veera, and that's exactly what the BJP headquarters is also reflecting. Let me tell you, in the morning when I came in, there were like hot puris and halwa being made, and there was a sense of euphoria, there was a sense of celebration, because exit poll numbers were what every spokesperson, every leader here was talking about. But now, let me assure you that those numbers are not being talked about anymore. But clearly, the BJP is also confident that it will reach the majority mark. There is a sense of caution, there is a sense of disappointment, obviously, because UP is showing numbers that seem very bizarre for the party, because when we had Ram Mandir representation, Ration, the BJP did think that everything was going in line with what it had thought. UP is the epicenter of Indian politics. Other than that, Maharashtra is also a place where the BJP made a lot of political realignment to suit its interest, and that is where the assembly elections are also going to be held. So if I can just ask my camera person to just show you the mood in the BJP office, the party is still confident of, yes, that was Mr. Khurana saying that it is still confident of the party is still confident of forming the government, but clearly there is a sense of disappointment, there's a sense of caution. Every person that I'm speaking with is saying that, wait for some more time, have some patience. We believe in Modi, we trust in Modi, so that Modi magic, that trust in Modi magic is something that people seem to be believing in, at least in the BJP headquarters, but quite despondent from what was expected from the BJP headquarters, at least yesterday, after the exit poll results came out.
Right, well, not what the exit polls predicted, but yes, you have Modi coming back for a third term, the way the numbers hold right now, and that in itself is a historic development. It will be to have him come back for a third time, matching Jawaharlal Nehru.
I just want to ask, Vasudha, what's the buzz amongst the reporters there? Often reporters just tend to plan the rest of their day. Vasudha, what is the buzz amongst reporters there? All of you all talking about? It looks like it's going to be an extremely long day for all of us.
Absolutely, it's an extremely long day for all of us, and reporters are only blaming pollsters because there is a contest in many states, but pollsters were in some ways undermining that. But remember, like Gargi also said, Mr. Modi is coming back to power again. That's a sense of confidence that a lot of people, at least in the BJP office, seem to reflect.
No, absolutely, and Manisha Priyam here is also very satisfied with what she had predicted and the fact that the pollsters got it wrong, which is something she had also said. But we're also joined by Salem joining us.
Salem Dharanidharan there joins us, but in the studios, Gargi, Pradeep Bhatti of the Samajwadi Party joins us. Sir, we are all blaming the pollsters.
And sir, you should be looking a little more cheerful.
Predicted 295. Even that seems to be not coming through.
Their pollster.
We are close to that 295. I think once the counting will complete, we'll be close to that. But the real surprise was Uttar Pradesh. PDA, the slogan which we have given, Honorable Akhilesh Yadav has given, has in majority voted for Samajwadi Party and Akhilesh Yadav ji. So BJP cannot fool all the people all the time. So what Uttar Pradesh people of Uttar Pradesh have shown the way to INDA and also to India. So that how we see, and once the entire counting will complete, there will be somewhere around 50 plus 60.
A sort of moral victory in a sense, given the kind of claims and allegations that were being made on the ground during rallies, talk of Pakistan's influence, talk of the various Muslim quota and a lot of Muslim bashing that took place. So in a sense, all that doesn't seem to have worked, and now some satisfaction there?
I think the level of what kind of language has been used, people of Uttar Pradesh does not like these kind of words which Honorable Prime Minister has delivered or spoken in Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh is a people where people were expecting about kind of jobs. They were looking what kind of poll promises made in 2014 and 2019. None of those promises were fulfilled, and really kind of issues which we raised related to paper leaks and unemployment, related to farmers, related to all what we have seen, marginalized class has been going down in terms of their income. So these were the core issues, and we stick to those core issues. Our whole campaign was very positive. Honorable Akhilesh Yadav ji put it was an inclusive campaign. Everybody was involved in it. Every class was involved in it. And on the other side, BJP, it was totally negative campaign. And I was very surprised to see even Honorable Prime Minister was trailing in a couple of rounds. So
well,
that is
was
again
very early
surprise.
on, but yes, Srinivas Raju, do you agree with that? Is that what worked, or this chemistry between Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav, all the khatakhat promises that were being made?
I mean, if you look at
and of course the Ram Temple, I mean, that didn't have the effect.
Exactly. I mean, I just wanted to start with the Ram Temple thing. See, we all thought that there is a quiet indebtedness for the Ram Temple having been built, but I don't see that working in UP where the whole thing has happened. That's one. And I think the other thing is the real yogi factor, I mean, something that we are not sort of looking at very closely, because he was supposed to deliver. He was, and retrospectively,
ground,
I think I want to ask you this very quickly. When you make that point, Manisha and Sugata, how much of it is also the internal divisions within the BJP?
No, that's possible. That's
no,
and the Rajput factor and the fact that there was talk that Yogi Adityanath would
look at the fact on what happens on Braj Bhushan Charan Singh, an entire national government whose strongest credibility on the field is the Mahila board, differs on Braj Bhushan Charan Singh and finally stops on Karan Bhushan.
But do you think that really had an impact?
Allow me to, 1 second.
Sure.
The fact was that there was one Rajput favored by one group, another Rajput favored by another group. Uma Shankar Singh, the Rajput from the BSP, who helped deliver the state assembly election in favor of the BJP last time and helped the BSP votes get to the BJP. Down and out, not in the field. Raja Bhaiya says my workers are free. Therefore, the Rajputs, I believe, were Thanda in Purvanchal. That affects Bihar seats also. So I would say the Rajput factor is very important, but aside from that, I would say the backward votes that remain with the BJP very strongly still believe that the economic issues and hardships lead them to move
And
away.
the
Mayawati
Mayawati factor,
And the Mayawati
and also
factor
I think retrospectively the Prime Minister or the internal reports were suggesting that things are not going well. So there was an effort at, attempt to polarize by, speaking on Pakistan or, Mujra and stuff like that. That I think became very sharp because I think their internal reports were clearly suggesting something else. This is, of course, a retrospective comment.
Pradeep, is this fact that, look, it's coalition, we were just discussing a short while ago, as far as numbers are concerned, it's Samajwadi Party which seems to have taken, done the heavy lifting. But, overall, is this a reflection of the cohesion at the grassroots between Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav? And I'm not saying SP and Congress, I'm saying between two leaders at the top.
I think before that, we are talking about women's in, we are talking about women, the maximum number of candidates which Samajwadi Party has filed is close to the women reservation bill. It was somewhere around 25-26%.
Which is very interesting given that this is the party of Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Less than
someone
20. See, those are bygones are bygones. Those let's discuss these things.
I appreciate it. I'm just saying I appreciate
this.
this.
So things, the only issue is that is this time on the grassroots level also people of this Uttar Pradesh and the country have decided to throw out this government. So all the issues which were real issues, BJP was not talking about all those real issues. They were all talking about here they are trying to divert the issues. So that diversion does not work this time. All the issues, core issues were there on the ground, and everybody, including the top leadership and the workers were in coordination.
Let me take a little shift to my home state of Tamil Nadu, and I must tell you, it voted for one thing, Gargi. The ink on my fingers still on, and I voted in the first phase on the 19th of April. It's the power of the ink, and Salem Dharanidharan of the DMK joins us there from Tamil Nadu. Salem Dharanidharan, it's not 39-0 as the DMK expected. There seem to be some losses, but not too many, and the gains seem to be more towards the AIA-DMK. But when the vote share numbers come, is that what you will be keenly watching out for, how the game was played in Tamil Nadu?
See, I think before I talk about Tamil Nadu, I just want to say one thing to everyone. I think this election and more so UP has made one message clear. You can build temples. Ram Mandir was built in UP. It's great you build temples, but what people need is jobs. People need improvement in quality of life. People need better health care, and people need better education facilities. And that people have voted decisively. I hope whoever forms the government, I think this is very important now. Going to Tamil Nadu, right? As we have always predicted, BJP was only had a fake social media presence in Tamil Nadu. They never had grassroots presence. This I have reiterated in your channel as well as in many other numerous national channels. Annamalai is actually third. He's fighting for second and third. It's a close fight for second and third. And not even 25, he's not going to
I'm
cross.
sorry to interrupt you, Salem Dharanidharan. I just want to tell you that we are putting on our screens the vote share data as well. It shows the NDA at 17% vote share. Remember, in Tamil Nadu, a third force has never historically crossed a 10% vote share. And this is the NDA without the AIA-DMK and without the DMDK. So do you believe... I mean, isn't that, let's leave the euphemism. Yes, you may have had a clear win, but let's not forget the details. Isn't that a worrying sign?
Sir, not in 2014, if you remember, BJP was running a third front along with several other parties, and they did garner about 18.5%.
They had DMDK then with them.
But DMDK is now a gone force. DMDK was a big force then, not now. Now their vote percentage is not more than 1%. And PMK has about 6 to 7% vote share. And also BJP has the other parties of the O Pannirselvam, the former chief minister, and also parties of an actor who is famous in the south of Tamil Nadu, right? So I think that in itself comes to about 10%. So BJP standalone, I do not know if it's more than 7% or 6% in Tamil Nadu. again, this is national elections and people vote differently for national assembly election. I think this number will reduce in assembly election because in 2014, the third front got 18.5% and same BJP in 2016 went to less than 2%.
Again, pointing out Salem Dharnidharan on our screens, as you say, all of that showing on our screens from Tamil Nadu, the NDA seems to be up in 2 seats. Taking an advantage in 2 seats. It's changing rapidly, which means it's a very close fight.
And then
Let's hold our horses
seats,
till the end for the analysis, but it's a clear win for the DMK.
And celebrations also, you know, we can see those visuals of celebrations. Yes, quickly. Yes, Salem, go ahead.
So, but again, one of the seats is Dharmapuri, right, where there is
Ambumani Ramdas's wife is contesting.
Right, but Ambumani's, when he was without an alliance, also won the seat in 2014 when AIADMK swept. So that can't be told as BJP's inroads into Tamil Nadu. That seat has primarily been a PMK seat, and even standing alone without any alliance, PMK has managed to win that seat once or twice. So that cannot be spoken about as success of BJP in Tamil Nadu. Success of BJP in Tamil Nadu, we'll see in 2026 if they can get more than double-digit vote share. Only then we can say that. If they are strong, then Annamalai
Salem Dharnidharan, I think we need to wait till about 4 o'clock to figure much of it out.
Raju, and especially on Tamil Nadu, because it's been very interesting to see the kind of focus that we saw of the Prime Ministers, over 20 plus visits over there, the Senggol, everything.
The 17% is a huge thing for the NDA or the BJP in Tamil Nadu.
And we know they're always in
and I will be very, very keen to see what happens to that 26% vote share that you're showing for the AIADMK between now and 2026. So how much of that will get cannibalized is a very, very interesting question.
But as you say that, Sugata, it's important because even if they open an account without the AIADMK or the DMDK there in Tamil Nadu, it's a symbolic victory. Deepshika Kumar, founder of Speaking, joins us now live. Ma'am, how do you see how this trends are now picking up? It seemed to be cementing, and it seems to have been an extremely close fight.
We're around 11:30 right now, and the NDA is 298. India bloc is at 225.
I think it's a very. I know the sentiments and expectations were right up there. The benchmarks were set up 400. Kpar, but I think I would like to give credit still continuing the years to the leadership that Prime Minister Modi had exhibited. I think, and I'm not a political expert, I'm more of a leadership expert, and I think that has manifested and continued to manifest itself in all the results that you're seeing. You know, India is United States of India. It is very, very difficult. It was to get to that 400 number. It is democracy, which is extremely heterogeneous. To that extent, to get to where it is, and as you said, the numbers are still evolving. We'll see what the final tally looks. The benchmark was set very, very high, and I still believe that we'll get to where the leader would win and set up a clear way forward for us.
So far slogan, this is something I think we'll be talking about for some time to come, but do you think it turned out to be counterproductive in a sense that, you know, and we saw it being reined back and then coming back after a few phases? What are your comments on that?
I think there are patches of surprises. Definitely you see UP being a big surprise, but you see the other side on the southern side of the country. I think that again, the numbers are still evolving, and I would want to see them come back to where they had initially envisaged themselves to be.
Right. Thanks very much there. We'll take a very, very short break.
And do remember to watch all you can check all the details on ndtv.com as well, where we're updating, you know, every minute, every second as those numbers are coming in, as things are changing on the ground. So do log into ndtv.com also and keep checking all the data.
We'll slip into a very short break. When we come back, we'll get more firmed up results as they are coming in thick and fast.
Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSlim with reverse rotation mode, जो improve करे air circulation. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result क्या रहा on NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the
Welcome back. Those numbers flashing on your screens there. NDA at 295 leads the INDIA at 229. But the more important number is the one above that. BJP at 239 leads Congress at 96. Let's leave the Congress's number aside. That BJP at 239 is a number that everyone will be watching very, very closely. We have, of course, Amitabh Tiwari joining us here in the studios, and we also have Pawan Verma joining us online. Pawan, what's the sense you're making of the trend so far? It seems a fascinating contest, and it's something that's going to go down to the wire.
Many thanks. In my view, let us reserve final judgment for a little, because when things go down to the wire, every last round matters. But having said that, I think some things are very clear. And I had written about it extensively and spoken about it earlier, that somewhere there is a basic gulf between the stock market and the people of India. And the BJP campaign was faltering on 3 or 4 or 5 very major issues, notwithstanding the personal popularity of Mr. Narendra. The first was that the Munday issue had peaked a little. In fact, had peaked. Second was the constant Hindu-Muslim rhetoric was having diminishing returns. The third was that the elimination of the BJP almost, because even the manifesto is called Modi Ki Guarantee, created a certain alienation in the party itself, including with the RSS cadres. The fourth was that in the BJP list, there are as many as 106 candidates who joined recently from other parties and were given tickets over and above workers of the BJP RSS who have been working for the party loyally for 30, 40 years. So it created resentment, even though some of them may win. The fifth was that perhaps the perception of targeted vendetta against leading politicians was being counterproductive for the BJP. And there were loyalties related to regional leaders and others which were sort of annoyed with this kind of absence of level playing field. The last was, and this is important, the last was that there are very legitimate grievances on the ground, notwithstanding some of the achievements of the Modi government. I mean, unemployment, price rise, inequality, and rural distress. And I think the BJP did not quite address some of its achievements into the manner in which it should have. And the Prime Minister reduced himself to a polarization strategy.
Right.
Which left...
Mr. Verma, I'd also like to get your comments on, Bihar. That's a state, you were active in earlier, and so far it seems the NDA is leading there with 32. But Uttar Pradesh is the other one that we've been talking about. That's been very interesting to see how Samajwadi Party and the Congress combined has worked on the ground and given it its neck and neck. And so your comments on that whole talk of double engine sarkar, not really working now.
Amethi and Rae Bareli thing.
Now, simply said, in Bihar, our survey showed that the BJP, even if it had not gone into an alliance with the JDU, was on its own getting between 30, 32 to 33 seats. Having given 16 seats to the JDU, there was an element of doubt whether the JDU would be able to win its 16 seats, but there was no doubt about the 17 seats that the BJP would win, which it will probably win all. Now, if the JDU riding on the coattails of the BJP gets about 9, 10 out of its, and then you have the other members of the alliance, including the Chirag Paswan, the number has come to roughly the same. So the BJP number has not gone down, but the NDA number has gone down by 6 or 7 because last time they got 39. As far as UP is concerned, the two real shockers in this election, if these trends hold,
yes, those health
are
warnings,
UP and West Bengal.
Yes.
In UP, nobody expected that while there could be some hemorrhaging of the BJP's number of seats, that it would go down so appreciably below 60.
Since you mentioned that point, sir, the number on our screens showing BJP down to 240. If the UP numbers had held, it would have been 270. So I think at the end of the day, that number could have been the major difference between a 272 or not at the end of the day. We'll have to wait, of course, till the exit polls, till the final numbers come out. But let's go across to my colleague.
Thank you so much, Pavan Verma, there for joining us.
Uma Sudhir as well as Radhika Ramaswamy join us. But Uma, first to you, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Of course, Telangana, the BJP making gains, but Andhra Pradesh, the big story for the TDP.
The big story from Andhra Pradesh, Veera, is really not to write off any politician. Less than 8 months ago, we saw Chandrababu Naidu in jail. His party did not seem to have the energy, nor seem to be able to have that kind of a political support from across different parties. And it looked like it was down and out for the 74-year-old Chandrababu Naidu. But of course, the turning point came with Pawan Kalyan, almost in a cinematic style. Power star he's called, but I would think he's the one who actually actually initially has given power to the Telugu Desam and went to jail and announced just outside jail very dramatically that he is going to be fighting the elections along with Chandrababu Naidu and with the Telugu Desam at a time when they were down and out. And I would actually give all credit to Pawan Kalyan for having made this alliance happen to ensure that there is no split in the anti-YSRCP vote. Two things that I must point out. One, that the alliance has worked very, very well between the TDP and the Janasena, because of which now it appears like Chandrababu Naidu will be able to form the government on his own in Andhra Pradesh. But much more importantly, given the figures of the BJP at the center, it appears that Chandrababu Naidu could actually become a kingmaker this time round, and that's a role that Chandrababu Naidu would love after quite a long time, in the wilderness, 5 years in the wilderness this time round, and 10 years between 2014 and
point.
You know that he has played a role in national politics earlier. Getting a chance once again would be something that
the jail term probably, worked from him. Uma, would you say the jail term actually worked, given that he was thrown in, created that sympathy factor? And it's interesting that, Andhra is the one place I think the exit polls did actually get it right.
No, I think directionally they did.
Jagan also in jail.
See,
he was earlier in jail.
It's not exactly the sympathy factor, because as soon as Chandrababu Naidu got arrested, you could not see the sympathy factor playing out politically on the ground. It is a fact that Naidu has always had his admirers and supporters among the people of Andhra Pradesh, especially among the Kamma community, the youth, the people who looked upon him as, remember, he used to have the moniker of the CEO of Andhra Pradesh, someone who branded himself as the man of economic reform, someone who built Hyderabad, IT capital of the world. And that is what he had brought to Andhra Pradesh in 2014, when he promised people the same thing, that this is a state, a bifurcated state with despondent people. And at that time, Chandrababu Naidu had seemed like the hope, but even there it was the wily politician at work, because he realized once again that by himself he may not be able to win the 2014 elections, and therefore he came together with the BJP at that time, got the support of Pawan Kalyan, who was not contesting, and managed to win the 2014 elections. Once again, 2019, very similar situation. It appeared like the Telugu Desam was on a weak wicket and YSRCP and Jagan Mohan Reddy were going strong. The Pawan Kalyan alliance really, and bringing in of the BJP through Pawan Kalyan, that has really helped and worked magic for Chandrababu Naidu, who of course campaigned very, very hard, and has in many senses been able to turn the election around by promising Jagan's welfare and something more in terms of development and jobs.
All the numbers are of parliamentary elections that's flashing on national TV, but the assembly numbers I will also put out. TDP at 130, JNP at 20. So it's a sweep for Chandrababu Naidu, much bigger than the scale of victory the TDP had in 2014 in Andhra Pradesh. So it's a double win for him. And the point that you made of kingmaker, we'll see how the numbers play out.
Never say never in Indian politics.
I guess patience pays. He waited outside the Congress, he waited outside the BJP. Patience pays ultimately in politics.
So he's actually reversed the 2019 figures in that sense, where they got 151 and 23 was the figure in 2019, and now TDP plus has become 152 and more, and Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP seems to be limited to a 23 or less. Yes, that's the picture there. In Telangana, however, it's according to what we would have thought, 8 plus 8, the Congress and the BJP almost doing equally well in a space where the BRS has largely been decimated, at least as far as parliament elections go.
We have to cut across, Uma, to Prakash Javadekar. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sometimes not again, because BJP...
Thanks so much for joining us. And Radhika, do just wait on. We're just going across to where Prakash Javadekar is
without
speaking.
Discrimination. Because LDF and UDF do discrimination. Modi doesn't do discrimination. And so 2 crore people are benefited by his welfare scheme out of 3.5 crore. Second, he has built real infrastructure. 6-lane highway, Kasargod to Thiruvananthapuram. People are seeing the progress. And Vande Bharat and many other developments. Simultaneously, all the diaspora of Kerala have also called their families to tell that vote Modi, because of him, our esteem in these countries where we are working has gone up. India's stature has risen and Modi is the reason. And therefore, they also requested their families to vote for Modi. People have voted with faith, with 10 years, because in 2019, in Kerala,
Sunil Prabhu there at the Congress office who has Salman Khurshid with him. Over to you, Sunil.
Over to you.
Thanks, Viragha. I have with me somebody who's Uttar Pradesh has been the biggest surprise today in, in terms of everybody's got it wrong. So,
well, everybody's got it wrong because you can do Uttar Pradesh without me. This has become apparent because I didn't fight that election, but I went and I campaigned for people, and I hope that wherever I campaigned and whatever I saw will turn out to be true today when the results finally come in. But yes, it's a very pleasant surprise. It's a wonderful feeling. It's the beginning of an important chapter in the political life of Uttar Pradesh, and I hope that we can take it up forward.
The big question, of course, is now, because you were, you along with the other committees in this terms of alliances, forging the India alliance, you all are still short. Are you ready to open up now to your old architect, Nitish Kumar, or for that matter, Chandrababu Naidu?
That wasn't my mandate. My mandate was to bring people into an alliance. And once we brought them into alliance and elections began, then our mandate expired. Now, trying to bring people back into the Congress fold or into the India fold will depend upon who has the mandate to go out and do it. For each such task, you need special expertise, and there may well be people who have the expertise to go out and reach out to people who are neither committed to the BJP in one way or the other, nor beholden to the BJP in any form. And if they can come and they see promise in the Congress Party and India alliance coming together and offering something, and they want to join, I'm sure that our leaders will be very anxious.
So you are open to the idea of because you are slightly short in numbers. You need to get 272 for the president to call. Much depends on the president of India. The NDA alliance, as a pre-poll alliance, has anyway got the numbers, so they will be invited first.
Well, yeah, the point of inviting is to come and prove that you have. But to say that you have may be the beginning, but to prove that you have is the real end and the real test. So let them see. If they get invited first and they are able to show something, then we will talk about this even when they fail to do so.
Salman, there is one indicator, and that is, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar in Maharashtra, that they could be poached by the NDA. Do you have those fears because you are part of that alliance? Do you feel that is a possibility?
I don't know if NDA leaders are fond of poached eggs, but I hope not. I hope not. Let's make it a good, decent vegetarian diet as far as the politics of this time is concerned. Let's not go out and try something which is unbecoming for a serious political party at this particular time. When the elections have gone off so well, when everybody is happy with the results, etc., in one way or the other, let's see what is the natural thing for people to do. Let's not speculate, let's not push anyone, let's not provoke anyone. Let's see what happens.
So just an update for you, the India Alliance will be meeting later this evening. Mr. Sharad Pawar is on his way from Mumbai to Delhi and will be arriving here in a short while from now. And really, you can see every effort is being made to cough up that numbers, come what may. These are initial trends, but nevertheless, a clear indicator that things haven't gone completely in favor of the BJP, and they will definitely need to have certain political parties if they have to get the numbers right.
It's an important news update there, Sunil. We'll keep a close watch on that India Alliance
And not just that the India Alliance was going to be meeting later, but also the Gandhis are in a huddle right now. That news also flashing that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have gone to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's residence and they're in a huddle. But let's talk about Maharashtra, and we still have Radhika waiting there very patiently. And Radhika, tell us, about the numbers so far, and again, not what the exit polls had predicted. And as far as the what Veera called the real Shiv Sena and the real NCP, so what is it? Original ones.
But let's talk about Mumbai as well, Radhika. That's the place where the BJP changed 3 of its sitting candidates there.
Certainly, as far as Mumbai is concerned, 6 constituencies, of course, and in 3 constituencies, it is Sena versus Sena. And when I just look at the numbers here, what I'm seeing is close contest as far as Mumbai South Central and Mumbai Northwest is concerned, where UBT Sena is leading. It was Shinde Sena that was leading, and it's just changing after every 10 minutes. So it is a close contest as far as Mumbai is concerned. Piyush Goyal is the only one who is reasonably sort of leading with higher margins. Otherwise, it had been, the names had been changing as far as the winning candidate and the losing candidate is concerned. We still cannot call out, as far as the winners are concerned in Maharashtra. It is very, very close. If we look at the entire state, we are looking at Mahayuti ahead in 22 seats, MV ahead in 24 seats, but this could change. This could be, at a later point, Mahayuti ahead in 25 seats and perhaps MV ahead in 23 seats. So close to 24 seats for both the, alliance partners. It was entirely different in 2019. In 2019, clean sweep, almost 41 by NDA of the 48 seats. Now we are looking at a situation where it's so hard to predict even at this point, all because of the change in political landscape, the splits in Sena, splits in the NCP, which means, what the Uddhav Sena had been talking about, what the MV had been talking about right. Backstabbing, betrayal, all this had in fact played in the minds of the voters as well, which is why the result this time is, drastically different from what it was in 2019. So still unable to predict if it's going to be Mahayuti or MVA.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with that. And it's very interesting, Veera, obviously Maharashtra was one that nobody could call. Everybody was wondering whether the sympathy factor would work.
All those who travelled in Maharashtra pointed to an agrarian distress and other things, but we'll get that question across to Amitabh Tiwari in a bit. Just take a very short break now. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever. पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSlim with reverse rotation mode, जो improve करे air circulation. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, Don't just know the result. Understand.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Welcome back. We'll keep the conversation going on Maharashtra, which we left you just before the break with. But first, let's take you through the headlines, the big headlines that we are tracking this hour.
Well, the India bloc has defied the exit poll predictions. The NDA below the 300 mark. The India bloc, though, maintaining a steady gap. The first results are in. The CPM has won the Alathur seat in Kerala. The Gandhis, meanwhile, are holding a meeting in the national capital. The health warning, though, at this point is that it is only still noon.
India bloc defies the poll predictions, as we just mentioned. The return of the regional parties leads show a rise for them. Especially in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the Samajwadi Party seems to be taking the fight on to the BJP, the TMC holding its own, as well as the DMK.
Well, the big story emerging this election is, of course, Uttar Pradesh. As far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned, at the moment, it is a resurgence with a stunner. As far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, Akhilesh Yadav currently the third largest party.
Well, it's the TDP that's the big winner in Andhra Pradesh, both assembly as well as the parliamentary elections. A huge sweep for the TDP, BJP, JSP alliance there in Andhra Pradesh. Will Chandrababu Naidu return as the kingmaker that he was 25 years ago in 1999?
And while Mamata Banerjee is dominating as far as the Bengal results are concerned, if the numbers at 12 noon are to be believed, it's a TMC sweep in West Bengal.
The markets slide over 5% on the back of the trends so far. Experts say Dalal Street faces selling pressure as NDA is underperforming. Well, we were talking about Maharashtra before we slipped into the break. We went across to our reporter Radhika there in Mumbai, who was saying that Piyush Goyal is the only one who seems to be having a lead there in Mumbai. The real story of Maharashtra and the numbers that are on your screen, the INC leading in about 11, the BJP leading only in about 11. Those are the INDIA, NDA numbers, Rishika, but yes, the split of it from the Election Commission website and our website, that you see there. BJP leading in 11, down 12. Congress leading in 11, up 10.
Yes.
Shiv Sena, Uddhav Bhai Thackeray, 10 plus 5. What's the real message, Amitabh Tiwari, here in Maharashtra? One is that the original Sena and the original NCP seems to be holding out, but the Congress is also doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, it was believed that the BJP is likely to hold on to its share, and the allies, which is NCP, Ajit Pawar and Shinde Sena, are likely to suffer losses. However, as per initial trends and these numbers which we are showing, it is the BJP also which is losing up to 50% of its seats. So it seems as of now that the rural districts and agri districts in parts of Vidarbha and Marathwada, the Maratha community anger is reflecting in these results clearly, because last time both Marathas and OBCs has voted significantly in favor of the NDA alliance. And as you said, the numbers show that in the battle of legacy, the Marathi Manus and the traditional supporters are backing Thackeray and Sharad Pawar.
Would it be fair, maybe across to Sanjay Kumar as well, to say that the BJP, the Congress has been able to take on the BJP, and the original, the Sharad Pawar Sena has been able to reiterate, Sharad Pawar NCP has been able to reiterate its position, and the Uddhav Bhai Thackeray Sena has been able to reiterate its hold?
Generally, yes, but I think, let me give you a bigger picture. What accounts for BJP's losses in many states, which will also include Maharashtra. I think the sense that when there are so many defections from other parties and people coming and joining BJP, so the image nationally of BJP has gone down. In a sense, there is a image that BJP is no more the same kind of a party. And that has happened a lot in Maharashtra. So that has also, I think, dented not only the image, electoral prospects of the BJP partners, but also the BJP, which we can see right now in the leads. We will get to know finally by the evening how many seats BJP won. But I think there is a clear indication that BJP is heading for losses in Maharashtra.
All right. Well, just speaking of what you said about the fact that there was palpable anger or agrarian distress, rural distress that was discounted. What our own data shows as far as the strike rate of the BJP or the NDA rather in rural India is concerned, it's a over 12% fall. And if you look at the comparison of the India bloc, or if you look at the comparison of those parties coming together, it was in India at that point in time, from 19% in 2019, it has now risen to 40%. And
it's a fascinating point that you're making.
Yes, this is just data that we have in our own internal systems as of about half an hour ago, the last I checked. So this is, I think, something which is very, very interesting. But I'm told we have to shift our focus to the all-important state of Uttar Pradesh. As we always say, Uttar Pradesh is the most important, and that's been the biggest stunner as far as this election is concerned. Tanishq is joining us with the very latest. So Tanishq, we caught you smiling, but where are you? It's very hot. You were saying it's finally raining on the last day of this hot election. But I see that the sun is out once again.
It seems like, Rishika, it seems like both the weather and the results are giving a surprise. But again, too early to say anything. There's still many rounds left for counting. But I'm right now outside the Samajwadi Party office. The workers have already started, gathering here slowly. There were, of course, some sweets being distributed. There you could see they are now the sweet boxes are now littering on the ground. But yes, there were, of course, sweets being distributed, and party workers, the party workers are slowly gathering here. Akhilesh Yadav's house is just around 200 meters away from here. But yes. India bloc currently, leading on around 40 seats here in Uttar Pradesh. But I would like to talk about Congress here. Congress is currently leading on about 8 to 9 seats, on which, of course, you can hear the slogans of the Samajwadi Party. But yes, talking about Congress is leading on around 8 to 9 seats, out of which around 4 seats, Saharanpur, Amethi, Rae Bareli, all these 3 to 4 seats are being led with a strong margin, more than 40,000, 30,000, 40,000 margin. Especially Saharanpur also. Rae Bareli, of course, it is Rahul Gandhi. In Amethi, it is KL Sharma. All these seats, and one more seat, of course, Barabanki, where PL Punya's son Tanuj Punya is contesting elections. So, of course, there is a very high possibility that Congress could increase its tally this time in Uttar Pradesh, whereas in 2019 it was able to get only 1 Lok Sabha seat. There is a hope for Congress in Uttar Pradesh that it could increase its tally here in UP, with, of course, in alliance with the Samajwadi Party. But yes, if these trends, transfer into results, it could be the UP could be the story of the day, because no one would have actually predicted that the India bloc could get these many seats here in Uttar Pradesh. The exit polls predicted around 68 seats for the Samajwadi Party. Yes.
Okay, you make that point. You're smartly dressed at the moment in blue. You may have to change to red. Now that you're at the Samajwadi Party, you've got the red mic with you. We could see all the action going out. But important point that you made there about Amethi and Rae Bareli. Neerja also joins us in the studio here. Very quickly, Neerja, when we see that number on the screen, I'll have to go across to Lavanya Balal and Tuhin Sinha as well. But when you see that number on the screen, quickly, 241 for the BJP, down 62. It's early trends still. I mean, we'll wait for them to firm up in terms of final number. But is UP making the difference potentially at the end of the day between a 272 or not?
Absolutely. UP has overturned this election. And nobody, not even the Samajwadi Party, senior leaders expected this kind of a tally. And I think the experiment that they did of widening their social base from beyond MY Muslim Yadav to bringing in smaller OBCs, which has worked because they gave them many tickets. And remember, the Dalits for the first time are believed to have voted for the Samajwadi Party. They gave Dalit tickets. And I think this 400 par has turned out to be counterproductive because it fueled the fear in the Dalits that Arakshan might go, the reservation may be taken away from them. So they have obviously in Maharashtra also, it's become a combination of Maratha, Muslim and Mahar, the Dalit. That is an old winning combination of the Congress party. And I think also here, also in Bihar, I think Tejasvi has done well with a similar kind of realignment of forces.
Ultimately, Rishika, it does look like a victory of the INDIA alliance and its cohesion at the grassroots. The
cohesion and social base of that they are now crafting.
Look at the numbers of the Samajwadi Party at the moment, Veera. It's 36.
That's
They're
right.
leading in 36. They're the third largest party.
Last hour we were just discussing, is this cohesion between two parties or is it cohesion between the two leaders?
No, I think it's more than that.
Or is it a vote against the BJP? I think that's an important question that we need to look at.
No, these questions have been was being discussed that when the two parties form an alliance, how much transfer of vote will take place. And I think I have said it a couple of times that this is an election which people are fighting. So there's no question of vote not getting transferred. In other elections, we see, degree of transfer, 88, 70%.
But the fact that this election was fought on Ram and Ration.
It was not fought.
Neither has Ram worked nor has Ration.
I'm sorry, Rishika.
As far as UP is concerned.
No, not at all. BJP tried to fight this election on Ram. But it didn't turn into an election on Ram Mandir.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying that, let's go across to the KC Tyagi of the JDU joins us as well. As I mentioned earlier, Lavanya Balal Jain of the Congress as well as Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. But Mr. Tyagi, Bihar, JDU seems to be holding out.
Yes.
मैं अपनी दोस्त नीरजा चौधरी के स्टेटमेंट को करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं। बिहार में तेजस्वी यादव का कोई करिश्मा नहीं है। सिर्फ 5 सीटों पे अभी तक द मोमेंट वी आर टॉकिंग टू यू उनकी लीड है और 35 सीटों पर एनडीए गठबंधन लीड कर रहा है, जिसमें नीतीश कुमार जिसको आप रिजेक्ट कर चुके थे, जिसको आप आउट कर चुके थे, जिसको नीरजा जी भी कह चुकी थी रिटर्न ऑफ है, वो 16 में से 15 सीटों पर लीड कर रहे हैं। और ये व्यक्ति नहीं है, ये विचार है जो कर्पूरी ठाकुर तक मेरी दोस्त नीरजा जानती हैं, जिन्होंने महिलाओं के एम्पावरमेंट के लिए वहाँ की पुलिस में 35% महिलाएं हैं जो देश में कहीं भी नहीं है। कोई लड़की नहीं है जो पढ़ना चाहते जिसपे साइकिल नहीं है। और जो मुंगेरी लाल कमीशन था 1978 में जो कर्पूरी ठाकुर ने इम्प्लीमेंट किया था कि पिछड़ों में जो अति पिछड़े हैं उनका एम्पावरमेंट होना चाहिए। जातिगत जनगणना जो हुई है उसमें 36% आबादी, जिसको दिल्ली में बैठे लोग जातिवादी संस्करण बताते हैं, उनकी संख्या आई है। तो नीतीश कुमार पॉलिटिकली विंडिकेट हुआ है। उसको लेकर के मीडिया में, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स में किस तरह की विस्परिंग और किस तरह की गंदगी, मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं, कौन ऐसी पार्टी है जिसने अलाई नहीं बदले? नेम वन। नीतीश कुमार बदले पलटू राम, अब बड़ी बड़ी पार्टियां बदलें तो आदर्शवादी। तो ये जो आपके ये जो थे आपके ऑब्जर्वेशन सब गलत साबित हुए। आज जेडीयू एनडीए गठबंधन की नंबर 2 की पार्टी है जो 15 सीटों पे लीड कर रही है और कोई हमारे स्टैंड में चेंज नहीं है। पूरे चुनाव में नीतीश कुमार जी कहते रहे कि हम एनडीए में हैं और एनडीए में रहेंगे।
यही मेरा अगला सवाल होने वाला था।
तो जो आप
ये मेरा अगला सवाल होने वाला था, अब आपने आंसर कर दिया। नीरजा जी आपसे एक और सवाल पूछना
मैं केसी त्यागी जी से दो सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ, मैं पूछ लूँ क्या? मैं अभी सोच रही थी त्यागी जी कि मान लीजिए मान लीजिए अगर नीतीश कुमार इंडिया की साइड में होते तो क्या बिहार का आज परिणाम जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं क्या बहुत अलग होता और क्या इंडिया सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में हो सकती थी? सवाल नंबर 1। दूसरा सवाल है, ये बहुत कल बहुत रूमर था कि नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री से मिले और क्या वो दिल्ली लाए जाएंगे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर बना के और कोई और भाजपा का चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेगा बिहार में?
नीरजा जी, आपने अच्छा किया ये सवाल छेड़ दिया। नीतीश कुमार जी इंडिया गठबंधन के पायनियर हैं और फाउंडर हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी अनटचेबल पार्टी थी आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए, अखिलेश यादव के लिए, बीआरएस के लिए, ममता बनर्जी के लिए। नीतीश कुमार के मैराथन एफर्ट्स के बाद ही पटना में राहुल गांधी जी के बराबर में केजरीवाल बैठे, दूसरी तरफ ममता दीदी बैठी और बाजू में अखिलेश यादव बैठे। ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ नीतीश कुमार की मेहनत का नतीजा था। 6-6 महीने तक कोई मीटिंग नहीं होती है और वो सब लोगों को थका करके अपना नेतृत्व थोपना चाहते थे। अशोका होटल की बैठक में, नीरजा जी हमसे सुनिए आप जरा, अशोका होटल की बैठक में राहुल गांधी कहते नीतीश जी आपके नाम पर ममता दीदी तैयार नहीं है, इनके नाम पर कौन तैयार है? तो जिस तरह से ये लीडरशिप को रिडिक्यूल करते हैं तो हम कोई कम अपमानित नहीं हुए। अच्छा, कन्वीनर क्या होता है हम 50 साल से देख रहे हैं, वो टेलीफोन करके मीटिंग बुलाता है। प्रधानमंत्री के लिए मुंबई में तय हो गया था कि प्रधानमंत्री का कोई चेहरा नहीं होगा, लिहाजा नीतीश कुमार के प्रधानमंत्री बनने का सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होते। और जिस दिन तक नीतीश कुमार इंडी गठबंधन में थे 400 सीटों पे 1 अगेंस्ट 1 का फॉर्मूला तय हो गया था। उनके हटते ही ताश के पत्तों की तरह से बिखर गया। एक दूसरा, कल प्रधानमंत्री से वो मिले हैं, दिल्ली में आए थे, वो अपनी आँख का कई बार चेकअप कराने के लिए, वो दिल्ली में आँख का ऑपरेशन कराने दिखाने आते हैं, दिल्ली को आँख दिखाने नहीं आते। जिसको करेक्ट किया जाए।
आपने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बातें बोली है, लेकिन
जनता के
one second. I want to just introduce Lavanya Balal of the Congress with us, Akshay Marathe of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. We also have Deven Choksi with us to get us a sense of what's happening in the market. So, you know, we're going to come right back to you in a moment.
Quickly, one question, Rishika, if you can put that across to Mr. Tyagi. Mr. Tyagi, very quickly, would Nitish Kumar have had, given the kind of results that's come, and I'm rephrasing Nirja's question, would Nitish Kumar have had a better chance or a far more powerful position had he been with the India alliance?
No, we are very comfortable in NDA. There is no question of our going back. We have seen the kind of politics Congress party leaders
So
did.
you say now-
What kind of speeches were made by Jairam Ram Ramesh.
Okay, so you say now, and we'll take it at that. Savita Srinivas.
I mean, I want to just add to what K.C. Tyagi ji said. See, both Deve Gowda and Nitish Kumar wanted to be part of the India alliance.
Yes.
Nirja ji even wrote a big piece at that time when the negotiations were happening. Both of them were insulted. If they were on the other side, I think India would have formed the government this time.
So
Yes.
let's take that
Well, whose
across
loss
to...
is it more? I
Yeah,
think
that's right.
the
That's the important question that
Whose
you're
loss
making.
is it
Let's
more?
take that to Lavanya Balal. Lavanya, losing JDU here in Bihar, was that, you know, did the Congress push Nitish Kumar away because he wanted to be the convener of the INDIA alliance, and he was one of the first few people to really bolster that INDIA meeting which we saw in
Yes.
Bengaluru. So, in hindsight, how do you see this?
With Nitish Kumar, I think we would have had a better number right now. I mean, at this point of time, it is halfway through the counting. We would have had better numbers at this point of time, but I wouldn't like to jump the gun because there are more than 100 seats where the lead of the BJP is about 10,000 or less than 10,000, which can swing either way for both India Alliance or the NDA. So I would not want to comment about, is it a loss for India Alliance? I wouldn't say that, but would it have helped India Alliance better if those numbers were with us? Yes, definitely, of course. It would have strengthened India Alliance further if we had Nitish Kumar with us. But I do see a lot of BJP senior leaders commenting about Nitish Kumar may or may not be with NDA. I do not know what is their source of this information, but I see that on Twitter they are discussing. It is the BJP leaders who are discussing that Nitish Kumar may not stay back with the NDA.
All right, we have Akshay Marathe also joining us. Akshay, so far it does appear to be pretty comfortable for the BJP leading in all 7 seats across Delhi. At least that's what the Election Commission is telling us. How are you looking at the numbers so far?
First of all, I want to start off by saying that the BJP getting reduced to less than the 272 mark is a major victory against dictatorship in this country. Arvind Kejriwal ji campaigned hard across the country. He was out on bail, remember, only 21 days for campaigning. And he went across the country and his one single message was, if the BJP is allowed to come back to power with the numbers that they wanted, 400 par, that would be the death of democracy. And I'm so happy today that Indians have voted in large numbers against the BJP's arrogance and hubris. And this is not to suggest that India Alliance has won and we have crossed the 272 mark, but you remember the fact that the NDA allies also know that the BJP is very dangerous for them. If you look at the BJP's own track record when it comes to their relationship with allies, whether it's Akali Dal, whether it's Shiv Sena, NCP, there is a very good chance that now that the winds are blowing in the other direction, the allies will feel emboldened to actually switch sides and form an India Alliance government. And I think the movement in that direction might already be happening in the background. But let's wait and watch. I'm not trying to jump the gun.
But you know,
we are hopeful that
this alliance of convenience is also, you know, Veera, if you just look at the numbers in Punjab, the Congress leading in 7, Aam Aadmi Party in 3. There was no alliance between the two in Punjab, but there was an alliance in Haryana and in Delhi. So it's also played up in a convenient way. Nitish Kumar dropped, Mamata Banerjee didn't work out. Had the India alliance perhaps made a more concerted effort to keep its bloc together, this verdict would have been very different.
No, but Mamata has held her own in West Bengal. Nitish has held his own. Yes, you're right. They had more allies. Their numbers could be more. But Tuhin, at the moment when you see these numbers, what's the big worry? Is it the NDA number at 293 or is it the BJP number at 238, down 65? What's the big worry for the BJP at the moment?
Still about 2-3 hours to go before the final numbers emerge. Definitely these numbers are not in sync with what the exit polls had projected just 3 days ago. So I think, you know, the exit polls also probably got it wrong. It is not in sync with our Sankalp or 400 seats. But having said that, I don't see any problem in the BJP forming a very comfortable majority. In fact, by the time the counting is completed, BJP will be in the vicinity of 272 seats. So I don't think there is any issue at all. But yes, I mean, UP is a surprise. We continue to sweep Madhya Pradesh. We continue to sweep Gujarat. The results in Bihar seem to be phenomenal. In fact, we are breaking new geographical ground in Orissa, where we seem to be getting 17 seats. So I don't, I mean, in sports, there is a term called the law of averages. The law of averages sometimes catch up with you, but I don't see it having any impact on the future government, which will be a BJP government.
The only state that seems to be bringing smiles for the BJP is Odisha. The rest of it seems to have been big trouble, whether it's Maharashtra or Uttar Pradesh, even Rajasthan, all seems to be big trouble for the BJP. Lavanya, in your own home state of Karnataka, the Congress seems to be holding up to what, 10, 11 seats at the moment?
Yeah. We always said we will get double digits. 2019 we were reduced to 1 seat in Karnataka, which was really surprising and really hurtful for us. But this time we are reaching double digits, and that's what we were hoping for. We were looking around 14 seats was our expectation. So if we reach around 12 also, it's a great improvement for us. But at 20 would have been great. Of course, it is our desire to be at 20, but we are not reaching 20. I don't think so. But I would like to reiterate, India bloc still has a great chance because overall in more than 100 seats, the BJP is leading with less than 10,000 votes, and that can swing any way for India Alliance. So I would not want to jump the gun. I would still like to wait till
Okay,
about 4 or 5 p.m. in the evening.
None of us
before
want to jump the gun. We will wait till the end because this seems to be an election that's going to go down the wire, and we're going to be busy, Rishika, till late in the evening. I believe we can go across to Mr. Nagendra Mohan Krishna of the BJP at the moment. Sir, the trends at the moment, the way you see it on television screens, what's your big worry or what's your sense?
Veer Raghav, there is no sense of worry or anything. We are confident that we are forming the government for the third term. That you are missing, and everybody is talking about BJP's downfall from 272 to 238, 240. Just as you rightly said seconds before.
All right, so
that you may have to wait till
interrupt you. We have Anurag Thakur who's speaking. Let's just listen and we'll come right back to you.
अब में काफ़ी गैप है और कुल मिला के जो हमारा एनडीए गठबंधन है उसको भारी बढ़त बाकियों से बनाई हुई और आगे भी बनी रहेगी।
अनुराग जी, लगातार पांचवी जीत की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं तो जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ गई आपकी।
मैं जनता का आभारी हूं जिन्होंने पांचवी बार हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र से अब तक भारी बढ़त दिलाई है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी ने, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री अमित भाई ने, सभी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं ने बहुत विश्वास हर बार व्यक्त किया और मुझे पूर्ण आशा है कि उनकी उम्मीदों पर हम लोग खरा उतरे भी हैं। रिजल्ट हिमाचल प्रदेश का और हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में है और देश में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी।
Sir, that was Anurag Tiwari there. Anurag Thakur
Yes.
there, sending out his message. Mr. Nagendra Mohan
He's
Krishna.
leading from Hamirpur quite comfortably. But interesting, just sorry to interrupt you there, but Kangana is also leading from Mandi. She's been leading, I think, from the very beginning. Vikram Aditya of the Congress trailing, and Anand Sharma is also trailing. So I think it's advantage to the BJP as far as Haryana, as far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned.
That's right. Important points that you're making there, Rishika. Mr. Krishna, going back to the question that I asked you, what's your bigger worry? The number of the BJP on the screen right now is 238. NDA is at 293, well past 272, but BJP at 238. Which is your bigger worry?
Veer Raghav, I am smiling. We are coming back to the power for the third term. What more you require? People across the country, they have faith in BJP more than the India alliance, what they have made. They have given guarantees to the people. People might have voted for the guarantees. After this election, see, let me tell you one thing. जब दीप बुझते हैं ना, उसका पहले बहुत ज्वाला आते हैं. ऐसे ही इंडी का ज्वाला आ रहा है, ये ज्वाला बुझ जाएगा. ये ज्वाला बुझ जाएगा. In Karnataka, we have showed it. They gave the guarantees.
So
they made all kind of, they utilized the machineries.
He's making a very important point. Mr. Krishna, so the point you're making is something very important. You are saying at the end of the day, it will be an NDA government led by Prime Minister Modi.
Absolutely. There is no doubt. People have voted for Mr. Modi and BJP. And as Nirja was saying, I oppose her statement very much. Dalits are with BJP. If you see Uttar Pradesh election results also, after 3:30, 4 o'clock, you will come to know exactly. We will be crossing the maximum numbers than the India alliance. I'm very confident. I've spoken to the people there also. And coming back to Maharashtra, yes, it was a new phenomena, and still lot many rounds of counting has to take place in Maharashtra also. And we were talking about Bihar, see, across the country. And let me make a very simple and great point today. All the parties were talking. This is a North Indian party, and South India we have not dented. Today we are leading in Kerala, we are leading in Telangana, we are forming a government in, forming a government in Andhra Pradesh, and we are leading in Andhra Pradesh, in Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu also we are opening account. What more you require?
What about West Bengal? The Prime Minister, in one of his last interviews to news agency ANI, said West Bengal is going to be the biggest success story of the BJP. There was a bitter war after the exit polls, with the TMC calling for poll strategists and pollsters to apologize, saying that it's wrong. But it does appear at this moment that it's a TMC sweep in West Bengal. Do you look at that as a setback?
Look, in certain pockets, our leadership has got great confidence. You cannot deny the confidence, but still, we have fought. We have made the vacuum of the CPM, and BJP has come to the second place there. And we are confident there also. The kind of atrocities done by the TMC, people have realized today. They might have voted now, and they will realize tomorrow. And you can see BJP blooming in West Bengal also. Why you are not talking about Odisha then? Odisha, we are blooming very well in East. We are blooming very well in East.
Okay, Odisha is an important state. Odisha important state, both assembly as well as parliament. It's an extremely important state, significant for
absolutely.
the BJP. Thanks very much, sir. We will perhaps connect with you again at 4 o'clock to find out what the final numbers, when the final numbers are, and how it plays out.
I'll be very happy, Veer Raghav. And Uttar Pradesh, we are going to do well.
Okay,
and the
Uttar
final
Pradesh,
tally,
it
you
seems
can
very
see
difficult now.
That we will be crossing, and we will be smiling too well.
All right. We'll see at 4 o'clock, sir. But for the moment, let's go across to a man who's already started smiling there, Rishika, in Andhra Pradesh, in Vijayawada. It's all yellow there. Telugu Desam Party, Chandrababu Naidu has proven that patience pays. He waited, perseverance, and he seems to have swept that state. My colleague Aishwarya joins us from outside the TDP office in Vijayawada. What's the mood there?
Well, once we saw yellow at the stadiums where Chennai Super Kings used to win. Now today what we are witnessing, all yellow out here at Vijayawada at the TDP headquarters. Just behind me, these happy supporters of the TDP, because it's just one way which has gone in Andhra Pradesh, whether it is the assembly polls or whether it is the Lok Sabha polls. YSR CP had been defeated over here. The celebrations had begun early this morning. Chandrababu Naidu is a man who is on everyone's lips. Certainly it is the alliance that had worked here as far as the NDA is concerned, and happy faces. Joining with me are some supporters out here. This is a landslide victory, and that's what you were expecting out here?
We were looking at a great victory, that what the mandate has given from the AP people. We are very thankful to the AP people that who is going to support the senior most leader and who is going to the build of the AP capital, and who is going to build. It's not 175. It's 75 years old man who is going to build AP, reconstructing AP now, and he is going to direct the India. It is to be going to future of India. AP is going to future of India.
So people victory. It's all people victory, and it's Chandrababu Naidu victory.
It was welfare versus the development story in Andhra Pradesh. There were several schemes that were projected by Mr. Reddy. That didn't, folded as far as the Andhra Pradesh.
See, it's obvious. Always welfare schemes will not work right. There should be a certain level of development. If you see in the nation, we don't have any capital. But right now, I'm saying it very proud. Remember the name, Amaravati. It will be the great capital in India. It will be a very great capital in the world too. We will build it. We are software employees. We kept leave today to come to this office to celebrate our win. For last 5 years, we are waiting very eagerly. See my eyes. We are not sleeping for many days for this victory, and we won today. We will make our AP very beautifully in the country and the world also.
Very happy supporters out here at the TDP headquarters. This alliance also worked. The Jan Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party, Pawan Kalyan and Chandrababu Naidu made it for sure that this alliance should happen. Do you think that this alliance?
Yes, sir. Especially we should thank Pawan Kalyan garu, honestly, because he is the one person who took initiative step for the alliance itself.
Yes.
And one thing, sir, Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu is going to be the CM of Andhra Pradesh.
very happy supporters, and what we are getting to also know is that 9th of June is the date when Chandrababu Naidu will be taking as an oath for the Chief Minister, and this will be the 4th time that he is going to be the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh.
No, I was just going to tell you that Chandrababu Naidu was a man who waited outside the Congress. He tried to make an alliance with the Congress and supported the Congress during the Telangana Assembly elections. He was made to wait outside the BJP. And after 25 years, as my friend Shugata Srinivasa Raju pointed out, is this going to be, what's the sense, Aishwarya, that you're picking up from the TDP leaders there? Are they preparing not just for a role in Andhra Pradesh, but one nationally as well?
Well, certainly the supporters out here are very enthusiastic as far as the leaders are concerned. We spoke to them who were coming early in the morning at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. They were saying that it is not going to stop just in Andhra Pradesh, but they will be going to expand it, and therefore the reason perhaps the alliance of Bharatiya Janata Party and Jan Sena came together as they were looking for a larger picture working under the leadership of Prime Minister. Remember, it was such words that were used by Chandrababu Naidu against Jagan Reddy as dictatorship and all. But on the other side, it is Chandrababu Naidu who also spoke that it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who is working for the development of this country, and it is the need of an hour that Andhra Pradesh also needs similar kind of development as far as the entire country is witnessing, and therefore the reason perhaps this alliance got possible. We are getting to also know at this moment is that Chandrababu Naidu will arrive at the TDP headquarters and will address the Karyakartas. What's the plan from here on is something that Chandrababu Naidu will reveal when he will be addressing the supporters and the workers there at the TDP office. Also, Pawan Kalyan and the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders will be meeting Chandrababu Naidu this evening as well.
All right, the TDP was reduced to 3 seats in the last election, just for context, and they are currently leading in over 16. Amitabh Tiwari, if I can come to you for just a moment, how do you look at Andhra Pradesh? It's absolutely fascinating. It's almost flipped. The vote share difference last time around between the TDP and the YSRCP was over 10%.
See, Andhra is a swing state. If you see, if you just replace the 2024 number with 2019, it was exactly the same result in favor of the YSRCP. But as Veera was mentioning, you see, if you remove the 21 seats which the BJP or NDA is getting in Andhra, the number falls to below simple majority. So the alliance in Andhra Pradesh becomes the key, and now 2 leaders. Nitish Kumar was in India, hopped on to NDA, 14 seats. TDP knocked on the doors of Congress also for an alliance, 30 seats. 30 seats, if you flip, India becomes higher than NDA. I think these 2 kingmakers.
Okay. I think Amitabh and Rishika, more than Andhra Pradesh, before we get to our...
Amitabh is trying to give a hint. What could happen and what should happen.
I think this is the story of the TDP, Aishwarya, is way beyond Andhra Pradesh. Yes. Given the numbers on the screens, and if these numbers hold out, Chandrababu Naidu, the man you will possibly get for an interview by the end of the day, Aishwarya, could be an extremely, extremely important political person, as Sugata Srinivasa Raju points out,
I think we'll leave it
after
at
25 years.
Yes, we leave it at that. Aishwarya, if we can just come back to you very quickly. The discussion here, of course, is all about what Chandrababu Naidu is going to do. He's, of course, in an alliance with the BJP and the Jan Sena, but, he's no doubt, Veera, emerged as the kingmaker. Aishwarya.
Aishwarya will have to give us all the breaking news at the end of the day. Yes. Sugata, you pointed out, you said 1999, last time Chandrababu Naidu was...
1996. It started with 1996 when Devegowda became Prime Minister. Then again 1998, he was responsible for the removal of Devegowda and bringing in I.K. Gujral. Of course, that was quite historic. And that was an era of coalitions. 90s were the era of coalitions. And we may not actually see the resurgence of regional parties like we saw then, where the regional party goes on to head a coalition. It will be a major party-led kind of a thing. And it was always, the regional parties were the ones which gave a tucker to either the Congress or the BJP. Right. So that's
and TDP and Chandrababu Naidu in particular this whole period of coalition of the United Front government and followed by the NDA government headed by Vajpayee, he was very, he had a lead role in decisions. Who will become the president of India? Who will become the vice president of India? It was he who was navigating all that terrain. So he's back after a quarter of a century. It shows you can never write off any politician in India.
Patience space.
Okay, I'm told we've got that line back with Aishwarya. So Aishwarya, we're coming right back to you because you are where all the action is. The TDP currently leading in 16, YSRCP reduced to just 4 and the BJP.
I think, Rishika, the Andhra numbers don't matter from a national point of view. What's Chandrababu Naidu telling you? When are you going to meet him, Aishwarya?
Where is he right now and what's happening?
Well, Chandrababu Naidu is at his residence. He will be stepping out soon from his residence to come over here to greet the Karyakartas who have in attendance in large numbers. Let me show you these visuals of the TDP headquarters because the numbers speaks in itself. It is 16 for TDP, Jan Sena at 2, Bharatiya Janata Party at 3 and YCP reduced to 4. That's the number that speaks in itself. But a huge it's a victory for the TDP. And remember those time where Chandrababu Naidu used to come to Delhi, sits at the Andhra Bhavan, protest there because that's the time when he quit the NDA, when he was demanding the special status for the state of Andhra Pradesh. But later again, this is an alliance that had made it possible as a landslide victory, something that we are witnessing in Andhra Pradesh as far as the NDA alliance. A huge number half already gone. The TDP as far as the assembly segment is concerned, Lok Sabha 16 in itself is a huge number in Andhra Pradesh. But there you can see outside the TDP headquarters and supporters, Jan Sena already had
okay.
Aishwarya's line seems to be freezing up, but hopefully the line between Vijayawada and Delhi will not freeze up there, Rishika. I think that's an extremely important line in the coming 5 years.
Well, we're joined by Anuradha Podwal. She's a singer and a Padma Shri awardee. She's joining us. Thank you very much for being with us. We also have RP Singh, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. We're going to slip into a very short break at this moment and we'll come right back to you to get your sense of what you're looking at this moment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The India bloc is back in coalition. It has defied the poll predictions. The NDA so far continues below the 300 mark. India bloc maintains a steady gap. All right, there is a huddle in the national capital, a crucial meeting that is taking place. And while, of course, we are still looking at leads, the first results are in. The CPM has won the Alathur seat in Kerala. It is the return of the regional parties. Leads show a rise of regional parties, whether it's the TDP, the SP, the TMC or the Uddhav Sena. They've all bettered their performance. Does it indicate that local issues have indeed dominated the election? It's a stunner of a result, or rather stunner of trends as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. It's a resurgence of the Samajwadi Party, and BJP's Smriti Irani trails. All eyes will be on the final verdict in Amethi.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन ओरिएंट PLDC फैन द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch result क्या रहा on NDTV.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड एलेक्सा स्विच ऑन द फैन ओरिएंट PLDC फैन द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन ओरिएंट PLDC फैन द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Let's go right across to Saurabh Gupta joining us live from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. We also have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us from Mumbai. Saurabh, to you first. The TMC at the moment is leading in 31 seats, the BJP in 10 and the Congress in 1. Mamata Banerjee had said that she will ask pollsters to apologize if the exit polls are wrong. Is she going to make that happen? What are you picking up? What's happening outside her house?
Well, the Trinamool is definitely in the mood to do so because as you can see right now, celebrations have broken out. And this is, of course, what Mamata Banerjee is known for, the iconic Hawai Chappal, something that Trinamool workers always support with. So, celebrations outside. Now, if I can quickly go through 4 points that the Trinamool, of course, is, working on and why they see this as a victory. And those 4 points are very important. One, of course, is the Lokhir Bandar. Women voters always with Mamata Banerjee. Secondly, there is, of course, this issue of the fact that central funds were withheld, that's something that the Trinamool built into its election narrative. That seems to have worked, with the Trinamool having paid out some of those dues from state funds. Thirdly, there is also the other thing also about there is the whole. There is also the other thing about there is also this whole thing of Trinamool. So a lot of celebration here is of course. Jai Bangla. Hey.
Okay.
All right, we'll try and go back to Saurabh in
Sentiments.
a bit. Radhika Ramaswamy also joins us from Mumbai. The other big story, one is West Bengal. The other big story is largely Maharashtra and Mumbai specifically there, Radhika.
Certainly, Mumbai specifically, 6 constituencies in Mumbai and very neck-to-neck fight as far as at least about 3 to 4 constituencies in Mumbai are concerned. Of course, Piyush Goyal is leading as far as Mumbai North goes, and then there is Ujjwal Nikam versus Varsha Gaikwad in Mumbai North Central, which is again going neck-to-neck. It was Varsha Gaikwad leading and now Ujjwal Nikam leading. And as far as certain Sena versus Sena seats in Mumbai are concerned, again, very, very tight contest between, Sena, Uddhav Sena as well as Shinde Sena, especially in Mumbai Northwest, Mumbai South Central as well, and in Mumbai Northeast, there's UBT Sena, Sanjay Dina Patil leading, but things are changing every 5 minutes. We're talking about close to 20-24 seats for each, for both MV as well as Mahayuti across Maharashtra. Earlier it was 24, 23, then it became 25, 24 and so on. So it is changing every 5 minutes, very tight, very different from what it was in 2019, simply because of the change in political equations, because of the split in Sena and NCP. And every time we were covering elections over in the last 5 phases, this is something that we asked the voters as to whether they're confused when it comes to casting their vote, and the Sena split, NCP split was playing in their minds. There was a sense of betrayal that even people could see through. So therefore, sympathy factor in a way working for the traditional NCP Sena, the original Sena NCP as one could call it, which is why it is beneficial for MVA. We know for a fact that in the last elections, in 2019, UPA did not win as many seats, which of course included just Congress, NCP. Now, of course, there are 6 parties that we are talking about. So MVA now, fighting really hard. All the splits perhaps working in their favor. And as far as Mahayuti is concerned, it is the BJP that has taken up the chunk of the seats, and therefore they are in fact the big brother that is sort of keeping Mahayuti afloat, with at least about 16 seats having been won, or rather in 16 seats they are leading. BJP is leading in Maharashtra. Nothing being won by NCP Ajit Pawar as yet. There is perhaps 1 seat in which he is leading, but certainly this is benefit MVA this time around, and not so much as far as NDA is concerned. But we'll again have to wait for a couple of more hours before we can call this election.
Right, we'll go across to the other corner of the country, Rishika, to the east.
Yes, and Saurabh, of course, is with us. But before we go to Saurabh, I just wanted to say Supriya Sule has been leading now. As far as Baramati is concerned, it was one of the most keenly watched seats. But Arvind Sawant is from Mumbai South. He's leading. It was
That's right. The largest story is that and we've been mentioning that all along, that the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena and the Sharad Pawar NCP seems to have held on to its own.
Is also leading,
Let's go across to Saurabh as well. Saurabh, you are possibly in another sweep state, and Mamata Banerjee should be very, very happy today.
Absolutely, Trinamool supporters very happy. Joy Bangla slogans all over. Trinamool supporters celebrating outside Mamata Banerjee's home. Now, if I am to tell you the whole reason and what the reasons that the Trinamool is giving us for its victory. One is, of course, Lokhir Bhandar. That scheme is something that's worked. Secondly, the central funds being withheld and the Trinamool paying out dues from state funds. Thirdly, what the Trinamool says, and something that they seized upon, is the Prime Minister's comment on fish, something that Bengalis associate with. And the fourth, of course, is also the fact that several High Court orders that were delivered was aptly played out by Mamata Banerjee, and these were interpreted as the BJP was behind these orders, and therefore that seems to have also resulted in this sweep. 31 seats is now what the Trinamool is leading in. Bengal has 42 seats. The BJP, of course, will be very, very unhappy with that performance, but celebrations. Well, Joy Bangla and Abki Bar Mamta Sarkar, to borrow from a BJP slogan. This is, of course,
as well. You should have some green on your face as well, Saurabh, but I think you will have some green.
I doubt Saurabh can hear us, Veera, given the kind of noise that there is there behind him. But thanks very much, Saurabh, for joining us with that update. All TMC bigwigs leading, Shaugata Roy leading, Mahua Moitra, Yusuf Pathan leading against Radhi Ranjan Chaudhary at the moment. That's interesting. Abhishek Banerjee is also leading, so very interesting.
Yusuf Pathan is slogging the slogovers there.
Kirti Azad is also leading, by the way.
That's right. All cricketers doing very well in West Bengal. Let's go across to Anuradha Podwal. Ma'am, is there a song to define the moment that we are in? If you can give us one.
You really think after listening to all this since morning, I would be inspired to sing a song? Please spare me today.
No, but you should still try. Is there a song for this?
Not really. Not really. Can't think of anything.
Okay, but how are you looking at the numbers that you're seeing, ma'am?
Well, I think the nation is taking an active interest more than all these past years. Everybody is wanting to play a part in the role of the elections.
Right.
All right. Well, democracy is thriving. I think that's all we can say
it's a
at
fascinating
the moment.
Contest.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's just, we're going to take a very short break right now, but the numbers there on your screen, NDA at 290, BJP at 236 in terms of leads. As these firm up,
yes,
it could tell
also
a fascinating
crucially,
story of
BJP
India.
currently below 240, and that's been the number for a while as well. And the Congress had in fact crossed 100, Veera, at one point, but now
it'll be those two numbers that will be very important.
Very important.
We'll keep the conversation going here on NDTV, but for the moment, we'll slip into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
चल, हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results. But this counting day, don't just know the result. Understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha?
The day is still developing, Tanima, very much. At present, as we look at 1 p.m., NDA stands at 290 with the BJP at 237. That's the number on your television screens. The Congress up 45, standing at 97. But Tanima, a good 125 seats have a margin of less than 10,000 votes.
That's right. The counting is not over yet, of course, but clearly surprises in store, especially in certain battleground states, Maria, that we have seen when it comes to Uttar Pradesh or even West Bengal for that matter, clearly defying the predictions which have been made by the pollsters just a couple of days back. We'll get our ground reports also, of course, with our reporters spread out across the country. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines.
NDA gets majority, BJP falls short. India bloc defies poll predictions. Samajwadi Party set for best ever performance. India bloc leading in Uttar Pradesh. The Trinamool Congress, the TDP, the Uddhav Sena have performed, including the Samajwadi Party, which means all the regional players have held on to the ground and have done better. In fact, the TMC is also maintaining a significant lead over the BJP in West Bengal.
And the TDP Plus Alliance leading in Andhra Pradesh Assembly elections. TDP stalls the juggernaut Chandrababu Naidu to take oath as Chief Minister on June 9th. And the market slide over 7% on the back of counting trends so far. Experts say that the Dalal Street is facing selling pressure as NDA underperforms.
And we are going straight to Karnataka because overall, the BJP hasn't really done well in Karnataka. Is that a surprise? Because it was a battle of welfarism, Tanima, which played out clearly. The welfarism of Siddaramaiah versus centre's welfarism, defying also what has been so far the trend in Karnataka of voting differently in the states, but voting for Prime Minister Modi and the BJP at the centre. Let me bring in Pratibha, who's joining us live. Pratibha, where exactly are you and what is the mood on the ground?
Well, I'm right outside Mr. Yediyurappa's residence. In fact, it was his son Vijendra who was spearheading the BJP campaign here in Karnataka. Remember, the BJP had won at least around 25 of the 28 seats in 2019, and it was a sort of a prestige battle for the BJP as far as this election was concerned. Yes, like you clearly pointed out, it was a Modi guarantees versus the Siddaramaiah guarantees, and seems like Siddaramaiah guarantees have really worked in favor of the Congress, at least to the extent of being in the lead of at least 10 seats so far as the counting right now goes. And the BJP right now, in fact, the atmosphere here doesn't really seem to be as jubilant as expected as far as the BJP's performance in Karnataka is concerned. Both Yediyurappa as well as Vijayendra have refused to speak to the media as yet, and they said that they would wait for the trends to go further in terms of the counting today, and only then they would be reacting to the media. Definitely a setback for the BJP in Karnataka as well as for the nation in terms of their performance. But yes, the NDA has definitely spearheaded in terms of crossing the majority there. But in terms of what Karnataka is facing right now, the mood isn't that great in the BJP camp. But yes, the Congress, we are yet to pick up reactions from the Congress headquarters there. But not so great for the BJP here as far as 2024 election goes. Back to you.
Yes, so let's try and bring in the analysts who are joining us here. Shogato, how are you looking at these numbers? I mean, how much of a surprise is Karnataka for you?
No, Karnataka is not exactly a surprise because Karnataka, the internal assessments of all the parties was 18 for NDA, 18 to 20, and then 8 to 10 to the Congress. So that is more or less where, I think the BJP has held on. If they had probably, done well with ticket distribution and, handling dissidents in North Karnataka especially, I think they would have done a little better. But in the case of the Congress, one expected it to be the other way around. The Congress should have got about 20 and the BJP and NDA should have got about 8. So that was what was expected because the guarantees became a byword for the national, manifestos, and it became a very big thing across India. So there is I think from the level that they were last time.
Will you then say that it was a battle of welfareism which played out there?
No, welfareism, yes, but welfareism had its own issues because the classic welfare idea of, giving money to agriculture, irrigation, education, all of that was cut. So there was a lot of pressure from the MLAs themselves. There was no funds to sort of even asphalt roads. So that problem existed. So if the Congress had sort of balanced that, perhaps they would have crossed 15 or 16. So traditionally the BJP has done well from about, say from 2008 on or 1999 on, their vote share has considerably improved there. But if the Congress had probably balanced that welfare idea and not created a welfare utopia, probably they would have done better.
Right. We'll of course continue with the Karnataka, discussing further on the Karnataka fallout. But for the moment, I'm also joined by my colleague Vedant, who is joining us from the national capital. Vedant, you were reporting from the BJP office. Though BJP is doing definitely well in the national capital, but what's the mood like this afternoon? I mean, it was comparatively jubilant earlier in the day. What's it like now?
You're absolutely right, Tanima. In fact, earlier in the day, we saw some dhols here as well, Karyakartas coming to the party headquarters. But the mood really not very upbeat right now. In fact, if I can ask my camera person to follow me, I'd also show you how, Karyakartas from across the country, in fact, have gathered here watching, the results play out very anxiously. This is the mood here inside the BJP headquarters, where Karyakartas, as I said, from different states have gathered watching, the results on the big screen. Some sort of anxiety still there, though of course there was some sloganeering as well, with Karyakartas sort of upbeat about the fact that at least the Prime Minister is poised to return to power, and the NDA is set to form the government. But as we show you these visuals, let me also point out that when we spoke to Karyakartas here, particularly from the south, Maria and Tanima, there was certainly some sort of disillusionment with the central leadership. That's what we picked up from Karyakartas from the south. They said that feedback from the ground was not taken seriously, and that is perhaps one of the reasons why why the results have turned out the way they have. So that disillusionment certainly there, particularly among Karyakartas from say Karnataka and even Tamil Nadu, and they said that they have of course sought time with BL Santosh as well. So all of that playing out here. Of course, the Prime Minister was expected here at about 6:37. Something that that, of course, is a usual practice when it comes to elections with the BJP, the big screen put out here. But certainly right now, the mood not as jubilant as it was in the morning.
Great degree of caution there, which we are seeing at the BJP headquarters, because certainly these are unexpected results for the party. If we were to make that comparison from 2014 onwards, Tanima, in 2014, the BJP had won alone 282. It had gone up to 303 on its own. And with NDA, it had touched 350. So it's not really a number that they would be too happy or too pleased to look at. Aishwarya is joining us. Aishwarya, you are where all the celebrations are happening. And we are told that Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath, likely to take oath on 9th in Amravati. So in many ways, he is declaring the capital of Andhra Pradesh also. One of the talking points in these elections.
Well, certainly there is extreme humidity out in Vijayawada, but this heat and this humidity is not letting the supporters and the karyakartas of the TDP let down. They're celebrating in huge numbers. They have arrived over here, as my camera person is showing you these visuals of firecrackers being busting out just right outside the TDP headquarters, where we've been told that Chandrababu Naidu will arrive very soon, and he will be addressing the karyakartas of just not the TDP but the Jan Sena and the Bharatiya Party as well. It is, of course, as the sources clearly stating, that Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath of the Chief Minister on 9th, and this would be in Amravati. That's every karyakarta, in fact, is also speaking out here in Vijayawada, and that's the debate that has been put forward. They stated that YSR Jagan really clearly not been speaking about it. The demand was about Amravati. The development was the major issue that the people of Andhra Pradesh was facing. It was member welfare versus development that the politics pan around in the entire elections when it came to the elections. But it is a complete sweep as far as the NDA alliance is concerned, be it the assembly polls or be it the Lok Sabha polls. Remember, 16 seats are currently where TDP is carrying lead. 3 seats to the Bharatiya Janata Party, 4 to the...
But let me also introduce Ms. Dipshikha Kumar, founder of Speakin, who is joining us on the broadcast. Your first reactions actually on this result that we are seeing at the moment, ma'am. At the moment, of course, as we know that we've been reporting that NDA is inching closer to the 300 mark, but the opposition has maintained a very close, steady gap through the day so far. The counting is still underway, but what's your analysis at the moment, looking at the numbers as of now?
I think the biggest winner has perhaps been, we've been talking about the welfare, the economics of welfare and the whole welfareism per se. I think this election is a beautiful testament to the entire prophecy of differentiating between an influencer and an actual leader. There have been a lot of influencers in this entire campaign. I mean, very, very strong leaders who have come out, larger than life figures, and across the board. I mean, both of course, from Prime Minister Modi to the local level leaders as well. But I think what ultimately has won is the connect to the lowest level. And maybe people like us who are sitting on English channels and watching what the news is saying, from Financial Times globally to the Times of India locally, we are perhaps a little further away from what is actually happening on the ground. Maybe the actual work, the actual delivery of, whether from an employment standpoint, from trading standpoint, from startup standpoint, from actual work standpoint, that probably has spoken.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that would be a fair assessment to make, that this is a welfareism narrative that we saw playing out in India. We also have Shama Mohammed of the Congress, Krishna Hegde of the Shiva Sena, and Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party. While we look at the numbers play out, there are, of course, that will be seen as challenges. How should we be looking at it? Shama, talking specifically, let's start with Kerala first. it's Congress all the way.
Yes, I mean, Congress party has always done very well in Kerala. But I must say today is about the exit polls. I mean, I said it yesterday on your channel, the exit polls were wrong. And I was very sure about it because I have visited states, I have people who visited states, and look at the biggest shock is UP. I mean, UP, I was told by the BJP they were expecting around 70 plus. And they've got a slap on their face. Exit polls gave us nothing in Karnataka much, Telangana, we were not getting much. So the exit polls are really wrong, and whoever's done these exit polls, one has to catch hold of them because it was most of the exit polls. So I don't know how the exit polls can go this wrong. I told you 2004 and that's what has happened.
Yes.
Kerala, we are doing very well. I was just going through all the candidates. It's just one where we are trailing. That's about it. I mean, two seats basically. So yes, that is a bit unfortunate, but otherwise Kerala we are doing. And if you look at it there, the India Alliance way, Kerala we are doing well.
Okay. Deepshika, coming back to you, because, you know, if we were to look at what is going to be the impact on markets, markets certainly not showing any signs of cheer. There is a lot of jitters which are visible. It's down 6%. What are the expectations of your institution?
I think it's still wait and watch. I mean, today is going to be a lot of, like you said, jitters. It's going to be up and down and up and down. But overall reaction will definitely be much more somber. I think a big correction, which everybody was looking at, has perhaps come. We'll wait at what the final tally could look like. It looks like they'll comfortably make the government. So in that sense, it should stabilize over a period of time. But in the near term, you're looking at a lot of volatility. I won't be investing today.
Right. Ma'am, one more question actually before we actually let you go. But, you know, women voters have been termed as one of the X factors to look out for in these elections. In the exit polls, if we saw, a lot of pollsters actually said that they are voting largely for the BJP. Have we read the women voters wrongly? What do you think in terms of the exit polls?
I think exit polls, like Shoma was mentioning, has pretty much not going to be a point of conversation today. Everybody's got it wrong. Maybe there was a lot of confirmation bias going on. But as far as women are concerned, I think there are two parts to it. I mean, I'm myself a woman entrepreneur. I would look for, particularly from an entrepreneurship standpoint, I would look for a stable environment where I can grow my business. Is this a stable environment where I can grow my business? Is it an attractive environment? Has I gotten that attitude to run a business with confidence? Absolutely yes, and full credit to the government for that. Is the environment on the ground supporting me to run it like a business that I want to? No, there's still a lot left to get there. On the personal side, as women voters are concerned across spectrums, I think number one is unemployment and the cost of living. These are the two things I don't think, as the results are saying, I don't think there has much been done on that front.
Okay, before I let you go, a quick word. Of course, you know, we had put the spotlight on the women voters. There has been a lot of focus also on the youth of the country. On ground, we did hear the chatter around absence of jobs. Is that something that is going to be the talking point going ahead a lot more?
It should be. We've been hiring over the past 3 months, and there are two big problems that the job market will see. Number one, the overall sentiment is in doldrums. People are not hiring, right from the larger organizations in the IT/ITES space. Companies are not hiring. You can hear it from the top institutions for the freshers, from IIT, you know, where we have more than 200 people not placed yet, unheard of. Second, in terms of people who are now looking to move further in their career, they've been really spoiled in the past few years by the whole startup culture. The salaries have gone through the roof. Now these people, because of lack of jobs, are coming back into the market and they've become virtually unemployable. The third and the biggest thing that is happening is, again, going back to the attitude side. Some people have really absorbed that attitude, the India story, you know, the digital revolution. I have access to this and that and this and that. The problem that is created is that there has been an absolute mismatch of aspirations versus available opportunities. That is creating so much dissatisfaction. The youth today thinks is blowing up the available opportunities and you know, maybe looking at it through a mirror glass. I think there's some rationalization needed there for the job market to get better. I don't see getting better in the next 6 to 9 months.
So basically rationalization at all possible levels, one would say, including the markets. Deepshika, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Let me go back to Nalin Kohli and also bring in Shama Mohammed. There's some celebrations that are happening outside BJP President JP Nadda's home. Reasons to celebrate or lots to introspect? Nalin Kohli?
Well, certainly reasons to celebrate that we are forming the government. I mean, the NDA, which is a pre-poll alliance, and may I remind everyone that the former President K.R. Narayanan is the one who set the precedent that a pre-poll alliance will be invited to form the government. That is the norm. There is only one pre-poll alliance in the country, and that is the BJP NDA. They have crossed the majority mark, which is evident, 290. What the final figure is, we will know by 3-4 o'clock.
Okay,
so if that is not cause for celebration, what would be? Only twice in the history of India, have you had a government coming back to power 3 times, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and under Prime Minister Modi.
No, but in
so we have to thank the voters for that.
It's not, of course, I agree with you that this is, you know, Prime Minister Modi returning for the 3rd time, as you're saying. But if we look at these numbers, BJP at 237 actually means that the allies will have a greater say.
So certainly we will be looking at why we have not been able to cross the 272 mark ourselves. But then the BJP has always analyzed every result in victory and defeat and come out stronger after that. So that's not a cause of concern. The fact is, has the BJP NDA crossed the halfway mark? Yes, they have. Have the people felt confident enough to give it a 3rd term? Yes, they have. And these numbers may moderately change a little bit in the next couple of hours because some seats are tightly contested. Like I was saying, Rahul Spiti, the Congress party has won by 1,700 votes. It is possible that the BJP may win a few seats with a lower margin, so we should hold our horses as to what the final figure is. But I have a question to ask of the Congress party. Will they apologize to the Election Commission and to the voters of India for raising unnecessary questions on the issue that democracy is in danger and the electronic voting machines are suspect? After all, it is under these electronic voting machines. The Congress party seems to be increasing its seats by almost about 30. So therefore, they owe an apology for raising this constant thing that democracy is in danger and then going globally and asking Kohli, what will Europe and America do about it.
We'll give Shama Mohammed a chance to respond to that. Yes, Mr. Kohli will give Shama Mohammed a chance to respond to that. But first, let's look at some live visuals coming in from both sides in the national capital. There's Congress also celebrating. These are the visuals on your screens there. On one side, you can see that the BJP is celebrating from their office in the national capital. The Congress also in celebratory mode in Delhi. So quite a story there in terms of the pictures if we look at it that way. But Shama Mohammed, would you like to respond to Nalin Kohli?
No, before I come to that, I just want to say when I heard Nalin Kohli speak, there's only one pre-poll alliance. I get the feeling that he's very worried about his alliance partner, whether they would leave the NDA or not, is what I got the feeling when Nalin was speaking right now.
It's incorrect.
Number two, I've always said
I have no
the
such
people
feeling.
of this...
So don't assess my feelings, Shama. Let's speak on the issue, my friend.
I didn't.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. There are no feelings in my mind to that. I must clarify to the viewers.
This is a rare sight when both of you are celebrating. Both the parties are celebrating.
All smiles on both
One
the
party
faces.
which is not forming the government, the other party which is forming the government, and still they are down. But obviously, it is not as per their expectations. But Shama, you know, democracy. At least today, the opposition should say democracy is safe and it's up and kicking. We are robust.
See, let me be very clear. The people went out and voted rightly, but the Election Commission at the end of the day did a lot to help the present government, and I'm not going to go back on that. Model code of conduct was violated numerous times by the Prime Minister of India and many other BJP leaders, but no action was taken, and I'll continue to say that. I never spoke about EVM machines, so I don't know who spoke about that according to Nalin,
all the petitions were in court.
But we have always had that. Let me finish. Nalin, let me finish. Nalin, you're not. Let me finish. Nalin, you're not letting me finish. Let me finish. This issue about EVMs is what we said is all the democracies in the world, including America, Britain and many European countries, nobody uses the EVM machines. So what we are saying is that like other democracies like in the world, let's go back to the ballot box. I even want to go back now to the ballot box.
Will you also accept that there should not be any fear regarding the functioning of Indian democracy or its institutions? The Election Commission did a fair job.
There is about the institutions. Let me finish, Maria. The institutions, for example, the exit polls. What was the exit polls? Who asked the exit pollsters to go with a certain thing? The present dispensation. They said we want it our way. They were pressurized to do whatever they had to do.
Yes, but
I remember once a politician came out and gave us better figures. He had to delete. He had to delete his tweet. He has to delete his tweet
to say that.
So we know.
Yeah, they're completely exaggerated. That's a fair assessment. Yes, Nalin, go ahead.
I think it is unfair for Sharma to say that, there was pressure on the media. Not one media channel has said so. It is as false as Mr. Jairam Ramesh's statement to make a wild allegation that the Home Minister called up 150 DMs or district magistrates to say you will help us win. I mean, these are wild allegations. Either come up with some evidence. And
So
on the EVMs, if I may point out that the court of the Honorable Supreme Court, 1 minute, Shama, 1 minute, Shama, now it's my chance to finish my point.
Yes,
the Supreme Court, the Honorable Supreme Court told and reminded the Congress lawyers to say that do you wish us to go back to the paper days, and we saw what mess used to be there. Today, when the EVMs are making all parties win whom the people want to elect, how can you say that democracy is in danger? Mr. Rahul Gandhi is saying that democracy is in danger, going and internationalizing it in Europe, in America. I mean, certainly raises some serious questions about him. Okay. I think he either owes an apology or says, I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Today will be a day in which we'll be looking at ahead.
Can I reply? I need to reply to this. I have to reply
Shama,
to this.
You are getting chance to reply. And we'll be very pleasant with each other.
I'm not going to... I'm just saying, I'm not going to go back. Democracy is in danger, was in danger under Mr. Modi, and there is no change about it. He tried all his ways, even how to select an election commission. A bill was gotten to change the way, remove the Chief Justice, put a cabinet minister.
Okay, Shama, let's look at this 232
and
numbers.
In 2017, Nalin, let me finish.
No, Shama, we'll be looking at these numbers because
please,
we have experts in the studio, and I'll bring in Mr. Chauhan.
I want to finish my point.
Let's move away from the politicians a bit now,
Let me finish my point.
Because there is a piece of breaking news that is coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. Remember, reports are coming in and sources are indicating that Mr. Naidu is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister on 9th. In Amravati, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to the alliance partner in Chandrababu Naidu just few minutes back, and that's what sources are telling us. We'll try and connect with Uma Sudhir. This is an important call that has been made, Shagata. Yes. And timely call.
Yes, of course. With the numbers looking the way they are looking, I think Prime Minister Modi or the BJP does not want any ally to sort of look distracted, look the other way. And I think they're just trying to keep their flock together. So it's extremely important call that has been made. And another point that, earlier, that it has not come out in the discussion earlier, is that, see, would the numbers be better for the BJP had the RSS, there was this little chatter that was spread that the RSS has not really come out and worked. So now we'll have to see if that was really true.
Okay. We have Uma Sudhir joining us on the phone line. Uma, so the oath-taking ceremony will be, I can see you. Uma, so the oath is likely to happen on 9th in Amravati, and now the Prime Minister making that call is what sources are indicating.
Yes, indeed. Very, very critical and important developments that are happening in Andhra Pradesh, where, of course, it's been more than a tsunami that the NDA has managed, and the TDP more than able to form the government on its own. And yes, the vote-taking ceremony has been fixed for the 9th of June, and it will happen in Amravati, meaning to say that Amravati is going to be the capital of Andhra Pradesh. That's what Amit Shah as well as Chandrababu Naidu have already declared. And yes, the second very important...
Okay, we'll try and connect with Uma again. There seems to be some problem with that network. But Amitabh, looking at this number, it's a landslide for the TDP. The Jana Sena, surprisingly, has also done very well.
See, Andhra always, we've seen swinging from one election to another. If you just replace the year and just replace YSRCP with TDP, you would have almost got the similar results in 2019. They won 151 and TDP plus JNP is 151. Now, TDP plays a crucial role in government formation at the center. If you exclude the 21 seats which NDA has won in Andhra, then they are at 270, 71, 72. And TDP, for a long time, was actually knocking on the doors of BJP and Congress both. In fact, only after the 3-0 drubbing of Congress party in the Hindi heartland did TDP finalize to go ahead with BJP. And this seems to be a differentiator, key differentiator state between the two alliances in this election.
So YSRCP at 17, TDP plus, which is essentially Janasena and the BJP, they have had a massive gain of 134. In fact, sources in TDP are telling us that Mr. Naidu has put his eyes firmly on the Lok Sabha numbers. That's of course the Vidhan Sabha numbers where the TDP has gained a good 108. The BJP has gained 7 seats. That is the number of seats that they contested on. And the Janasena making a gain of 19. But let's look at the Lok Sabha numbers also. And what sources are telling us is that Mr. Naidu will speak only after the Lok Sabha numbers become clear, because there are 4 seats on which YSRCP is leading. Which are these 4 seats? He's trying to really figure that out. But for the moment, NDA leading in 21 seats, in all 21, it's a clean sweep for Chandrababu Naidu. And one of the talking points, as we have been saying on ground, was certainly, you know, that how will this really pan out?
Right.
You know, I will try and get some more details, because even as we look at these 292 numbers, there are close to 100 plus seats where the margin is less than 10,000. And where are these seats coming from? Let's try and break that down for our viewers, because that will also give us a sense of how the numbers are playing out.
Right. We will, of course, be going into a breakup, a proper in-depth analysis, as Maria is going to show us on the big screen there. But as we were discussing, Shugato, you know, what we can see right now playing out in Andhra Pradesh is a bit of a role reversal. Like Chandrababu Naidu has actually scripted a comeback for the NDA in the state, and the way Jagan did it back in 2019, this seems to be a same, you know, it's just the main characters have kind of changed in this way.
Absolutely, it's a role reversal in every which way. Jagan comes out of jail and he wins the elections.
Right.
Chandrababu Naidu comes out of jail and he wins elections.
For 2 months, yes.
So it's a complete reversal of the situation, and it was quite expected, although one did not expect these kind of numbers to be, especially the assembly numbers. You know, in a house of 175, the NDA has 158 odd seats, you know, which is quite astounding, you know. I mean, so it's a complete surprise, and in terms of numbers, but in terms of the social engineering that the BJP could manage or Chandrababu Naidu could manage was quite formidable, because the Kapu Kama vote came together, they isolated the Reddy thing, and there was a lot of anti-incumbency that you saw, you know, I mean, sort of tilting the balance for YSRCP and Jagan Reddy. So I've been telling this, that everybody spoke about Jagan Reddy's welfareism. Yes, it did. He did a lot of good. He did reach out to a lot of people, but I think he upset the old patronage system that existed in Andhra Pradesh. See, politics is ultimately about that kind of patronage. So he brought in a new tier of volunteers who were actually ensuring the delivery of the welfare programs, which sort of subverted the existing structure, political structure. And if the existing political structure is upset, that means the MLAs are unhappy, the Gram Panchayat members are unhappy, the Taluk Panchayat members are unhappy.
Right.
So it's a kind of game which got upset and subverted.
Right. Yeah. Mr. Tiwari, I wanted to also ask, do you think it's also a matter of strategic alliance that the TDP could actually stitch together? The TDP, Janasena and the BJP actually managed in Andhra Pradesh? Or as Shugato was also saying, that Andhra probably has a bit of a, you know, whether swinging is the right term to use or not, but essentially the fact that 2019 people gave Jagan a chance, but He did not, in a way, he must have disappointed certain sections. But is it a strategic alliance which really worked out in the favor of TDP?
Yes, because TDP under Chandrababu Naidu has won the state only in alliance with BJP.
No.
So BJP is sort of a lucky charm for Naidu after he has taken over the party from NTR. That's number one. Number two is that it's a simultaneous election.
Yeah.
In simultaneous elections, I have been saying this clearly here, the party which wins the Vidhan Sabha elections will go on to win the maximum seats in Lok Sabha.
Right.
That's what's happening, and that is what is happening in Odisha. For BJP to gain this massively in Odisha, they've also won the Vidhan Sabha elections. Beyond a point, split voting in a simultaneous poll does not take place.
It's a risk, it's a gamble being taken by the incumbent government probably. But for the moment, let's go across to Maria as she gives us more detailed analysis from the big screen.
Yes, because you know, Tanima, it's 1:30 and let's try and put the spotlight on seats where the margin is less than 10,000. In fact, 127 seats which are spread across Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Bengal, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, and also Tamil Nadu have less than 10,000 margin. So let's try and look at Uttar Pradesh in particular, as we have been talking about surprise number gains, Amitabh, that's coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Just look at Amroha and Fatehpur Sikri. The margin between the BJP and the Congress is around 6,000 votes. Let's go further. Again, another seat, which is Allahabad. The margin between the BJP and the Congress is 5,389. Another seat, Mirzapur and Farrukhabad in Uttar Pradesh. The margin is less than 5,000 votes. And if we were to do more micro-analysis, West Bengal's Behrampur, important constituency there, the margin between the TMC and the Congress, the BJP is really not in the fray. It's party number perhaps 3, when there was perhaps that strategy of not going for alliance seemed to have worked in Bengal in particular, because if you look at the gap, it is the contest is happening between the TMC and the Congress on this seat of Behrampur. Again, in Alipurdwar, it is in West Bengal. The battle is between the TMC and the BJP. The margin is around 3,549. So, you know, again, Uttar Pradesh, if we were to look at it further, Banda, the seat where there is a contest between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, after almost 7 to 8 rounds, the margin is less than 3,000 votes. Uttar Pradesh, Phulpur, look at this number. It is Samajwadi Party versus the BJP. The margin is 2,028 votes. Uttar Pradesh again, Unnao, the margin between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, 1,352. So when we look at these numbers, is this consolidation? Because by 1:30 we usually tend to come to conclusions, Amitabh. And if we were to look at UP, because that's a huge surprise coming in UP in particular, 42 is what India is standing on right now. And the NDA, which includes the BJP, the Apna Dal and smaller parties such as Nishad Party, is at 39.
See, a 10,000 margin is nothing in a Lok Sabha election. However, one thing which we have to see here, and I think the team needs to pull that out, is how many of these 127 seats is the NDA leading on, and how many of these 127 seats is the UPA leading on, because that is the key. And normally what happens is that the close contest seats are also distributed in the same ratio or the proportion of the overall seats. So I think that's a very key number. That's a fantastic stats which you have pulled out. But I think additional information will also give insights, more insights to the viewer as to how this election is not yet over.
Break it down further, there are a number of seats, but most of the seats that are coming in from West Bengal, interestingly, it is BJP TMC, because Ranaghat, for example, it is less than 10,000, 9,000 to be specific. Let's go further. Srirampur, TMC versus BJP, BJP trailing by 8,000 votes. In Damdam, interesting battle again, 8,794. If we go further, let's look at more West Bengal seats. Bangaon, between the BJP and the TMC, the margin is just 7,000 votes. Maharashtra is again a state where the India bloc is seen to be making massive gains, be it in Bid or in Bandara Gondia. The margin is just around 7,000 votes. So, you know, while we look at it, it's becoming increasingly clear that these numbers are consolidating and NDA hovering somewhere around 290 and India around 233. Amitabh.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how these 127 seats, the trends and the results pan out. The margins are fairly close. It is still, I think, more than 10 to 12 rounds still left. These could be the deciders, but I think we will have to see how many of these is India leading in and how many NDA leading in, because that's a crucial number. I don't think it should be significantly in favor of anybody at this stage in these 127 close contests. And West Bengal, even in 2019, was a very close election. I mean, 22 seats were decided on a vote margin of less than 10%, and TMC and BJP both had won 11 seats each. So it's, I mean, if you give 5% to one party, they could end up winning most of those 20 seats, and that's what we are seeing in the results also. If you see, or the trends also, if you see, the TMC is gaining by 8 seats, and at the cost of BJP, which is trailing in 7.
All right, Krishna Hegde of the Shiv Sena will be joining us shortly. On that note, Tanima and I are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And the BJP falls short of a majority on its own. India bloc defies poll predictions. Samajwadi Party set for its best ever performance, leads in Uttar Pradesh, India bloc leading in the state. Return of the regional parties as Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress, TDP, Uddhav Sena perform. TMC dominates in West Bengal. TDP makes a comeback in Andhra Pradesh. And TDP alliance leads in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly poll, stalls Jagan Juggernaut, Chandrababu as per sources. Chandrababu Naidu to take oath as Chief Minister on June 9th.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुमा केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result क्या रहा on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV. A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result Kya Raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result Kya Raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result Kya Raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
And if we were to look at these numbers that are coming in from multiple states, it's only solidifying and it's converting now into results. In fact, what we are being told is that a number of these candidates who have won have been given certificates by the Election Commission already. So which means that these numbers are going to be more or less around the same. Krishna Hegde, not much for you to celebrate. Did you get your reasoning and planning and realignment before the elections wrong?
No, not exactly. See, firstly, I would like to congratulate the BJP and all of us at NDA because we are going to make the government for the third time under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And in the recent past, I don't think any Prime Minister has managed to win 3 times and become the Prime Minister. This sole credit goes to Narendra Modi ji for his achievements across the country and even outside the country where he's placed India.
Will you accept that the people of Maharashtra, the Election Commission may have given you the symbol, but the people of Maharashtra have settled the debate about the real Shiv Sena. The real Shiv Sena, according to them, is Uddhav Thackeray with 11 and you are at 5.
Yeah, according to the statistics I have got and the seats I have got, the Uddhav Thackeray's party is at 10 and we are at 7. They contested 21 seats and they have a winning strike rate of 50%. And we contested 15 seats and we also have a winning strike rate of 50%. So there is no way that
if you are not able to negotiate with your senior partner in the BJP, then why should Uddhav Thackeray be blamed for that?
No.
That's your negotiating power or lack of it.
We had 13 MPs when we joined with the BJP. We got 13 seats in the Lok Sabha. So there is no question of negotiation. It is, we work together as partners. Our vote share has transferred to BJP and BJP candidates have also won. So we are a Hindu party, BJP is a Hindu party, we share the same ideology and therefore the vote transfer has been very easy between two of us. We have made some mistakes which we will introspect. One was that we have changed 5 of our sitting MP candidates and second thing, 4-5 of our candidates got the nomination on the last day and they did not have much time to prepare. Apart from that, we are solidly with the BJP and yes, we admit that the show should have been better than what is now there. But if you look at the strike rate, Uddhav Thackeray's party and our party, Shiv Sena, are both at 50-50%. So I don't think we have failed anywhere.
All right, let's go straight to Tanishq Punjabi, who's joining us from Lucknow, outside the Samajwadi Party office. Where is Akhilesh Yadav? Because if you look at these numbers, India in Uttar Pradesh was led by Akhilesh Yadav, the SP Supremo. And if these numbers consolidate, it is looking at a much better rally, perhaps its best ever performance since its inception.
Well, of course, Maria. You know, I'm right now standing outside the Samajwadi Party office, and Akhilesh Yadav's house is just 200 to 300 meters away from here. And of course, the party workers have gathered here. As you can see, the party workers have gathered here. But yes, it is definitely what we're seeing. You know, if these numbers get converted, if these are the results, if the trends continue to be the result, then of course it is going to be a huge win, not just for Akhilesh Yadav but also for the India bloc here in Uttar Pradesh, because you know, most of the exit polls predicted around 68 seats for the BJP and around 10 to 12 seats for the India bloc. But right now what we are seeing is that the India bloc collectively is crossing the 40 mark. Out of the 80 seats is collectively crossing the 40 mark here in Uttar Pradesh. Now, you know, Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party, of course, is seeing is leading on many seats. But here, another story is of the Congress, because
Reddy
in 2019
will resign at 4 p.m.
Yes,
he is headed to the governor's residence at 4 p.m. where he will resign as the chief minister, and the process of government formation will begin. It's a humiliating defeat for the outgoing chief minister. YSRCP has been reduced to 4 in the Lok Sabha and has faced a huge, massive loss in the assembly elections as well. So Jagan Mohan Reddy all set to resign at 4 p.m. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tanishq.
Yes, Maria. I was saying, so, you know, if you look at the seats at which Congress is leading, out of the 7 seats, in around 3 to 4 seats like Barabanki, Amethi, Rae Bareli, Allahabad, Saharanpur, in all these seats the Congress is leading with around 30 to 40,000 vote margin. So of course, you know, it definitely seems that the Congress can revive itself in Uttar Pradesh, but along in the partnership with Samajwadi Party. But what we can see, but we are here with Samajwadi Party workers. We'll just like to, you know, speak with them. आपको क्या कहना है? अभी बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन चल रहा है, जिस हिसाब से लीड है सीटों पर. क्या कहना है आपको? जल्दी से 2 शब्द.
देखिए, इंडिया गठबंधन जो है ज़्यादा मार्जिन वोटों से जीत पाएगा. सभी जगह का यही रुझान है, और अधिकतर हम जो है, हमारे नेता राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री अखिलेश यादव जी का दावा था कि क्योटो 1 सीट ही जीतेंगे सिर्फ, बाकी 79 सीट हम जीतने जा रहे हैं. इंडिया गठबंधन, इंडिया एयरलाइन.
दो यूपी के लड़कों की बात होती है, जिसमें अखिलेश भैया और राहुल भैया आप लोग कहते हैं, सब लोग है ना, तो उनको लेकर आपको क्या?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इंडिया गठबंधन ने जिस तरीके से चुनाव लड़ा, जमीनी स्तर पे बेरोजगारी हो, महंगाई हो, हर आदमी उससे त्रस्त है. किसानों का मुद्दा हो, अग्निवीर की समस्या हो, आप बताइए, उन मुद्दों पे चुनाव लड़ा. लेकिन यहाँ मटन, मीट, मछली और हिंदू मुसलमान और मंदिर मस्जिद के नाम पर चुनाव लड़ने वालों को समर्थन हिंदुस्तान की जनता नहीं देगी. ये आज देश की जनता ने साबित किया है, और उत्तर प्रदेश से हम एक नजीर खींचने वाले हैं इन जालिम हुकूमत के खिलाफ कि बुलडोजर से तुम्हारा राज नहीं चलने देंगे, बल्कि न्याय और इंसाफ से चलेगा. ये
So of course, you know, excitement in the party workers here, but Akhilesh Yadav's house is just around 200 to 300 meters away from here, and he of course the party workers will be expecting him to visit the party office anytime soon. But yes, as of now, the India bloc seems to be in a stronger position in Uttar Pradesh. Yes.
44 is where the India bloc stands at present. Toniman, I'm looking at the Election Commission website. That is the numbers that are showing on Election Commission's website as well. Samajwadi Party leading in 38 out of that 44 of India bloc. The BJP in 33 out of the NDA of 35, and of course 1 is for RLD. So did that alliance go horribly wrong? What seemed to have worked is that the non-Yadav OBCs may have also shifted. Amitabh, that could be a reading besides what we have been talking about in the context of Jatavs moving, because Mayawati really did not take this battle seriously, and she was seen not as a player in this election.
Yeah, so this time Samajwadi Party gave only 12 tickets to MY candidates. They have consolidated, or they appear to be consolidating the minority vote and benefiting from the decline of BSP. Now what has happened that it was earlier estimated that the decline of BSP could help the BJP, because the Jatav voters could shift to the BJP because the non-Jatavs have already moved. But here it seems that the way BJP weaned away the non-Yadav OBCs from Samajwadi Party because of animosity between Jatavs and non-Jatavs. Jatavs have moved towards the Samajwadi Party and not towards the BJP as was anticipated.
And so the Jatavs have moved on the issue of change in constitution, the narrative that was built.
Change in constitution, change in constitution, giving away of reservation. India bloc is leading in the SC reserved seats, if you see, and just marginally behind in the ST reserved seats. But the larger fact is that there is some level of animosity between those two communities, and they are not largely voting for the same party, and that is what has happened. Samajwadi Party has also given a high number of tickets to Kurmi Kushwaha candidates, again as you said, from the non-Yadav OBC community, and they seem to have made significant dents in the stronghold non-Yadav OBC vote of the BJP as well, as the numbers hold true.
All right, we are slipping into a short break, but the process of government formation and the transition has begun in Andhra Pradesh. Jagan Mohan Reddy will be resigning, and on 4th, Chandrababu Naidu will take oath as the Chief Minister in Amravati. And what sources are also telling us is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to attend his swearing-in ceremony on 9th.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
चल, हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनराल NDTV.
चूंटणी એટલે NDTV.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no.
और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है? It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
India bloc crosses 200 mark, NDA crosses simple majority. That is the big breaking coming in now, even as the numbers consolidate after the 7th round. Samajwadi Party set for its best ever performance. India bloc rides Akhilesh's wave. And it is the return of the regional parties, the Samajwadi Party, the TMC, the TDP, Uddhav Sena perform well in their respective states. In fact, TMC maintains a huge lead over BJP in West Bengal. TDP makes a comeback in Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu to take oath on 9th. Jagan concedes defeat. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah speak to CBN. And markets slide over 5.5% on back of counting trends so far. Experts say that they were certainly not expecting such an underperformance by the NDA. Welcome back. Ankit and I are back with this special broadcast, and of course focus will be on the numbers that you can see on your television screens. We will be joined by our managing editor and Kiran Rijiju, the first union minister to speak so far, shortly. But first up, Ankit, should we go straight to the BJP headquarters?
Absolutely. But just before we do that, this is the first time since morning that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA has crossed 300 mark. For the first time at this moment, the BJP is standing at 301. That's an important psychological mark that the BJP and NDA would have wanted to cross. If not 400, people had started questioning whether it will be they'll cross 300 or not. At least at this moment, the NDA stands at 301. India Alliance 222 right now. BJP adding one more there. Because, you know, last Maria, when I had seen the results just about half an hour back, 71 seats were under the margin of 5,000 votes, out of which 21 the Bharatiya Janata Party was leading and 50 seats the Gathbandhan was leading. That means that the vulnerability of the Gathbandhan is more on those 50 seats for that result to be added. So at this moment at least, the BJP and the NDA moving past that 300 psychological mark at 301.
Yes, let me go straight to Vedant, who's joining us live from the BJP headquarters at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. Some cheer now, Vedant, or are you of the opinion that there are no reasons for the party, and will we be seeing some celebration perhaps in the evening? Because, you know, whatever said and done, Prime Minister Modi is returning with, he's going to be the Prime Minister again.
That's right, Maria. In fact, some celebrations now here with Karyakartas gathering. In fact, the BJP headquarters, the mahal, as they say, was rather subdued in the past couple of hours. But, crowds gathering, Karyakartas coming. In fact, interesting visuals here. People from across the nation have come because, as you said, whatever said and done, the Prime Minister is all set to form the government, is all set to return for a record third term. So, that of course is a reason to celebrate for the BJP Karyakartas. In fact, let me get in a word from a young BJP Karyakarta here. तो आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं दिल्ली से ही हूँ।
जी।
I am।
अच्छा, तो ये बताइए कि जितनी आज यहाँ पर सेलिब्रेशन तो हो रहा है, जितनी उम्मीद थी उतनी सीटें नहीं आई।
नहीं, अभी भी हमारे पे समय है और हो सकता है कि हम और सीटें लेके आएँ। अभी तो ये शुरुआती आंकड़े हैं जो आ रहे हैं।
शुरुआती तो खैर नहीं, मगर आप ऑप्टिमिस्टिक हैं। आप बताइए आज किस तरीके से पार्टी सेलिब्रेट करेगी यहाँ पर? पीएम फिर से गवर्नमेंट आप लोग फॉर्म कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एलाइज का जो से है वो ज़्यादा रहेगा। कहीं ना कहीं आपको लग रहा है कुछ असेसमेंट में गलती हुई लीडरशिप से? कहाँ पर आपको लगता है चूक कहाँ पर रहेगी?
आई डोंट थिंक असेसमेंट में कोई गलती हुई है। असेसमेंट सही रहा, ठीक है। 400 पार नहीं हो रहा है जो अभी तक दिखाई दे रहा है, बट आई एम वेरी मच होपफुल कि बीजेपी आराम से 272 क्रॉस करेगी और एनडीए आराम से 320 और 330 के आसपास।
आप कहाँ से? वेयर आर यू फ्रॉम?
मैं तमिलनाडु से हूँ और ऐसे बाहरी जिला से आया हूँ।
अच्छा, तमिलनाडु से। आप ही बताइए, काफ़ी मैं साउथ के कार्यकर्ता से मैंने बात करी, कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है, क्योंकि जैसे बीजेपी चाह रही थी कि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ डेंट कर सके, वो नहीं हो पाया।
देखिए, जहाँ पर साउथ के अंदर आप देखोगे तो एडीएम के है और एक करुणानिधि की पार्टी है और एक आपका क्या नाम है उसका, जयललिता की पार्टी है। वहाँ पर उन दोनों का गढ़ होने के बाद ही बीजेपी वहाँ पर अपना गढ़ बनाया और वहाँ पर
गढ़ नहीं बना पाई ना।
देखिए, जब भी एक सीट तो आपकी ला रही है, अभी तो एक सीट आ रही है। आप सोचिए, जहाँ पर पानी में एक भी मछली नहीं थी, वहाँ पर एक मछली अगर जिंदा हो रही है तो धीरे-धीरे पार्टी जिंदा हो रही है।
Alright, so Maria and Ankit, some sense of optimism here, and certainly, as I said, what seemed to be like a very dull and subdued sort of a BJP headquarters a few hours back, in fact a couple of hours back, now of course Karyakarta is gathering and they're building up to the Prime Minister's victory speech in the evening. Maria.
A quick one, please go ahead.
The thing is that Vedant, the fact remains, of course, the target that was set, and that is why it seems that, the 298, 299, they are not as enthusiastic, but the fact remains that it is a third consecutive victory for the NDA and for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a third return. So it's not a mean feat by any margin, but the fact remains at this moment that the kind of celebrations that the BJP Karyakarta and even the people are used to, maybe in that comparison, the BJP headquarters seems little mellowed down this time.
You're absolutely right, Ankit. In fact, I remember being at the BJP headquarters when the assembly elections took place in Karnataka, and by this time it was, the celebrations were really sort of high voltage. There were dhols, laddus all the way. But that kind of celebration that we are used to, as you said, is perhaps not something that we're seeing this time around. Nevertheless, of course, the Safa Bandi is happening here. All of them wearing saffron pagdis. So that's interesting. Let me get in a word from the. आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम लोग दिल्ली से ही हैं, रोहिणी साइड से।
दिल्ली में तो 7 सीटें लग रहा है बीजेपी जो है वो जीतेगी, पर यहाँ पर जो माहौल है, जो भाजपा के हेडक्वार्टर्स हम ज़्यादातर देखते हैं, जो आपने उम्मीद करी थी, जो उम्मीद लेकर चले थे, उतना बीजेपी नहीं कर पाई, तो क्या कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कुछ चूक रह गई?
देखिए, ये देश 140 करोड़ लोगों का देश है। एक कोने से लगे दूसरे कोने पे पता नहीं लगता कहाँ से कहाँ हिंदुस्तान शुरू होता है। ये जो गिनती चल रही है, पूरा बहुत बड़ा देश है, बहुत बड़ी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी होती है, कई राउंड की गिनती है। जैसे वेट एंड वॉच वाली स्थिति है, धीरे धीरे देखेंगे कमल खिल रहा है और सवेरा निकल रहा है।
वेट एंड वॉच वाली स्थिति है,
बहुत कंफर्टेबल मेजोरिटी है, अभी 300 के करीब चल रहा है। और एनडीए भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिसके नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं मोदी जी कर रहे हैं, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, अमित शाह जी के नेतृत्व में, जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में हम बहुत कंफर्टेबल मेजोरिटी की तरफ जा रहे हैं। ये देश राम का है, ये देश कृष्ण का है।
So thank you very much. So optimism here certainly, but some degree of caution as well, Ankit, because I saw all these BJP Karyakartas sort of huddling around, watching very cautiously the leads there. But you have the flags out and Karyakartas gathering, dhols out as well. In fact, that man holding the Prime Minister's sketch there as well. So interesting visuals that have started, that we are starting to witness here at the BJP headquarters.
272 is the majority mark. And the BJP and NDA is right now at 298. This is a government which is returning to power after 2 terms. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has created history. It's about the swearing in and the process of government formation, which is going to begin any moment now.
Right.
But there is a great degree of, I would say, silent optimism, not too much of celebration, which is unlike the party, but because the party is used to massive landslide victories. How is the party reading this? Perhaps Kiren Rijiju, Union Minister, will be joining us shortly with Nikunj to give us more assessment on that.
It's also very interesting. Like you've been saying that, of course, the third government, I mean, it's not easy. It's seldom happened after Prime Minister Nehru that, the successive government a third time has come back. The fact also remains that this is possibly the first time that we are seeing that both the alliances, the winning alliance and the losing alliance, their vote share is more than 40%. At this moment, it's BJP and the NDA is at 46%, if I'm not mistaken, and the India alliance is at 42%. And apart from that, it is what a usual Indian election has been. It is going back to the 1998 and post-election, other than the unusual elections that we have seen in 2014, one-sided 2019 kind of an election.
Yes, Hilal, what does it speak, tell us about the Indian voter, their psyche?
They're basically committed to the idea of democracy. So they are actually, two things are clear in this election. One, that this is not a wave election, this is highly localized, state-wise election. That's why Orissa and Andhra Pradesh are outliers. They come out with a very different sort of a verdict. But at the same time, you see that there was something called one kind of, obviously Mr. Modi is going to form the government. That's more important. Third time, that's also historic. After Jawaharlal Nehru, that's the third time. And very similarly, if you compare 1962 election with this election, you find a lot of similarities. Numbers are going down, percentages of vote share is also going down.
We have Kiren Rijiju, Union Minister, joining us. Okay, he'll be joining us in 30 seconds because he's being mic'd up. And he has won with a huge margin, so perhaps he has reasons to celebrate, quite unlike several ministers who have...
That's what I was saying. May I add, among the few cabinet ministers who have retained and have won with a big margin. Also Anurag Thakur, who has won Amethi, he's increased his margin there as well. Most of the ministers have been struggling. Hilal, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, that it's a typical Indian election where people express their vote, their verdict in a variety of different ways. For instance, Karnataka, they look at what has happened in Karnataka. Congress just got the assembly, but at the same time in the Lok Sabha, they are behaving very differently. So Indian voter knows very well the difference between national election and the local election. This election actually underlines that fact very well.
And Indian voter also believes in creating opposition.
Absolutely.
It's a strong message that's coming in from this kind of work.
Like I said, both the targets which were set by both the opposition and also the NDA. 400 par is not happening and the 295 is also not happening. But the Indian voter has given something to smile to both. These, in fact, groupings. India Alliance and the Congress Party, after the drubbing that they saw in the last 10 years, they are back and the opposition will be a much stronger opposition in the next 5 years.
And the opposition space, and as to which party is the fulcrum of opposition unity,
it's very clear now.
That is also settled.
Absolutely. It's very clear now that there are no questions on the Congress party leading the opposition. But, very interesting. And I just, if I can get, Nishtha in on this. Nishtha, this, like we've been talking about the voter patterns, how intelligent the Indian voter is. Look at Uttar Pradesh and contrast it with Bihar. In Uttar Pradesh, it's an election which has been turned on its head. I mean, this is the story of this election, the way Samajwadi Party and the Congress have been able to, and largely on the back of the Samajwadi Party. But you go to a neighboring state of Bihar, there have been gains, but not as significant gains. RJD and, led by Tejasvi Yadav, have been the kind of high decibel campaign that they have, high energy campaign, have not translated into the kind of success that Samajwadi Party has been able to translate in Uttar Pradesh.
It is pure arithmetic at work in Bihar because of this this tripod political situation there. So when two parties come together, it's very natural that the third party, which is also a very strong party, whichever that party is. So let's call them XYZ. So when X and Y get together, Z has to suffer. It is as clear as that. UP, the situation is very, very different. UP, the voter keeps you on your toes. The UP voter is like this diva, beloved, in the courtly love tradition. Let me get literary here, which has many suitors, and it chooses and punishes, right?
Yeah.
It chooses and it punishes. So the voter is extremely, and I've been maintaining it, that the voter is not just vulnerable, it is also very punishing because it knows. It knows how to do it.
Yes, I'm surprised.
How does it change the equations within the NDA? Till yesterday, we were talking about the speculation of a change in the chief ministership, Nitish coming to the center with the kind of numbers that JDU has been able to get. How does it change the situation within the NDA?
I'm just trying to understand that here is a state which has, which was not relying too much on the Kurmi 6%, which is Nitish Kumar's, contribution to this alliance. The Modi factor led to Nitish Kumar's gains in assembly elections which happened in 2020. And it's a complete reversal right now, Hilal. That's what we are staring at in the state of Bihar. And look at the neighboring state of Uttar Pradesh, where you have a situation in which Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party, has come up with its best performance ever. And here, the arithmetic was not in their favor. The arithmetic was purely in favor of the NDA, but it is about the expansion of social engineering. The social engineering which has been done in the state of Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav managed to carry forward that narrative of, unemployment. He said, 5 lakh naukriyan maine dilwayi hain. In the other state, it was again the same issue, but then Akhilesh Yadav managed to convince the voters much more.
Akhilesh's PDA worked and Tejasvi's BAP did not work on the ground.
Yeah, because I think, in my view, that's why this is called the return of the state politics. Earlier we often talk about wave election, but even during the time of wave election, it was highly state-centric. Now there is a return of the state-centric politics, both the coalitions. So it would be interesting to see how the state leaders, because they are now, they are more powerful relatively, not the central leadership. So they will bargain. The equation was very different when Mr. Modi was leading the NDA in the previous government.
This is quite an interesting graph that we are showing at this moment. It tells you versus 2019 and 2024. And we were talking about this right from the word go when the election, in fact, the whole process started. That India, and that is why stacks were against them, that you need a massive swing to try and even counter the BJP. The gap was so huge that forget winning, even to be in contention, you need a massive swing. That, a 19% swing, is an unusual swing by all standards, by any psephology.
Ankit, let's go straight to Aishwarya, who's joining us from a place where it's a done deal, everything is settled. It's only a matter of 5 days when Chandrababu Naidu takes oath. Where is Mr. Naidu and what about his son?
Well, right there, just across this road is the residence of Chandrababu Naidu. He is there at his residence meeting several of the leaders. There are multiple cars that are lined up to go inside Chandrababu Naidu's residence to meet him, because he is the man who had one-sided swing the entire elections, whether it is the assembly polls or the Lok Sabha polls this time in Andhra Pradesh. One-sided victory for the NDA. And certainly over here, what we saw earlier is Pawan Kalyan's convoy. Also, Chandrababu Naidu met him and congratulated him. What we know so far is that it would be 9th of June when Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath as the Chief Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah already had spoken to Mr. Naidu and congratulated him. It was also Prime Minister Narendra Modi who could be in attendance on June 9th as far as the oath-taking ceremony is concerned. But on the other side, it
Aishwarya,
is...
TDP workers have much to celebrate today. If you could just show us around what is really happening at the residence of the incoming Chief Minister.
Let me... Well, let me show you these visuals around. As far as the workers are concerned, they are gathered outside Chandrababu Naidu's residence, and there were firecrackers that were bursting all since morning. There you can see MLC's cars and MLA's cars also now coming out from Naidu's residence. It was Pawan Kalyan who met Mr. Chandrababu Naidu a short while back and congratulated them on a victory. This is an NDA victory in the Assembly as well as the Lok Sabha polls. One-sided victory as we speak. Chandrababu Naidu is expected to go to the party headquarters. There are a lot of supporters who are waiting to see him. As far as the leader is concerned, and it would be fourth time that he would be taking oath as the chief minister. There you can see also the supporters over here who had been waiting and been celebrating. If there are some supporters, I can go across. How do you see this victory?
సూపర్ విన్నింగ్ చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. టీడీపీ రానందుకు చాలా గర్వంగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. ఓట్స్ అన్నీ చాలా ముఖ్యమైనవి అందరివి. అవన్నీ గెలిచినందుకు నేను ఆనందపడుతున్నాను. Thank you so much.
Well, there are several other leaders who could be also coming in. As far as as far as YSRCP is concerned, Mr. Jagan Reddy is going to tender his resignation at 4 p.m. He had sought time from the governor itself because as far as the Lok Sabha polls are concerned, they have been reduced to 4. On the other side, in the assembly polls as well, they have gone past the majority mark and assured their victory. Certainly, yellow is all around as far as Chandrababu Naidu's residence and the TDP headquarters are concerned. It is workers from the TDP, from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and also from the Jan Sena who had arrived and they were celebrating out together. We will also go across to some of the leaders who are coming out from Chandrababu Naidu's residence. After meeting him, we will speak to them as well as far as what they think of this victory and the numbers that they have got as far as the development politics is concerned. They assured the people. A lot has been talked about. Remember Amravati as well as to declare it as the capital of the state as well. So we'll go across over here to one of the leader who just met Chandrababu Naidu. Sir, a resounding victory for the TDP. This was expected. The numbers that have come, one-sided, complete landslide.
Yeah, see, in 2019, the 23 is a surprise to us. Now the below 22 YCP is a surprise. The landslide victory, totally the credit goes to the public who has suffered a lot in the hands of the YCP, now taking a decision. Secondly, the combination with the Jan Sena and BJP is a big hit in Andhra Pradesh.
Sir, you just met Chandrababu Naidu. What is his plans as far as he's coming to meet the workers at the party headquarters? What time it would be? And 9th of June is something what we are expecting him to take oath?
Today, Chandrababu Naidu's arrival to party is still undecided.
Okay.
Because he is talking with NDA, BJP leaders and other NDA leaders regarding future course of action. And he has got some political assignment here.
Okay.
So he is coming to party office today. His remote chances are there. Even if he comes before 6 o'clock, he cannot come.
Okay.
And the 9th is the oath-taking ceremony day.
That has been finalized. Prime Minister and Home Minister both have spoken to him as far as...
Yes, the Prime Minister we don't know, but Amit Shah has spoken to him. The time is 11 o'clock 53 minutes.
All right. So that was one of the MLC coming out from Chandrababu Naidu's residence, spoke exclusively to us. He had confirmed to us that Home Minister Amit Shah had just spoken to Mr. Naidu. Prime Minister also spoken to him a short while back. And it would be 9th of June when Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh.
One simple line about politics, Indian politics, never write anybody's obituary. 20 years from 2004 to 2024, what a comeback for Chandrababu Naidu, not only in the state politics, but at the national level as well. My colleague Sam Daniel is also with us at this moment. Sam, Tamil Nadu was a keenly contested state. This is the state where the Bharatiya Janata Party was hoping to make inroads. If till yesterday you would have believed the exit poll, it seemed that there was a lot of cheer for the BJP. On the ground today, the situation seems to be different. AIDMK was completely written off. They are not the story to be written off with that ease.
That's right. Many questioned the exit poll results that gave around 3 to 4 seats for the BJP, Ankit. But as we speak now, it looks like the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu is all set to repeat its 2019 sweep. The DMK and its allies are leading at least in 38 of the 39 seats in Tamil Nadu. I come to you from the DMK headquarters, where an hour ago they were bursting of crackers out of celebration here, and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin could come here around 5 o'clock. And yes, in many of the constituencies, interestingly, the BJP comes number 2 as we speak now, contrary to expectations that the key fight is between the two Dravidian arch rivals. But while not a single leader from AIADMK or the BJP have won, at the moment, BJP ally NDA, PMK's Soumya Anbumani from Dharmaburi is leading. So if she manages to continue this trend, she may end up winning. In that case, the NDA may have 1 seat winning as things stand now, but that will again reflect, we should make it clear, there's no seat for BJP or for the other Dravidian arch rival here, the AIADMK. And all the big names, including Annamalai, the Tamil Nadu's BJP chief, the governor turned politician, Tamilisai Soundararajan, Union Minister Murugan, all of them are trailing. Some, of course, number 2, for instance, Tamilisai and Annamalai in Coimbatore have come number 2. Okay. And the larger picture, of course, is whether this is any cheer for the ruling DMK. Yes, for the second time they managed to retain the formidable alliance, but for 10 years already they've been without power at the center, and now it appears that they will have to wait for one more time. Let's speak to a party worker here. How do party workers feel about these numbers?
We are so excited, we are so happy about it. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our leader, my Talaivar M.K. Stalin, because this victory is completely the...
But still, the Congress or India alliance is not forming the government. Is that a disappointment for you?
No, it's not. We are in alliance. We are on India alliance only. If you go, the central government is forming, we are definitely in alliance. We are in form the government. We are in the government. Right. Just what we are very happy about it. In cricket and politics, anything will happen. Wait and watch. Definitely, we will form the government.
You will form the government?
Yeah, definitely, we will form the government. Anything will happen.
Okay,
anything will happen.
Okay, some ray of hope for them still that the India alliance could form the government. But otherwise, it's a big day for the ruling DMK here.
To Uttar Pradesh, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has just put out a tweet. And this could very well be the giant slayer of this election, Kishori Lal Sharma. She has put out a picture with him, and I would ask the producer to put that on the... Yes, that is the picture with a message. Kishori भैया मुझे कोई कभी शक नहीं था, मुझे शुरू से यकीन था कि आप जीतेंगे, आपको और अमेठी के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों को हार्दिक बधाई. So that is the message coming from Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Tanishq, the picture has come, and the Election Commission website is showing that Smriti Irani is trailing by 91,000 votes.
Yes, Maria, the picture has come, and of course the larger picture is of course getting clearer as the time passes by. Of course, the biggest surprise here in Uttar Pradesh, where it was expected around 68, 69 seats, 67 seats by the BJP in many of the exit polls. It seems like the BJP is having a tough time crossing the halfway mark. But again, too soon to say anything, because on a lot of seats, the margin, there's a very close fight going on a lot of seats. So anything can happen. But yes, as you said, KL Sharma could be the giant slayer of this election. It was in 2019 when Smriti Irani defeated Rahul Gandhi from there, and then in 2024 Rahul Gandhi contesting from Rae Bareli, from where he is currently leading, and KL Sharma in his place. You know, if I talk about the campaign of KL Sharma, you know, there was of course a lot of confusion till the very last day of nomination that who will be fighting from Rae Bareli, and it was not until the morning of the last day of the morning of the last day of the nomination where KL Sharma's name came up that he will be contesting. After that, Priyanka Gandhi was campaigning very heavily in both Rae Bareli and Amethi. She first started, you know, at Fursadganj airport where the whole Gandhi family landed. Priyanka Gandhi left straight from Fursadganj airport.
And the message that is there coming in from that picture, carefully chosen by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, is that here is a humble party worker of the Congress party.
A similar tweet.
Remember the kind of conversation there was around when Tanish, I'm just coming to you. That, you know, Smriti Irani was also, BJP wanted Rahul Gandhi to fight from this, a rematch sort of a thing. And a lot of journalists also questioned the Congress party. Why did you not do that at that moment? The Congress said that this was a trap being laid by the BJP. We don't want both our star campaigners, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, to be trapped in this local battle. And Hamara Karyakarta will take on the Smriti Irani.
She's saying, Kishori Bhaiya, I had faith in you. He is the campaign manager. He was the campaign manager of Rahul Gandhi. And
in fact, interestingly, Maria, I'll tell you, in 2019 election, when Rahul Gandhi lost the election last time in 2019, Smriti Irani was, of course, the giant slayer, defeated Rahul Gandhi. A lot of blame for Rahul Gandhi's defeat went to Kishori Lal Sharma. A lot of local leaders blame Kishori Lal Sharma that it was his management that because of that Rahul Gandhi lost that election.
I want to understand what would be going on in the mind of Kishori Lal Sharma, Tanishq. You spoke to him that day and your video went viral.
Yes, of course. You know, he seemed like a humble man, and of course, he did take pride that he has been connected to the party for a very long time, and he said he always said that he knows Amethi and Rae Bareli better than anybody else. But of course, you know, at the same point of time, he made it very clear that he will take the party affairs in, you know, he will take everything very seriously, which he of course did. You know, the Priyanka Gandhi was campaigning very heavily in Amethi and Rae Bareli, and you know, if I would say, well, 60% of her campaigning was in Rae Bareli and the remaining was in Amethi. If you look at the whole 10 to 12 days or 15 days of campaigning that Priyanka Gandhi did before Amethi and Rae Bareli went to polls. So, of course, this credit should be given to KL Sharma as well for winning, if at all he, you know, for winning the seat. But a similar sort of tweet was made by Priyanka Gandhi back then when KL Sharma's name was announced. Then also Priyanka Gandhi referred to
Samajwadi Party headquarters in Lucknow. I mean, Samajwadi Party is of course the story as far as this election is concerned.
Absolutely.
And there are two important parallels that you see. When the Congress came back in 2009 with a thumping majority, they came, I mean, with the UPA coming back in the power. It was Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. Congress won 21 seats in Uttar Pradesh. And this time when you look at the fortunes of the Congress party, along with Samajwadi, it's turning in Uttar Pradesh. For the Congress or the opposition to do well, the underline is Uttar Pradesh is the state where you have to turn your fortunes. And KL Sharma, just one quick anecdote about him. He's a man from Punjab. In 1984, Rajiv Gandhi, along with 150 volunteers, when he fought in one Amethi, got KL Sharma along with 150 volunteers to be stationed in Amethi for better governance when the Congress was taking over in power. Most of those people, 150 volunteers, have either left politics or have become very big leaders. Many became PCC chief and ministers. KL Sharma, for the last 40 years, man from Punjab, has made Amethi and Rae Bareli his home. And today it has come to fruition.
That's what we keep saying, you know, dyed in the wool Congress leader.
Yeah.
You know, Hilal, the message that is coming in, whatever the criticism, the Congress may have got its Amethi strategy right. And the margin is only increasing. It's now 95,000 votes with which Smriti Irani is trailing.
I think it was a very interesting and strategic choice not to contest, you know, not to field Rahul Gandhi from Amethi, rather from Rae Bareli. It worked. But, you know, the larger point about the UP is that UP has got two significances. One is that UP is significant in terms of number of seats. Second is that the political narrative always gets some kind of attraction from UP. So you cannot ignore the kind of space that is provided to any narrative to succeed. If you compare 2009 and 2019 with this election, you will certainly get that the narrative that was actually nurtured in UP somehow became the national narrative. Not merely about the seat, it is about the message.
You know, it's interestingly, like this time, look at just before the election started, nobody would have given even one seat to the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh. They're at this moment standing at 8. That's a +7. Last time it was only Rae Bareli, the seat that they were able to win. Just staying with UP, because as I said, it's a fascinating story. All right, what we'll do at this moment, I think in just a moment from now, Mr. Rijiju is going to join us. We've been waiting for him. Okay, I've just been told in 30 seconds he's going to join us. Our Senior Managing Editor Nikunj Garg, in fact, is going to speak to him. Just in those 10 seconds, just, you know, Sanish, stay on with us, because when we come back, we would like to see the atmosphere at the Samajwadi Party headquarters, because that's the story. Akhilesh Yadav, though he was making a lot of claims, but yesterday he did say that there are at least 40 seats that the Samajwadi Party is winning. His number is bang on.
As we build up to that big interview which is coming in shortly, we are slipping into a short break. Stay with us. The first reaction from the Modi government is coming. So stay with us. That big exclusive coming in a moment.
Co-present.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
On the day India counts its votes on one of the most challenging elections, at least history is being made today, I am joined by at least one union minister who's leading by a huge margin. Mr. Rijiju, welcome to NDTV. First of all, congratulations to you. You are leading by...
Thank you very much.
You are leading in lakhs. Now, since you are a very senior representative of the government now and of the Bharatiya Janata Party too, veteran MP of the BJP, Mr. Rijiju, sum up for me and my viewers, how do you see the election so far? How do you see the trends that have emerged so far?
Well, in my home state in Arunachal Pradesh, we are completely winning the election as per our expectation. But other states, as being reported by media and the Election Commission website, there seems to be some result or some trend which are totally against what we had expected. But overall, the mood and the support base, if you see the entire NDA, there is a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become Prime Minister for the third time. And it is a historic moment despite so much of negative campaign by the opposition parties trying to wipe up the sentiments of different kinds, playing all kind of negative politics. But still, Modi ji's leadership is being cemented, seemed to be, by the people of India. So it's a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time.
So big headline there, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, you are giving us. You are the first Union Minister who has come out and openly said that Mr. Narendra Modi is becoming the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time. Again, as I said, history being made there. First time, again, after Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's multiple terms, this would be the epoch-making elections. However, Mr. Rijiju, many neutral observers would say that this is at best, and I choose my words carefully here, at best, a mixed bag of a result for you, your party, as in not for you individually, you are scoring a thumping majority, but for your party and the NDA. Would you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju?
See, Nikunj, in a democratic setup, we have to follow the norms, whatever is being practiced in a democratic system. And in a democracy, the mandate of the people is the guiding principles for all of us to function. In democracy, it is said that voice of the God is same as voice of the people. So voice of the people means voice of the God. We are guided by the people's decision. So whatever result comes, we will humbly accept and then continue to serve the nation. And remember, Nikunj, we will never have a leader like Modi ji again. And from a precarious economic political condition in 2014, India has emerged as a very strong and stable nation. And today the whole global world look up to India for economic stability. And moreover, inside the country, Modi ji has ushered in an era of peace and prosperity for last 10 years. So the same trend will continue in the future. I am absolutely clear and confident that in Modi ji's third term, India will achieve many more milestones, because in the last 6 decades of Congress and their allies rule in India, they reduced India to a poor nation. India's capacity and ability is much more than what the Congress party has reduced India into. So the third term will ensure that India's growth trajectory will get further momentum, and we are looking forward to serve the nation under the leadership of Modi ji. So let us be very clear that Modi ji will serve the nation again as the Prime Minister for the third time.
Mr. Rijiju, it's interesting that you say that you will continue the reforms or the progressive policies of your government in the third term. However, this will now not be a BJP government. As it stands today, as it stands at this moment at least, you are falling well short of a majority. Now, in that case, Mr. Rijiju, NDA will form the government. There's no, many will say that it will still be a BJP NDA government. But do remember that coalition politics, which will be the NDA politics, will have its own compulsions. And you, Mr. Rijiju, have been a cabinet minister of some very senior portfolios, law minister, prior to that, junior minister in the Ministry of Home Affairs, the most sensitive ministry in the government. Then now you still hold 2 portfolios concurrently. You know the politics that goes inside a cabinet in running the government. How do you see those challenges coming to the fore and play, Mr. Rijiju?
See, if you look at Modi ji's policy as well as his style of functioning, he believes in sabka saath, sabka vikas. It is only opposition parties who are trying to portray in a different manner. Modi ji always takes everybody along. It is Modi ji who said that it is not a battle for BJP alone, it is the NDA. So from the day one, of course, BJP had its own target, but the whole campaign is the NDA family. So it is Modi ji who has brought the entire NDA family together to ensure that India doesn't lose its momentum. The ability of Modi ji to take everybody along, not only political parties. Modi ji takes along everyone, even those who are not in the political system. They are also widely consulted and their confidence are taken into, and then they run the administration. So Modi ji's philosophy of taking along everybody with the spirit of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is the mantra with which India is going forward. So let us not make any mistake by undermining anything out of this result. And we are waiting for the final result to come. Still, the counting process is still going on. But we must always believe that the mandate of the people will be always respected, and India will continue to grow under the leadership of Modi ji. And Modi ji has the ability to make the whole country united to deal with any kind of situation. Some people may try to break the country and create divisions and fissures in the society, but Modi ji believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
So you think, Mr. Rijiju, that's an interesting point you make. You think that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas will now also apply to the political allies. Now let me also put you a political question, Mr. Rijiju. और ये सवाल मैं आपसे हिंदी में पूछूंगा क्योंकि हमारे सहयोगी चैनल NDTV इंडिया जो है वो भी आपके साथ में आपको जोड़ना चाहता है अपने साथ में. मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ मिस्टर रिजिजू, ये देखते हुए कि इस समय आपके जो दो बड़े आखिरी मिनट के अलाइज हैं एक तरह से, जैसे कि चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी जिनसे आपका अलायंस ऑलमोस्ट आखिरी हफ्तों में स्टिच हुआ, उसी तरह से नीतीश कुमार जो इंडिया छोड़ के आपके पास आए, दोनों तकरीबन इतने नंबर्स ला रहे हैं जिनको मिलाकर के आपकी सरकार का काम पूरा हो जाएगा. ये अभी की स्थिति है, अभी की स्थिति के बारे में हम बात कर सकते हैं, शाम तक हो सकता है ये स्थिति बदल जाए. ऐसी स्थिति में आपको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर ये अलाइज ना होते तो ये चुनाव आपके हाथ से स्लिप भी कर सकता था?
नहीं, ये इस तरह का आंकलन करना सही नहीं है. अभी तो इलेक्शन रिजल्ट अभी तो आया नहीं, अभी तो ट्रेंड चल रहे हैं और जैसे ट्रेंड आते जाएंगे तो नतीजा भी उसके हिसाब से धीरे धीरे आते रहेंगे. लेकिन मेरा इतना कहना है कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सारा एनडीए ने चुनाव लड़ा और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को देश ने भरोसा करके फिर से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी देने का कगार पे है. तो इस पे कोई कन्फ्यूजन हम लोगों का मन में नहीं होना चाहिए कि जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने पूरे देश को एकजुट रख करके और हर समाज को साथ में समावित करते हुए सबका साथ सबका विकास के मंत्र से जिस तरीके से 10 साल में एक नई दिशा भारत को दिया है और बहुत मजबूत राष्ट्र के रूप में भारत उभर के आए हैं, तो आगे भी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश और आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे. सब लोग यही चाहेंगे, हम सिर्फ नहीं, हर एक भारतीय यही चाहेंगे कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत एक ताकतवर राष्ट्र के रूप में उभर के आएंगे.
कम से कम आपकी ये बात जो सब भारतीय चाहेंगे, वोट परसेंटेज में ज़रूर दिखाई दे रही है. बीजेपी और 46% के आसपास के वोट शेयर में जा रही है. हालांकि हमें ये भूलना नहीं चाहिए, पहला चुनाव है जिसमें शायद दोनों बड़े धड़े जो हैं वो 40% से ऊपर वोट लेकर के बैठे हैं इस समय तक. मिस्टर रिजिजू, ये एक दिस इज़ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग दैट यू से कि एनडीए के एकजुट होने और एनडीए के मिस्टर मोदी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ने पे किसी को शक नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सारे एनडीए ने मिस्टर मोदी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा. लेकिन ये बात आपके एलाइज भी मानते हैं क्या मिस्टर रिजिजू?
अरे सब इसमें मानने नहीं मानने का बात ही नहीं है ना. इसमें तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही हम चुनाव लड़े हैं और मोदी जी हर एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जाते हैं तो वो सिर्फ वो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट के लिए नहीं, वो एनडीए कैंडिडेट्स के लिए भी उतना ही मोदी जी प्रचार किया है जितना एक बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट के लिए किया है। इसलिए इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं होना चाहिए और इसमें कुछ लोग तरह तरह का बातें करने का कोशिश करेंगे, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है, क्योंकि एकजुट होकर के एनडीए ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा है। तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का तो कोई मुकाबला तो है नहीं देश में। जो आपका जो इंडी गठबंधन है वो तो अभी से लड़ने लग गया है। वो चुनाव में तो आप देखा है, कोई ना पश्चिम बंगाल में साथ है, ना पंजाब में साथ है, ना केरला में साथ है। उनका तो एक कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी गठबंधन है। अब आप केरला में जाके देखिए, वो कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट के बीच में कितना मारकाट है। अब बंगाल में जाइए, कांग्रेस और तृणमूल के बीच में क्या हालत है। पंजाब में जाके देखिए, आम आदमी और कांग्रेस के बीच में कितना गाला गाली चलते हैं। तो उसमें तो कोई अलायंस तो था नहीं, वो तो एक अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस बनाया चुनाव के लिए, सिर्फ कुर्सी के लिए। लेकिन एनडीए तो कुर्सी के लिए नहीं, देश बनाने के लिए चुनाव लड़ा है। इसलिए एनडीए में तो आपने देखा नहीं होगा कहीं भी एनडीए के दलों के बीच में कोई कटास हो, कोई मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग, कोई आपस में तालमेल का कोई कमी तो दिखाई नहीं दिया। लेकिन जो इंडिया गठबंधन जो आप लोग कहते हैं, उसमें तो पूरा विरोधाभास है। इसमें तो चुनाव लड़ने से पहले ही वो एक साथ नहीं थे और आगे तो टूट फूट होकर तो वो तो साथ में काम नहीं कर सकते। वो तो जो परिवारवाद को मानने वाले डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज लोग मिलकर के मोदी जी को गिराने का जो कोशिश किया है, देश तो मानेगा नहीं ना। ऐसा परिस्थिति में देश और मजबूत से मोदी जी के साथ खड़ा होंगे। आप आगे देखते रहिए, मोदी जी किसी भी हालत से भारत का तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बन के देश को बहुत आगे ले जाएंगे। और
ये इंटरेस्टिंग है मिस्टर रिजिजू दैट यू ब्रिंग मी टू दिस पॉइंट ऑफ डायनेस्टीज इन उत्तर प्रदेश, इन द स्टेट वेयर इट इज सेड दैट डिसाइड्स द पॉलिटिकल फ्यूचर ऑफ इंडिया. Heir of Mr. Mulayam Singh and Samajwadi Party's young leader Akhilesh Yadav has certainly stunned BJP. And you have a state government there. BJP was banking on Ram Temple as well to put wind in its sails. What has gone wrong, Mr. Rijiju? Many people will say that, you know, the Uttar Pradesh results are completely diametrically opposite to what you people were expecting all along.
No, it is difficult to analyze the result right now because it is only the election trend which are coming. Let the result come and party leadership will look into all the things, because election is not one time. Election is a continuous process. We have municipal election, panchayat elections, then Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha. So in India, we have a vibrant democracy which keeps on having different kind of elections, and it gives different result at different time. But what I'm saying is the fundamental point where NDA has gone to this election with a complete, understanding as a team, whereas the India Alliance, they just formed a group without any kind of understanding or any kind of similarities. They are opportunistic parties coming together for the sake of occupying the power. So there's a huge difference between NDA and the India Alliance. You can't compare. I won't even call India Alliance as a proper formal alliance, because they are fighting each other before election, now and the future also.
They are fighting amongst each other, and NDA expanded at the last moment. We saw probably the largest number of parties joining NDA before the NDA finally took its latest shape. But Mr. Rijiju, an alliance will remain an alliance, and one will have to keep in mind that the alliances perform quite differently from what a single party or single party majority government performs. However, my question to you is slightly different. My question to you, Mr. Rijiju, is that many people, including the pollsters, had written off the regional parties. In the Northeast also, Sikkim saw the massive mandate for a regional party. In the entire country also, we are almost seeing the resurgence of regional parties, be it Andhra, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it some other North Indian states even put together. Do you think that India is now going back to a coalition era many neutral observers are saying that this is the return of coalition era. Do you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju, or would you have differing views on that?
Nikunj, as I had said earlier, before the final result is out, it is difficult for me or for anybody to make a political analysis of the ongoing election result. In a way, you know, different states have different sentiments and different compositions and different political formations. So in some areas, the regional parties are strong. In many areas, national parties are strong. But one thing is very clear, that BJP is today the only pan-India national party. Congress is, reduced to a very, insignificant party in many of the states and union territories. So if you see that it's only because of Modi ji's leadership that the party has grown, from north and western centric party to pan-India party now. So I'm very proud as a member of Bharatiya Janata Party that today we have a party and a Prime Minister under whose leadership the country is standing unitedly and also marching ahead as a proud nation. So let us not mix up about the leadership and some of the regional parties winning some of the seats in the some pockets of our country. But overall, you can ask anybody. It is across the country where people believe that Modi ji is the only national leader today who can fulfill the aspiration of the people of India.
Mr. Rijiju, before I let you go, I know you are a busy man today. You will have to not only track the results of your own constituency, but entire Northeast and then some of your cabinet colleagues as well. Before I let you go, let me ask you one question. One question that is in the mind, or rather topmost in the minds of many, and one question that some people are trying to answer on their own. Do you think this entire slogan of Ab ki baar 400 par somehow was taken into a zone which made it as if there is something completely negative aligned to it, and that boomeranged on your party, Mr. Rijiju?
No, this kind of assessment and this kind of observation may not be true, because the winning and losing of elections are because of many reasons. Many things can be attributed to election victory as well as election loss. But because the expectation was so high, so people may think that, okay, the NDA has not crossed 400. But NDA is winning the election. That is a big thing. In politics, in Hindi also you have heard saying, no, jo jita wo Sikandar. So winning election as a as a true Democrat, as a person, as a citizen of this country, we believe in fighting the election in the true spirit of democracy, and we will go by the mandate of the people. So let us not go into deep analysis of the election right now, because most of the seats are still showing the trend. It's not the final result yet. So let us wait for some more time.
Very much, Mr. Rijiju. Mr. Rijiju says, "Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar," and he says, "Let's wait for a final word on the elections, which will crystallize." Thank you very much, as always, Mr. Rijiju. Kind and nice of you to join NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है। यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड। वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
चल, हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
तीर्दल एनराल NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result. Understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24x7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts.
A parent's favorite question to school kids.
Me and Veera here bringing you all the very latest as counting of votes is still taking place, but the numbers have been rather surprising, Veera, with, we've been on this for a few hours now, but 239 is the BJP alone, 294 is the NDA.
Well, it's fascinating. It's going to go down to the wire, but let's take us through the headlines first, Gargi, before we discuss the numbers.
All right, let's take a look at the headlines. And the NDA scores a simple majority. We're a few hours into the counting, and that simple majority remains. The India bloc, though, crosses the 200 mark at 231. But the real amazing story is of the Samajwadi Party, set for its best ever performance. The India bloc rides the Akhilesh wave. And this election has meant the return of the regional parties with the Samajwadi Party, the TMC, TDP, Uddhav Sena performing. The Trinamool Congress maintains that lead in West Bengal, and phone lines are now being worked from Delhi. Jagan Reddy concedes defeat, will meet the governor, while Chandrababu Naidu, what a comeback, he will be taking oath. A spectacular show for the TDP in the Andhra Assembly polls.
Well, so all those fascinating results coming in, those numbers, Gargi, is going to take this down to the wire. 239 at the moment in terms of leads for the BJP, down 64, 99 for the Congress, up 47. Congress not able to get past the 100 mark. So I think the takeaway is that the BJP is still the single largest party by a mile, but well below 272.
And
the NDA, of course, numbers at 293.
And we just had Kiran Rijiju speaking to us, the first reaction from the Modi government on these results. And he did say, Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar. Though one also, thinks of what Mamata Banerjee says when, that slogan of theirs, Khela Hobe. And we're hearing of, phone lines being worked from Delhi to the various regional parties, which have been the big story of this election as well.
That's right. The regional parties, the big story. We have... we'll get our expert political guests in a bit to weigh in on the numbers. One of the numbers I'm looking at is fascinatingly of the Karnataka results, where again Congress's state president DK Shivkumar's brother DK Suresh, the only seat that the Congress won in 2019, lost the election there in Bengaluru rural. Prajwal Revanna has lost in Hassan. But otherwise, the Congress getting to the double-digit mark in Karnataka, containing the BJP there as well. So it's a fascinating contest state by state. We have Shaina NC, spokesperson of the BJP, Advocate Ashpreet Kadal of the national spokesperson of the Congress, and we also have Deepak Shenoy, market expert, founder of Capital Mind.
Probably to reflect on how the markets, have nosedived since these results. Well, Sharad Pawar is speaking. Let's listen in.
जागा मर्यादित ठरवल्या सगळ्या मिळून आम्ही 10 जागा मिळवल्या पण त्याच्यामध्ये असं दिसतंय की 7 जागेवर अंतिम काही त्याचा पूर्ण काउंटिंग झालेलं नाही पण 7 जागेवर आज आम्ही तुझ्या आहोत किती 7 होते 7 जागेंच्यावर आज आम्ही तुझ्या आहोत याचा अर्थ 10 जागा निवडून 7 मध्ये विजय मिळण्याच्या संबंधीचं चित्र याचा अर्थ स्ट्रायकिंग रेट हा राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचा या निवडणुकीमध्ये निश्चितपणाने झालेला आहे. हा जो काही यश मिळालं ते यश मिळालं ते एकट्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचं यश आहे असं आम्ही मानत नाही. आम्ही ही जी महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाडी केली याचा उल्लेख माझ्या स्टेटमेंटमध्ये सविस्तर आहे. त्या आघाडीच्या वतीनं आणि विशेषतः काँग्रेस पक्ष आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या नेतृत्वाखालची शिवसेना आणि आमचे सहकारी या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रित जीवाभावाच्या वतीनं काम करण्याची भूमिका घेतली आणि त्यामुळेच हे यश जसं आम्हाला मिळालं राष्ट्रवादीला तसं काँग्रेसला मिळालं आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या नेतृत्वाखालच्या पक्षाला सुद्धा मिळालं. आणि या जे मी सुरुवातीला सांगितलं की परिवर्तनाचं वातावरण आहे आणि आम्ही तिघही एकत्रित राहून उद्याच्या काळामध्ये आमची धोरणं ठरवू आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेची सेवा करायची खबरदारी घेऊ एवढंच या ठिकाणी मला सांगायचं आहे. उद्याची बैठक ही दिल्लीला आज संध्याकाळी करेल ठरेल आणि ती झाली तर त्या बैठकीला माझी उपस्थिती असेल. आज काही टेलिव्हिजनवर बातमी आहे किंवा मी चंद्रबाबूंशी बोललो आणखीन कोणाशी बोललो याच्यात काही तथ्य नाही. मी काही कोणाशी बोललेलं नाही. बोलणं माझं झालं असेल तर ते काँग्रेस अध्यक्ष आणि काँग्रेस नेतृत्व यांच्याशी झालं, बाकी कुणाच्या संबंधीचं नाही. या चर्चा करणं इतरांशी याबद्दलचं धोरण हे राष्ट्रीय पातळीवरचे आमचे सगळे सहकारी आहेत त्यांच्याशी विचारविनिमय करून केलं जाईल.
सर, सगळे म्हणतात की तुमचं वय झालं आहे. या ठिकाणी हे सिद्ध झालं आहे की टायगर बुडा हुआ तो क्या हुआ लेकिन जिंदा है.
सर हिंदीमध्ये प्लीज ब्रीफ कराल सगळं. सर
मराठी एकदम होते, मराठी झाल्यावर हिंदी घेऊ.
मदत तुम्हाला पुढच्या कालावधीमध्ये मिळेल असं वाटतं का? नितीश कुमार यांची मदत तुम्हाला पुढे मिळेल असं वाटतं?
माहिती नाही, माझं काही त्यांच्याशी बोलणं झालं नाही. एका राज्याचे ते प्रमुख आहेत आणि त्यामुळे त्याची माहिती असल्याशिवाय त्याच्यावर मी कमेंट करणं योग्य नाही. माझा त्यांचा सुसंवाद आत्ता झालेला संबंध आहेत, पण आत्ता बोलणं झालेलं नाही.
सर, बारामती जी जागा होती त्यावर
नाटकी टक्कर होईल असं म्हटलं जात होतं, मात्र निकाल तुमच्या बाजूने लागलेला आहे, त्याच्याबद्दल काय सांगाल?
याचा विचारावं.
तुम्ही अधिक सभा घेतलेल्या आहेत, तुम्ही फिरलेला आहात.
निर्णय काय असं की माझं स्वतःचं असेसमेंट त्या मतदारसंघाचं असेल की याच्यापेक्षा वेगळा निकाल लागेल असं मला कधी वाटलं नाही. एक आणि बारामती हा जो विधानसभेचा मतदारसंघ आहे त्याच्यात माझा स्वतःचा गेले 60 वर्षाचा असोसिएशन आहे. माझी सुरुवातच तिथनं झालेली होती आणि प्रचार करू न करू तिथला सामान्य माणूस जो आहे, नागरिक जो आहे, त्याची मानसिकता काय हे मला ठाऊक आहे. आम्ही जावं अथवा न जावं तो योग्यच निर्णय घेतो आणि घेईल याची खात्री आम्हाला होते. आणि मला वाटतं आता किती टक्के
18वी राऊंड चालू आहे ना आता.
16वी राऊंड पब्लिश झाली.
पब्लिश 16वी झाली. किती झालं?
त्याच्या आधी बारामती विधानसभेत कसं मतदान झालं?
10व्या राऊंडला 22,000 होता. आता 35,000च्या पुढे लीड असेल बारामती विधानसभा.
एका विधानसभेमध्ये 35,000च्या पुढे आत्ता लीड असेल आणि बाकीच्या मतदारसंघाचं तुमच्याकडे सगळं असेल.
हो, म्हणजे बाकीमध्ये पण लीड आहे. खडकवासला थोडंसं कमी आहे, बाकी सगळे लीड आहे.
बाकी सगळे
गेल्या वेळेसपेक्षा खडकवासला चांगलं.
टोटल किती लीड असता अजून
या क्षणी?
आता 16व्या राऊंडला roughly 76,000च्या आसपास आहे
आणि अजून 3-4 राऊंड
अजून 6 ते 7 राऊंड बाकी
अच्छा,
आहे.
6 ते 7.
आजचा निकाल लागला आहे. यानंतर विधानसभेपर्यंत महाविकास आघाडी अजून जास्त एक ताकदीनं पुढे येईल असं वाटतंय का? चर्चा अशा होत्या की हा लोकसभेचा निकाल महाविकास आघाडीला सुद्धा म्हणजे वेगवेगळं करतील, सगळे पक्ष वेगवेगळीकडे दिसतील. तुम्हाला काय वाटतं? पक्की झाली अजून?
आमची साधारणतः जो विचारविनिमय होतो आणि झाला आहे त्याच्यामध्ये महाराष्ट्र ही विकास आघाडी जी आहे त्या विकास आघाडीच्या वतीनं आम्ही सामूहिक कष्ट करू, प्रयत्न करू, लोकांच्यात जाऊ आणि उद्याचं महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचं चित्र बदलायला जे आमचे प्रयत्न चालूच आहेत त्याला हा निकाल आम्हाला अधिक प्रेरणा देणारा आहे आणि म्हणून हे काम आम्ही चालू ठेवू.
The alliance partners of the BJP to break away and come on the India alliance side. Do you expect the alliance partners of the BJP from the NDA to break away and come on the India alliance side? Do you expect that?
No, I don't know. Neither we have discussed, neither we have thought.
पवार साहब किस तरीके से चुनावी परिणाम को आज के देखते हैं? महाराष्ट्र के परिप्रेक्ष्य में पूरे देश भर में जो चुनावी परिणाम है उसे कैसे देख रहे हैं?
ये बात शुरू में मैंने कहा कि महाराष्ट्र में तो रिजल्ट अच्छा आ गया और सबसे ज़्यादा उत्तर प्रदेश का ये डिसीजन आएगा इस पर कोई सोचते नहीं थे. हिंदी में
Nobody had imagined that the India alliance will be able to secure so many seats in Uttar Pradesh.
हिंदी बेल्ट में और मेहनत करने की आवश्यकता है यह हम सोचते थे और इसमें कोई ना कोई सुधार हो गया ये बात सच है. फिर भी मध्य प्रदेश और कुछ एरिया में और ज़्यादा काम करने की आवश्यकता है क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने जो इसमें डिसीजन दे दिया एक नई डायरेक्शन सब लोगों को उन्होंने दिए. हम वहाँ के नेता लोग, वहाँ के कार्यकर्ता लोग और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जो इन सभी का हम आभारी है कि
We are thankful to the people, to the parties, to the leaders of all the parties of the India bloc who worked for the parties to secure so many seats in Uttar Pradesh, and we understand that we need to work even better for the people of Uttar Pradesh.
रेज करने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं थी, जिनको आम जनता के बारे में कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं, ऐसे लोग उस लाइन पर जाते थे। उन्होंने कोशिश की और जनता ने इसका स्वीकार नहीं किया। यहाँ तक इस कैंपेन में आपने हमने लोगों ने देखा कि
the people decided the result of this election, and we, the India leaders, need not worry about what will be the final decision of the people of India who have voted for us in our favor for this win that we will get.
दो भैंस आपने रखी है, इनमें से एक भैंस को लेके जाएंगे। इस तरीके से या गलत चीज़ें हाईएस्ट पोजीशन देश के जिम्मेदारी करते हैं, इन लोगों ने की थी। ये बात बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं थी, मगर हमारा विश्वास था कि आम जनता इस तरह की कैंपेन, इस तरह की लाइन, इस तरह का प्रोपेगेंडा इसका स्वीकार कभी नहीं करेंगे। और इसका अच्छा जवाब उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री हो, अखिलेश जी या उनके बाकी साथी लोगों ने ठीक तरह से दिया। और जो कुछ
The
बातें
opposite
कही
alliance said
गई,
that people were not confident in us, but it is the people who themselves answered, be it in our state or for Akhilesh ji and his Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh.
BJP has not crossed majority by their own. How you react to this, and particularly the fight of Baramati? We should know about overall your.
It's so early. We have to wait for another day or two. Then correct picture will come. When we sit in Delhi and discuss with our colleagues, then I will be able to tell what exactly is it.
Well, our take on the BJP not securing the majority this time, solely for that, there will be a meeting that will be called of our party as well as the other sister parties, and we'll sit together and then decide upon the final figures that have come out.
दो लोगों के साथ हो गई, खड़गे साहब एंड सीताराम येचुरी, और वो अन्य साथियों के साथ बातचीत करेंगे और फिर हमें संदेशा देंगे